The text under audit is Chapter 1, The Emergence of Christianity by Martin Goodman, contained within the volume A World History of Christianity, edited by Adrian Hastings. The era under scrutiny is the 1st century CE through approximately 120 CE.
Understood. Let us dispense with the preamble. Proceed immediately to the forensic analysis of the opening thesis.
Right. Goodman begins with the fundamental transformation. He writes, and this is a quote, "In the 1st century of its existence, Christianity evolved from an obscure group of Galilean Jews."
Pause there. Evolved. That's his specific verb choice.
It is. Evolved. He's framing it as a process.
Yeah.
It evolves from this obscure group of Galilean Jews to become, quote, the religion of thousands.
And what's the demographic composition of these thousands? Are they still primarily Jewish?
No, and he's explicit on this point. Most of them, non-Jews, in the wider world of the Eastern Mediterranean.
So a demographic and geographic shift. But how was this perceived at the time? Does the author offer any insight into the contemporary reaction?
He does. He notes that for both contemporaries and, later generations, this expansion was viewed as evidence of divine intervention.
Now, we need to be very precise here.
Yeah.
Is divine intervention Goodman's own theological conclusion, or is he reporting the historical perception of the people in that era?
It is strictly a historical observation of the period's mindset. He's reporting what people at the time thought.
So he's bracketing his own view.
Completely. He specifies that for enthusiasts and opponents alike, so for everyone watching, this achievement was, and I'm quoting again, without close parallel in the religious history of the ancient world before this time.
So it's an anomaly.
It's seen as an anomaly. The text really emphasizes that the sheer scale and the speed of the expansion, it just lacked any kind of historical precedent that observers could point to. In their worldview, if you can't explain it sociologically, it must be supernatural.
All right, an anomalous expansion.
Hmm.
But every historical process needs a defined endpoint for analysis. You mentioned a transformation. When does Goodman argue this emergence is, let's say, forensically complete?
He posits a date, circa 120 CE.
120 CE. Why that specific date? It feels arbitrary. What are the criteria the author provides to substantiate that particular cutoff?
The criteria are primarily textual and, I suppose, canonical. Goodman's argument is that by circa 120 CE, and again this is a quote, all the books now included in the New Testament had been written.
So the completion of the foundational literature is criterion 1. Is there a second?
Yes, a sociological one. He adds that by this date, Christianity was a clear-cut religion distinct from Judaism with already an extensive history of its own.
2 clear metrics then. A closed canon of scripture and a distinct social identity separate from its parent religion.
Exactly. And once that timeline is set, the author moves to establish the dual context for this emergence. He argues the early church was a product of 2 worlds, late Second Temple Judaism and the Roman world.
A very common framework in these studies. But does he argue for a clean, syncretic fit, that Christianity was somehow the perfect puzzle piece that bridged these 2 worlds?
No, he argues explicitly the opposite. He writes, "This is not to suggest that Christianity fitted perfectly into either. The text's position is that the religion proved to be unique in several vital respects."
And that uniqueness is the key.
That's Goodman's core thesis. The success of Christianity is best understood not by how it blended in, but by, his words, the isolation and appreciation of those unique qualities.
Very well. If we're to isolate the uniqueness, we must first establish the baseline. Let's proceed to the first context he mentions, the Jewish background. What was the historical memory, the consciousness of a Jew in the 1st century, according to this text?
The text states that the core myths of the Jews were already enshrined in the Hebrew Bible. This consciousness involved a belief in an ancient arrival in the land of Israel, going all the way back to Abraham.
And a political memory.
A very strong and very dualistic political memory. On the one hand, political independence and national glory under the Davidic kings, but that's contrasted sharply with a history of calamity.
Be specific. What date does Goodman assign to this foundational calamity? Don't summarize it.
587 BCE. He's very precise. This is the destruction of Jerusalem and the First Temple, which was then followed by the exile to Babylon.
And the psychological effect of that event.
Goodman's analysis is that since that date, the nation had, quote, grown used to political subservience. It became the norm.
Let's trace that norm.
Uh-huh.
I want the imperial successions provided in the text. Don't gloss over them.
Okay. Following the calamity of 587 BCE, the timeline of control is as follows. The return to Judea from the Babylonian exile happens around 537 BCE. But, and this is key, it's strictly under the authority of the Persian Empire.
So they're back in the land, but not as a sovereign power.
Correct. They are a vassal state. That Persian suzerainty continues until 332 BCE.
At which point it's replaced by Alexander the Great.
The text notes the demise of Persian suzerainty in 332 BCE was followed directly by the control of new masters, the Macedonian Alexander the Great, and the generals who succeeded him. So one empire falls, another one just slots right in.
But the text mentions a crucial exception to this long narrative of subservience. A brief, but psychologically vital period of independence. We need the forensic details on the Hasmonean dynasty.
Yes, this is the counterweight. During the breakup of the Greek successor kingdoms, you get the rise of the Hasmoneans. They were a priestly dynasty.
And how did they establish power? What were their titles?
They established themselves first as high priests in Jerusalem. That was the initial power base. Then, specifically, in the year 104 BCE, they take the next step and establish themselves as kings.
And the duration of this power, when did it peak?
According to Goodman, their power reached its peak in the first quarter of the 1st century BCE, so just before our main period of study begins.
But it didn't last.
No, it was broken decisively by the advent of Rome. Goodman's characterization of Rome here is quite stark. He calls it the ruthless superstate.
A fitting transition. Let's shift to that second context, the Roman imperial context. The text creates a profile of the Roman character. How does Goodman define the Roman mechanism of power?
He describes the Romans as a profoundly militaristic people led by a deeply competitive aristocracy.
So the engine of the state is aristocratic competition.
Yes, and the text explicitly states how that competition is resolved. Quote, "Success in war was the main route to political power in Roman society. Your political career depended on your military victories."
This internal competition inevitably leads to civil war, and from there, the establishment of the empire. Trace the consolidation of power under Augustus, as laid out in the text.
The mid-1st century BCE is just defined by brutal civil war. By 31 BCE, a single victor emerges from the chaos. The text is careful to note this happened only after appalling bloodshed.
And that victor is?
Octavian Caesar.
When does he formally receive the title Augustus?
In 27 BCE, he was named Augustus by a, quote, "grateful senate and people," and he ruled for a very long time until his natural death in 14 CE.
Now, I want to interrogate this concept of the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, which the text mentions. There's often a very romanticized view of this period. Does Goodman support a benevolent reading of Roman peace?
He does not. He pushes against it very strongly, while Augustus himself proclaimed his magnanimity.
Which is to be expected. It's imperial propaganda.
Right. But the text clarifies that he simultaneously retained a standing army of exceptional size and competence.
So the peace is enforced by the constant threat of overwhelming force.
Exactly. Goodman's assessment is, well, it's blunt. He writes, internal peace was achieved by terror and occasional brutal force.
Terror and brutal force. Noted. Let's move on to the economic and cultural unification. How does an empire based on terror achieve any sort of economic unity?
Through two primary mechanisms. First, extraction of wealth by the state, which is, taxes and tribute. And second, the efforts of entrepreneurs who could now operate across a vast unified territory. The text notes that the economy was, quote, unified to a surprising degree.
And culturally. Was there an attempt to impose Roman culture everywhere?
In the Eastern Mediterranean specifically, the Roman state showed a marked preference for urban life on the model first developed in classical Greece. The Greek-style city, the polis.
Why that model? Was this just an aesthetic preference, a love for Greek architecture?
No, it was a political and administrative necessity. Goodman writes that Rome had no civil service in the modern sense. They didn't have a vast bureaucracy to run the empire day to day.
So they outsourced it.
Essentially. They relied on the cooperation of a wealthy urban elite for crucial tasks like tax collection. So by promoting these Greek-style cities, they were also promoting the class of people they needed to run the provinces. It created a kind of superficial cultural unity.
And language. What held it all together?
Latin and Greek. They became the lingua francas of a cosmopolitan culture, which just made all this administration and trade much easier.
Now we merge the two contexts. Roman control of Judea from 63 BCE to 70 CE. We established that the Hasmonean independence ended. How precisely did Rome take control?
It began in 63 BCE. The Roman general Pompey captured Jerusalem.
And the pretext. The Romans usually required a pretext, an invitation of sorts.
The pretext was a local power struggle. He was ostensibly there to support one native Jewish ruler from the Hasmonean dynasty in a fight against his brother. They were invited in.
A classic Roman strategy. But the situation shifted.
It did. By 40 BCE, the dynamic had changed completely. The last eligible Hasmonean male, the one Rome was backing, defected to Rome's great enemy, the Parthians.
Which forced Rome to switch its allegiance. To whom?
To Herod. The text describes him as a, quote, half-Jew adventurer from Idumea.
Unpack Idumea. Why does the text qualify his Jewishness? This distinction seems critical for understanding his lack of popular legitimacy later on.
It's absolutely critical. Idumea was a region south of Jerusalem. The text notes it had been converted to Judaism by force in the late 2nd century BCE. So in the eyes of the Jerusalem establishment, Idumeans were not, proper Jews. Their lineage was suspect.
Which made Herod an outsider.
Precisely. This outsider status actually made him unthreatening to the established Hasmonean order at first. They didn't see him coming.
But he wins the kingdom.
He does. In 37 BCE, and not on his own, he does it by utilizing Roman legionaries. He ruled with an iron hand, as the text says, until his death in 4 BCE.
This is a critical juncture. The death of Herod in 4 BCE. The succession is messy, and it leads directly to direct Roman rule in the heartland. Detail the fates of Herod's sons as outlined in the text.
Right. Upon Herod's death, rebellions immediately break out. His son Archelaus is given the territory of Judea itself, but he proves to be completely incompetent.
With a result.
In 6 CE, the Romans have had enough. Archelaus is deposed and sent into exile in Gaul.
And his territory.
Judea, Samaria, and Idumea are all combined into a new province, one administered directly by a Roman governor. This is when Pontius Pilate and others appear on the scene.
And the other sons, what happened to them?
Herod Antipas ruled the region of Galilee until 39 CE. And another figure, Agrippa, a grandson of Herod, served as king of Judea for a brief period later, from 41 to 44 CE.
But what was the source of their power?
The text is emphatic on this. Their power was wholly dependent upon the support of the Roman state. They were client kings, nothing more.
We must document the resistance. The text mentions a revolt in 6 CE, the same year direct rule was imposed. What was the specific trigger?
The imposition of a Roman census. Goodman notes this census was intended to ensure efficient collection of the taxes needed primarily to pay for Augustus's standing army.
So it was a tax revolt.
At its core, yes. It was seen as the ultimate mark of subservience to a foreign power.
And the culmination of all this friction.
A general revolt breaks out across the land in 66 CE, leading ultimately to the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple by Roman legions in 70 CE.
Which brings us to Section 5, the religious landscape. We must understand what was destroyed. Describe the centrality of the temple according to this source material.
The temple was everything. It was the central architectural, social, and economic feature of Jerusalem. But its importance, the text says, was entirely based on its religious function.
And that function was, specifically, what type of worship?
The sacrificial cult. Goodman explains that for almost all Jews at the time, sacrifice on an altar in a temple was believed to be the main form of worship that God actually desired.
The text makes a crucial comparison here. It contrasts Jewish sacrifice with pagan sacrifice. What's the key point of comparison?
The key point is that in the emphasis on sacrifice, Judaism differed little from the other religions of the Roman Empire. Everybody was sacrificing to their gods. That was the common religious language.
So what was the distinction? What made Judaism odd in this context?
The exclusivity. Jews insisted that such sacrifices were only permitted in the one sanctuary in Jerusalem. One God, one temple. That was the radical idea.
Contrast this with the pagan logic. How does Goodman explain the mechanics of polytheism? He uses a specific analogy to make it understandable to a modern reader.
He does. He compares it to modern germ theory. He writes, just as people now explain illness in terms of germs because, although they cannot be sensed, their impact can be deduced from their effects, so too the actions of the gods could be gauged from what they did.
So it's an empirical results-based system.
Exactly. Gods brought prosperity, or they brought misfortune. You worship the gods that delivered, and the system was inherently conservative.
How so?
Innovations only occurred if a previously unrecognized divinity, as he puts it, announced itself through some new effect in the world. A new plague, a new victory, whatever it might be.
However, the text also mentions something else. Elective cults. Isis, Mithras. Why are these forensically important for understanding the later emergence of Christianity?
Because they operated on a different model, these cults like Isis from Egypt or Mithras from Persia were elective. An individual could opt into them, usually in addition to their traditional civic and family worship.
So they weren't exclusive.
No, not at all. They offered a new community within the wider society, and Goodman argues that the model of the organization of such cults would prove important in the acceptance of Christian communities later on. They created a social space for a new kind of religious identity.
Now, let's flip the perspective. Looking at Judaism from the outside, from the pagan point of view, how is it generally perceived?
As odd, bizarre even. The text cites specific ethnic customs that were found amusing or strange. Food taboos, circumcision of males, and especially the observance of the Sabbath as a day of idleness. That one seemed particularly lazy to the Romans.
But there was a more serious, more vehement charge leveled against them. The charge of atheism. Explain that. To a modern ear, accusing a deeply religious Jew of atheism sounds absurd.
It sounds absurd to us, but it made perfect sense in their worldview. It stemmed from two major theological issues. First, the Jewish avoidance of images, of idols. That was strange.
And the second issue.
The second, and above all, was the refusal of Jews to pray to other gods. To a polytheist, this refusal to acknowledge the existence or power of other deities seemed as crazy, and this is Goodman's analogy again, as would a claim by a modern doctor that all medical ills are due to only one germ. It was a categorical error. It was, to them, a denial of reality.
Moving to section 6, the historical Jesus. The time frame is roughly 4 BCE to 30 CE. The text immediately places forensic constraints on what we can actually know. What are the limitations regarding the historian Josephus?
Goodman is very clear here. He points out that in the non-Christian historical record, Jesus' life passed almost wholly unnoticed. There is one brief reference in Josephus which describes Jesus as a wise man who did remarkable deeds.
But is that text reliable as it stands?
No. The text states it has been extensively altered by a Christian scribe in the surviving manuscripts, so we can't trust it at face value.
So if the external sources are scant and unreliable, what methodology does the author propose for establishing facts? We can't simply accept the Gospels as straightforward history in this kind of audit.
The procedure he follows is to accept as probably true any tradition about Jesus with which the early church seems to have been uncomfortable.
The criterion of embarrassment, a standard tool in historical Jesus studies. Apply this method. What are the almost indisputable facts that Goodman derives from it?
Okay, there are four main ones. 1, he was born around 4 BCE. 2, he was from Nazareth, which the text notes denotes a humble origin. It wasn't an important place.
Okay.
3, he was associated with the figure of John the Baptist. And 4, his followers during his lifetime were all Jews. There was no Gentile mission yet.
And his death. The text is very specific about the mechanism of the crucifixion. It seems to dismiss a purely theological explanation. Why is that?
Goodman argues it is hard to envisage a theological reason for Jesus' eventual crucifixion, since nothing he was alleged to have preached was more shocking than is found elsewhere in Jewish literature of this period. In other words, he wasn't killed for heresy, because his teachings weren't that heretical within the diverse Jewish landscape.
So if it wasn't theological, what was it?
It was political. Plain and simple political prudence. The text explains that the Judean ruling class, led by the high priest Caiaphas, had a very shaky control over the Jerusalem crowds, especially during the packed festival of Passover.
And what was the Roman factor in this calculation?
The Roman governor, Pontius Pilate, held the ultimate power. He could hire and fire high priests at whim. Therefore, when a charismatic preacher from Galilee shows up with a crowd of followers during this tense festival,
It's a security risk.
it's a massive security risk. Eliminating him before he becomes a flashpoint for a riot was, from their perspective, an act of political prudence. It was just easier to get rid of him.
We need to contextualize that social pressure, that nervousness of the authorities. Section 7, the socioeconomic context of Judea and Galilee.
Right. Judea in this period was under great social pressure. The temple, for instance, was administered by a hereditary caste of priests who had, quote, access to a disproportionate share of the wealth.
A huge wealth disparity.
Yeah.
And what about the ruling class in general?
They were wealthy, yes, but the text argues they lacked the natural authority that a long-established aristocracy might have. Their power came directly and visibly from Rome, which undermined their legitimacy in the eyes of the populace.
And the result of this?
The text points to banditry and class warfare. The society was deeply fractured.
Now, I want to challenge a common scholarly trope regarding Galilee. There's a persistent view that Galilee was a hotbed of zealous anti-Roman ideology. Does Goodman's analysis support this?
He explicitly refutes it. He states, "It is probable that, despite claims to the contrary by some scholars, such economic and social tensions were a greater source of unrest than any anti-Roman ideology."
What is the primary evidence he uses to back this refutation?
His key witness is the historian Josephus. Josephus actually commanded the Jewish rebels in Galilee in 66-67 CE, so he was an eyewitness. And while Josephus describes the Galileans in general terms as prone to rebel, his detailed day-by-day description of the actual military campaign shows them as strikingly ineffectual.
So the banditry that was endemic in the region, what was its root cause?
According to this text, it was primarily economic, not ideological. It was tension between landlords and tenants, which was exacerbated by the fact that a lot of Galilean land was owned by wealthy Judean priests from the capital. It was a class issue.
Right, Section 8, Diaspora and Jewish Diversity. The text mentions the growth of a significant Jewish population outside of Judea. What were the drivers behind this diaspora?
He lists several factors. Overpopulation is cited as a primary driver. The text notes this was encouraged by Jewish opposition to abortion, contraception, and infanticide, which led to higher birth rates.
So natural population growth. What else?
Two other major factors, slavery specifically, prisoners of war being carried off to places like Rome after various conflicts, and also mercenary employment. Jewish soldiers served in various armies across the region.
And where were the major centers of this diaspora?
The coastal cities of the eastern Mediterranean, the countryside of Egypt, a large community in the city of Rome, and, as the text specifies, in rather larger numbers, Babylonia.
Despite this wide geographic spread, the text argues there was still a common core of identity. What were its components?
Yes, there were three pillars. All pious Jews, wherever they lived, held to the centrality of the Jerusalem temple for sacrifices, the idea of the covenant with God, and the authority of the Torah, specifically the Pentateuch.
Now, the text highlights a unique feature of Jewish life at the time: proselytism. Why is this structurally important for the later development of the church?
Because the acceptance of proselytes, that is, non-Jews becoming Jews by adopting the customs and beliefs, was a complete oddity in the ancient world. Goodman states that no other people is recorded into which it was possible to enter simply by self-definition.
And this provided a model.
It provided the important model for the growth of the early church. The very idea that you could join a people by belief, rather than just being born into it, was pioneered by Judaism.
Let's survey the varieties of Judaism that the text mentions. We need to be precise about these different groups and their approaches.
Okay. The text lists several different approaches to interpreting the Torah. First, you have the authors of what would become rabbinic midrash, who focused on trying to reconcile difficult or contradictory passages in the text.
Right.
Second, you have the Pharisees, who incorporated common customs and oral traditions alongside the written text. Third, the Dead Sea sect, who filtered everything through the unique teachings of their teacher of righteousness.
And what about the more, let's say, Hellenized or aristocratic views?
Well, there's Philo of Alexandria, the philosopher. He represents a very small minority, the text says, who claim that the practical injunctions of the law could be validly observed in their allegorical meaning alone. You didn't have to literally follow them.
A radical view. And the Sadducees?
The Sadducees were the temple priests, the aristocracy. They were conservatives. The text notes they denied concepts like fate and, crucially, life after death.
Let's touch on eschatology, the view of the end times. How much agreement was there on this?
Very little. The text says views were rife and very varied. Some people expected a political military leader from the line of David. Others expected a supernatural figure, a son of man. Some expected no leader at all.
But what about messianism specifically?
Goodman's point is that while messianic faith was an integral part of almost all types of Judaism at the time, only one, Christianity, was defined by its messianism. For Christians, it wasn't just an idea, it was the idea.
Section 9, the emergence of the church. Post-30 CE, we have the execution of Jesus. What does the text identify as the catalyst that allows the movement to continue and transform?
The belief in the resurrection. Goodman is unequivocal. He writes, "In the explanation of this fact lies the clue to the emergence of the church."
But the text also calls the intense emphasis on the resurrection odd. Why? What's odd about it?
It's odd because the general idea of an afterlife wasn't strange. The text states that the possibility of various types of life after death for all was widely canvassed among first-century Jews. It was a common belief.
So the oddity isn't the belief in life after death, but something else.
The oddity is that this one specific event, the resurrection of Jesus, became the central, all-important evidence of a new divine plan for all of humanity.
This leads to a divergence in focus within the early movement. What did the Apostle Paul, for instance, focus on as opposed to the ethical teachings of Jesus?
This is a key point. The earliest Christian texts we have, Paul's letters, show a clear emphasis on the mission, crucifixion, resurrection, exaltation, and lordship of Jesus rather than on his teachings. It's about the event, not the sermon.
Let's look at the initial Jerusalem church, the so-called Jewish Christians.
Yeah.
How are they described sociologically in the text?
They were led by the pillars, Peter, James, and John. The text describes them as an ascetic authoritarian community that was sociologically quite similar to the Essenes, the Dead Sea sect.
And their religious practice.
They were Torah observant, they participated in temple ritual, they were, for all intents and purposes, a Jewish sect.
Did this branch of the movement survive?
No. Goodman notes, the future of the church was not to lie with such people. They seem to have vanished after the destruction of Jerusalem, and they produced no surviving writings of their own.
The future, then, lay with the mission to the non-Jews. Section 10, Paul and the Gentile mission.
Exactly. Paul marks this decisive shift. He traveled the major cities of the Roman East, Antioch, Ephesus, Corinth, preaching that the future of all humankind was fundamentally changed by the resurrection of Jesus.
I want to return to the ethics for a moment. If Paul wasn't primarily using Jesus' sayings to instruct his new converts, where did their moral framework come from?
The text is very explicit on this. It says, Paul seems to have invented a morality for them rather than appealing, except obliquely, to the sayings of Jesus.
Invented. Why?
Because he had to. He taught that for a Gentile to convert to Judaism first, to accept the Jewish law, showed a fundamental lack of faith in the sufficiency of Christ. So he had to build a new ethical system from the ground up for these communities.
This missionary impulse itself is unique. It was largely unknown in polytheism. What is the sociological explanation that the text offers for this intense drive to convert others?
Goodman cites the social psychological theory of cognitive dissonance. The theory suggests that when groups are disappointed in their core expectations,
In this case, the constantly delayed second coming of Jesus.
precisely. The theory posits they often react not by abandoning the belief, but by engaging in intense activity to demonstrate the truth of the beliefs to themselves and others. Proselytizing becomes a way of reinforcing your own commitment.
Who were these converts? What was their social standing?
Well, hostile outsiders describe them as the dregs of society, pointing specifically to women and slaves, but Goodman corrects this caricature. He says the social background was actually quite broad, and it certainly included well-educated Greek speakers.
And the text mentions the Hellenists specifically.
Yes, these were Greek-speaking Jewish Christians like Stephen. And the text notes that Stephen's martyrdom around 35 CE is a key event.
A perfect transition to section 11, persecution and separation. We have the martyrdom of Stephen in 35 CE. Who else is mentioned?
James, the brother of Jesus, who was leading the Jerusalem church. He was killed by the high priest Ananus in the year 62 CE.
But the persecution of Paul by Jewish authorities is different. The text notes he received beatings from synagogue authorities in various cities. Why? Why not just excommunicate him or ignore him?
This is a crucial forensic point that Goodman makes. Paul was operating while claiming to be a Jew. So when he went to cities urging Gentiles to abandon their ancestral gods, he was doing so under the umbrella of a protected Jewish identity.
Explain the danger in that.
The Jewish community across the empire had a privileged position. They were a protected minority who were exempt from having to worship the state gods. If Paul, claiming to be one of them, started causing social disruption and riots,
He endangered the entire community's legal status.
exactly, he put everyone's protection at risk. So they disciplined him as one of their own to control the damage.
Then comes direct Roman persecution, 64 CE.
Nero and the Great Fire of Rome. He needed a scapegoat and capitalized on popular suspicion of this strange new group.
Please jump ahead to around 110 CE. The correspondence between Pliny the Younger, a Roman governor, and the Emperor Trajan. This is a vital legal document. What is Trajan's definitive ruling on how to handle Christians?
Trajan's reply sets the legal precedent for decades. He advises Pliny that Christians were not to be hunted out. There should be no active pursuit.
However,
However, if they were discovered and accused, they were to be given a chance to prove their loyalty. If they prepared to make a sacrifice to the gods, they were to be set free.
so it was a crime of obstinacy, of refusing to sacrifice, not a crime of holding the belief itself. If they sacrificed, they walked free.
Correct. It was a test of political loyalty, not a theological inquisition.
Section 12. Internal structure and orthodoxy. The time frame is roughly 75 CE to 137 CE. The leadership structure of the church begins to evolve.
Yes, the apostolic age of the original charismatic preachers ends around 75 CE. It's gradually replaced by a more formal, localized structure headed by the episcopos, or bishop.
And what powers did this bishop hold?
The text describes them as quasi-monarchical powers within their local community.
The text then compares this emerging Christian authoritarianism to the norms in paganism and Judaism. Is it similar?
No, it's described as being far more severe. The key difference was that both pagans and Jews generally allowed for a wide latitude in belief as long as your practice, your sacrifices, or your observance of Torah was correct.
And the Christians.
Christians began to demand uniformity in belief. Orthodoxy became paramount.
This demand for uniformity implies the existence of significant diversity, or what they would call heresy. What evidence does the text give of these heretical views circulating at the time?
Goodman lists several. There are the so-called Gnostic Gospels with their complex cosmologies. There's a text called The Shepherd of Hermas, which is full of wild eschatological speculation. He mentions a specific teacher, Cerinthus, in Asia Minor around 100 CE, who believed the world was not created by the supreme God, but by a lesser being.
And the response to this proliferation of ideas.
You see figures like Clement of Rome and Polycarp of Smyrna writing letters, arguing for order and defending a specific strand of tradition. Goodman suggests that the very act of canonization of the New Testament itself was prompted by the need to define orthodoxy and expel heresy. The canon was a tool to create boundaries.
Section 13. Worship and Christology. Let's detail the liturgy of these early Christian groups.
Right. There were no temples or altars in the traditional sense. They met in houses. The text notes they met on Sundays, which distinguished them from the Jewish Sabbath on Saturday.
And the central acts of worship.
The central act was the Eucharist, a ritual breaking of bread and drinking of a cup of wine. Also baptism, an initiation rite for the forgiveness of sins.
And their ethics. You mentioned Paul inventing a morality. How does the text characterize it?
As unusually rigorous, particularly regarding sex. Asceticism was praised. There was strong opposition to homosexuality, extramarital fornication, abortion, infanticide, and something quite unique in the Roman world, a strong opposition to divorce.
Finally, Christology, the understanding of Christ's nature. The text tracks an evolution of the titles used for Jesus. Lay them out.
It's a clear progression. It moves from prophet and teacher to Messiah, then to Son of God, then Lord, then the wisdom of God, and finally, in the Gospel of John, the Word of God, the Logos, a steady escalation of divine status.
And how did an educated pagan observer like Pliny summarize all this complex theology?
He cut right through it. He simply noted in his letter to Trajan that Christians worshipped Christ as a god. To an outsider, that was the bottom line.
We have reached the conclusion of the text, the outro.
Yes. Goodman concludes by characterizing the overall state of the church in this first century. The primary focus, he says, rested on one thing: hope. The hope for eternal life and the imminent end of the world. Those in the movement saw themselves as a people in exile, waiting for their true home. The chapter ends with a citation from Romans 12.1, which describes believers presenting their own bodies as a living sacrifice. July. The year is 180.
180 CE. Let's be precise from this.
180 CE. We are in Carthage. Specifically, we're standing in the audience chamber of the proconsul Saturninus.
And a group of people has been brought before him.
Yes, a group shoved forward from the town of Cilium. And to any casual observer in that room, they would have looked like, well, like absolutely nobody. To find nobody. We need the social stratification. Are we talking about the senatorial class? Equestrians? Or are they slaves? Freedmen? What's the source's assessment?
They are completely insignificant by the standards of the Roman Empire. The source text itself describes Cilium as a small, now unidentifiable townlet.
So, rural provincials, not the urban elite.
Exactly. These aren't wealthy merchants or landowners, but they are about to become part of the very first record of martyrdom in the entire history of the North African Church.
State the primary defendant. Who is the designated spokesman for this group?
His name is Spiratus. He's the one who stands at the front. And the charge. I want the specific legal basis. We're conducting a forensic audit of the legal mechanism here. This isn't just about a general dislike of Christians. What are they being charged with?
The charge is the practice of an illicit religion, religio illicita.
Okay, so it's a procedural matter, not a moral one from the Roman perspective.
Correct. And it's interesting because the scene isn't quite the bloodthirsty spectacle that, Hollywood might paint. The proconsul, Saturninus, he actually seems reluctant to just proceed immediately to the maximum penalty.
He offers them an out.
He does. The transcript of the trial, which is believed to be based on the actual court stenographer's notes, records that he begged them to return to a right mind.
Return to a right mind. Is that the exact phrasing?
That is the quote.
So he sees their condition not as a capital crime in itself, but as a kind of temporary insanity, a lapse in judgment that can be corrected.
That's the implication. He even offered a delay. He told them, look, you can have 30 days. 30 days to think it over.
He wants them to go home, cool off, and come back to their senses.
Yes. Just go home, calm down, and do the bare minimum required for civic loyalty.
But they refused the delay.
They did. They remained absolutely adamant. They adhered to what they termed the religious rights of the Christians, and Speratus takes the lead in the defense.
How does he structure his argument?
This is what's so fascinating. He doesn't start by arguing high theology. He doesn't talk about the nature of Christ or the Trinity. He argues morality.
Which is the standard apologetic defense of the 2nd century. We are good citizens. We are harmless.
Precisely. He insists that they live in the most moral way possible. He tells Saturninus, and I'm quoting here, "We have never done wrong. We have never lent ourselves to iniquity. We have never cursed, but when abused, we have given thanks."
He's trying to shift the legal venue from a political trial to a moral assessment.
He is. He says they abhor murder, they abhor theft, and they do not bear false witness. He's basically saying, look at our lives. We are better subjects of the emperor than the people who worship the gods.
But Saturnus isn't interested in whether they seal chickens. The state requires a specific public act of political loyalty. What was the sticking point? The refusal.
The refusal was absolute, and it centered on the imperial cult. Speratus refused to swear by the genius of our Lord the Emperor.
Let's unpack the term genius there. This is critical. He's not refusing to say the emperor is intelligent, is he?
No, not at all. The genius is the divine spirit, the protective deity that watches over the emperor and, by extension, the entire empire. To swear by it was the absolute litmus test of loyalty. It was like saluting the flag.
So refusing to do it was tantamount to treason.
It was, and Speratus wouldn't do it. His argument was that he did not recognize the empire of this world in that ultimate sense. He served instead the God whom no man has seen nor can see. He is drawing a very clear line in the sand between temporal authority and ultimate divine authority.
There were women in this group. The source identifies them by name. In most Roman legal texts, women are marginalized, but here they seem to be active participants. I want their names and their specific contributions to the trial transcript.
The two named are Donata and Secunda. And you're right, they are not silent victims here. Donata provides a crucial piece of theological nuance to Speratus's refusal.
What does she say?
She states, "Give honor to Caesar as unto Caesar, but fear to God."
She's quoting the synoptic tradition, the gospel. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Exactly, but she's deploying it as a legal argument. She's drawing a distinction, you see. It's not a total rejection of Roman authority. She's effectively saying, we are not anarchists. We will pay our taxes. We will give honor to the emperor, but we fear God. There's a hierarchy of reverence.
And Secunda. What's her contribution?
Secunda's statement is, in many ways, the most profound. She is recorded as saying, I wish to be none other than I am.
Stop. Let's hold on that. I wish to be none other than I am. That's a remarkable statement. No theological certainty there.
What do you mean by that?
She isn't saying, I believe this particular doctrine or I follow this set of rules. She's saying that Christian is her fundamental identity. It's who she is. To swear by the emperor's genius would be to unmake her very self.
It's an identity claim, absolutely. It's not a choice anymore. It's her being. Now, we need to shift to the physical evidence. When this group was arrested back in Cilium, they weren't empty-handed. The authorities confiscated their property. What was found on Speratus?
A bag.
And what was inside the bag?
The letters of St. Paul.
Now, just think about the implications of that for a moment. We are in a now unidentifiable townlet in North Africa in the year 180, and a local man, likely a craftsman or some other low-level worker, is carrying a satchel a bag containing the complex, dense theological epistles of Paul.
This is a critical forensic detail. It indicates two things immediately. First, literacy, or at the very least, a community that values literacy enough to own and carry books. And second, it speaks to the speed of textual transmission. Pauline theology in written form has penetrated the rural hinterland of Africa within little more than a century of Paul's death. This isn't just an urban phenomenon.
The source even speculates they might have brought the letters with them in case they needed to refer to them during the trial. Effectively, they were carrying their legal and theological defense manual with them.
Though in the end, they didn't quote from them. They quoted the Gospels.
Correct. But it completely changes our view of early Christianity, doesn't it? It wasn't just an oral tradition or, charismatic preaching. It was textual. It was, from very early on, a religion of the book.
Proceed to the verdict.
Saturninus, seeing their refusal is final, reads the sentence. The result is immediate. 12 people, 7 men and 5 women are beheaded.
7 men, 5 women. A mixed group.
Yes. The account of their martyrdom, which the source, Hastings, classifies as undoubtedly authentic.
Meaning it's likely derived directly from the court stenographer's notes.
That's the argument. The account concludes with a theological postscript, which was clearly added later by the Church. It states that they now reign with the Father and Son and Holy Spirit.
A fully formed Trinitarian formula. In the year 180.
Yes.
That's a significant piece of data for the history of dogma. It pushes back against the popular idea that the Trinity was, hammered out or invented at Nicaea a century and a half later.
Correct. It shows that the Trinitarian structure was part of the lived devotional reality of these martyrs in Carthage. It wasn't just an academic theory for them.
Let's pause on the location again. Cilium. You said the source calls it insignificant.
The source emphasizes its obscurity, and it uses this as a data point for measuring the rate of Christian expansion. The argument is, if you find a group of highly committed, text-carrying Christians in a place like Cilium, it implies the major cities like Carthage must already be saturated.
Expand on that demographic data. If Cilium is the tip of the iceberg, what does the rest of the iceberg look like in North Africa?
The text uses this incident to argue that the religion was spreading with incredible speed, and not just in the major coastal hubs. If we fast forward the data point by just 70 years from this trial.
So to about 250 CE.
Yes, around 250 CE, in North Africa alone, there were more than 130 bishops.
130, that is a massive density. Each of those represents a distinct community, a distinct church.
It is. Each bishop presided over his own church. Sometimes these communities were hardly 10 miles apart from one another. This suggests a cellular structure. Every small town, every cluster of villages had its own bishop, its own altar, its own community.
We need a control group to understand that density.
Yeah.
Contrast North Africa with, say, Gaul, modern-day France. What does the evidence look like there at the same time?
The contrast is stark. In Gaul, specifically in Lyon, we have another famous group of martyrs executed just a couple of years prior to the Cillian incident.
The martyrs of Lyon and Vienne in 177.
Right. The Lyons group included nearly 50 martyrs. It was a brutal event. But the total Christian community in that entire city is estimated to be hardly more than a couple of hundred people.
So in Gaul, Christianity is an import. It's largely restricted to a few Greek-speaking trading colonies along the river. But in North Africa, it seems to be endemic. It has gone native.
Exactly. It's woven into the fabric of the local towns and villages in a way that just wasn't true for Gaul at that point.
Let's return to the social composition. You mentioned Sparatus and his group were insignificant. Define the class structure. Who were these early Christians, really?
The evidence suggests it was primarily an urban religion. It was literate, as the bag of Paul's letter shows, but it was not upper urban.
Not the senatorial class.
No. The text asserts that the real attraction was to the lower orders. We're talking about craftsmen, shopkeepers, bakers, tanners, the working people.
What about slaves?
The analysis of the names and legal statuses suggests relatively few slaves. It was more the free, lower to middle class, people of no great worldly importance, but not at the absolute bottom of the social ladder either.
I want to clarify the religious nature of this group again. You mentioned the bag of letters. Does the source characterize their religion as being highly ritualistic?
Quite the opposite. Hastings argues it was a bookish religion, certainly, but not a very ritualistic one. In their defense before the proconsul, they spoke of morals, not rites.
They didn't talk about incense or sacrifices or liturgical calendars?
No, they had the Lord's Supper, the Eucharist. That was the single, central, regular ritual. But beyond that, it was primarily a matter of spiritual conviction, a strict moral imperative, and of course the reading of texts.
Let's widen this audit. We need to compare the Sicilian profile to other contemporary texts to see if this moral and bookish identity holds up elsewhere in the empire. Pull up Pliny's letter to Trajan.
Okay, that dates to around 112 CE, so about 70 years earlier, and in Bithynia, which is modern-day Turkey.
A different province, a different time. What does Pliny, as a Roman governor, observe?
He presents a remarkably similar picture. He's honestly confused by them. He describes them meeting before dawn, singing a hymn to Christ as to a god, and then binding themselves by an oath.
An oath to do what?
Not to commit any crime. The oath was to abstain from theft, robbery, and adultery.
So again, the emphasis is squarely on morality. They are forming a community defined by its ethical commitments. But Pliny also notes their fragility, doesn't he?
He does. He encounters Christians who are willing to die, for sure, but he also finds many who are willing to deny their faith the moment he threatens them. He makes them curse Christ and offer incense to the emperor's statue.
So Sicilium shows us the hardliners. Pliny shows us the mixed bag, the more typical community with a spectrum of commitment,
Exactly.
and the epistle to Diognetus. This is an anonymous text, probably from the mid to late 2nd century. I want the specific paradoxes it uses to define the Christian psychological state and relationship to the world.
The Epistle to Diognetus. It's a beautiful piece of writing. It describes Christians as being physically indistinguishable from their neighbors. They don't have special clothes, a special diet, or a secret language. The paradox lies in their allegiance.
Give me the quote on citizenship.
The text reads, "Every foreign land is to them a fatherland, and every fatherland a foreign land."
Let's unpack that. Every foreign land is a fatherland,
Yep.
meaning they are at home everywhere in the world because their God is the God of all creation.
And every fatherland is a foreign land, meaning they are truly, ultimately, at home nowhere on earth. Their real citizenship is elsewhere.
Continue with the domestic details. How does it describe their family life?
They marry like the rest of the world, they breed children, but they do not cast their offspring adrift.
That is a direct and pointed critique of common Roman pagan society. Infanticide, the exposure of unwanted infants on hillsides or in garbage dumps, was standard practice. The Christians forbade it absolutely.
Correct. The text continues with another paradox. They exist in the flesh, but they live not after the flesh. They spend their existence upon earth, but their citizenship is in heaven.
There's one more. They obey the established laws, and in their own lives they surpass the laws.
Which aligns perfectly with what Sparatus claimed in Carthage. He's essentially saying, we are better citizens than you are because we don't just fear the magistrate's sword, we fear God.
So they weren't revolutionaries in a political sense. They weren't trying to overthrow the Senate.
No, not at all. They were preoccupied with their personal lives, with marital and sexual custom, with business practices. They wanted to create a holy society within the unholy one, not to change the structure of the empire itself.
Let's move from the members to the structure of authority. In Cilium, Sparatus is the leader. Was he a bishop?
The source argues that it's highly unlikely. He acts as a spokesman, sure, but in a tiny town like Cilium with just a handful of believers, it would be far more natural to have a presbyter, an elder, who was dependent on a larger community, nearby probably Carthage itself.
This points to a broader shift happening across the church at this time. We need to track the evolution of leadership that the source describes. We're moving from the age of the apostles to the age of the bishops.
The movement is from a collegial leadership model, a group of presbyters or elders running a community together, to an episcopal model, which is centered on a single episcopus or bishop.
What's the functional driver for this shift? It can't just be a power grab. There has to be a liturgical or practical necessity. Why do you need one man in charge?
The Eucharist. The central defining act of the community was the breaking of the bread. And presiding at the Eucharist required a specific head. You can't have a committee bless the cup and bread.
It requires a single presider.
Exactly. And as the Eucharist was the absolute heart of Christian life, the regular presider was naturally recognized as the head of the local church.
So the liturgy creates the hierarchy. The man who stands at the table eventually sits on the bishop's throne, the cathedra. Now, this emerging hierarchy faced not just external pressure from persecution, but also internal competition. We need to define the Gnostic threat.
This was the great intellectual battle of the 2nd century. Gnosticism is described in the source as a kind of dualistic mysticism. Its core claim was that it provided a special, secret, additional revelation. Gnosis.
Secret knowledge. Where does it come from?
It likely originated in Egypt, but it spread rapidly via charismatic traveling teachers.
Names and dates. We need to pin this down. This can't be a vague threat.
Valentinus is the major figure. He arrived in Rome around the year 136, and according to some sources, he was so influential that he almost became the bishop of Rome himself before he broke away to form his own school.
And the theological content. What were they actually teaching? What was the product they were selling?
It was a remix, a synthesis. They mixed Christian ideas with, frankly, incompatible beliefs. The primary one was a total rejection of the Jewish scriptures. But the core theological error from the Orthodox perspective was the rejection of the creation itself.
Explain that.
They believed the material world, our bodies, the planets, everything we can see and touch was a mistake, a cosmic accident, a prison created by a lesser, ignorant, and sometimes malevolent God, not the true transcendent Father of Jesus.
So for them, salvation isn't the redemption of the body and the world, it's the escape from the body and the world.
Exactly. The soul is a spark of divine light trapped in the mud of matter, and Christ is the messenger who comes with the secret knowledge of how to get out.
Now, distinguish this from Marcion. Marcion is often lumped in with the Gnostics because he was a prominent second-century heretic, but the source makes a very sharp distinction.
Marcion is different. He was the son of a bishop in Pontus, a wealthy ship owner. He also rejected the Old Testament entirely.
But his reasoning was different.
It was, whereas the Gnostics created these incredibly complex cosmologies with 30 different levels of intermediate beings called eons, Marcion was much simpler. He just said, the God of the Old Testament is a God of law, jealousy, and wrath. The God revealed by Jesus is a God of pure love and mercy. They're obviously two different gods.
So Marcion takes a pair of scissors to the text. He physically cut up the scriptures. He kept a heavily edited version of Luke's gospel and some of Paul's letters, and he threw out everything else.
That's a perfect way to put it. The Gnostics, on the other hand, didn't just cut the text. They rewrote the entire cosmos to fit their new narrative.
So how did what would become the great church or the Catholic Orthodoxy respond to these challenges? You have people literally cutting the Bible to pieces and others remixing it into a new mythology. Who stabilizes the tradition?
The response is really personified by one man, Irenaeus of Lyons.
His origin.
He was originally from Smyrna in Asia Minor, and this is key. As a young man, he had known Polycarp, the bishop of Smyrna, and Polycarp had known the Apostle John directly.
So he brings that direct personal lineage to his work in Gaul. He's a living link to the apostolic age.
Yes. His primary work is a massive multi-volume takedown of Gnosticism called Against the Heresies.
And his argument. What are the pillars he uses to fight the Gnostic and Marcionite chaos?
Irenaeus insisted on 3 pillars of authority. First, apostolic succession. He effectively says, my teacher knew a guy who knew the apostles. Our teaching is public and can be traced. Your Gnostics just made this all up yesterday in a back room.
So, pedigree. Public tradition versus private revelation. What's the second pillar?
The 4 Gospels. He was one of the first to insist on the canon of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, no more and no less. This was a direct counter to the proliferation of Gnostic Gospels, like the Gospel of Thomas or the Gospel of Truth.
And third?
The unity of the 2 covenants. He passionately defended the God of the Old Testament as being the one and only Father of Jesus Christ. He saw salvation history as a single, unified story.
And by extension, he defended the goodness of created matter against the Gnostic rejection of the flesh.
Absolutely. For Irenaeus, the slogan, the word became flesh, was central, not the word trapped himself in a meat prison. If the flesh is evil, the incarnation makes no sense, the Eucharist makes no sense. Irenaeus, in many ways, saved a physical world for Christianity.
Let's move forward in time to the early 3rd century and the escalation of the conflict with the Roman state. The Great Persecution, 303 to 311. This is the end game of pagan Rome's attempt to eradicate the church.
This is the big one, the Great Persecution. It's historically linked to the Emperor Diocletian, but the source identifies his junior Caesar, Galerius, as the real driving force, the true ideologue behind it.
Diocletian's aim was institutional, though. He wasn't just a sadist. He was an administrator trying to solve a problem. Explain his logic.
His logic was that previous persecutions had failed because they were counterproductive. As the North African writer Tertullian had famously said, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. If you kill Christians publicly, you just make them heroes and inspire more converts.
So what were the new mechanisms? If you don't want to create martyrs, how do you kill a church?
You attack its infrastructure, you go after the institution itself, you burn the church buildings, you seize their property, their cemeteries, but most importantly, you seize and burn their books.
Stop there. Seizing the books. This is a targeted strike against that bookish religion we were just discussing.
Right.
But this strategy creates a new and specific category of sinner within the church itself. Define traditor.
A tradator, the word from which we get our modern word traitor, is specifically one who handed over the sacred scriptures to the Roman authorities to be burnt.
Imagine the scene. The soldiers knock on the door of the bishop. Give us the Gospels and the letters of Paul and you can live. Refuse, and you and your congregation will be arrested and possibly executed. You hand over the scroll. You survive. But then, 2 years later, the persecution ends. You go back to church. Are you still a legitimate bishop?
That is the question that tore the North African church apart for a century. This becomes the seed of the massive Donatist schism.
Give me the case study from the source text. The Bishop of Abytina.
At Abytina, a town in Africa, the bishop was a traitor. He buckled under pressure, he handed over the scriptures, but his congregation rebelled against him.
They refused to follow him.
Yes, they effectively said, a priest who gives up the word has lost the spirit. His sacraments are now invalid. They broke away and continued to worship secretly in the house of a man named Emeritus.
And what was the consequence?
The authorities found out. They struck. 47 Christians were arrested at the house of Emeritus. And in prison, awaiting their execution, they emphatically condemned any traitor. They argued that to hand over the scriptures was to merit eternal damnation. They essentially excommunicated their own bishop while sitting on death row.
This creates a theology of the pure church, a church only of saints, versus a compromised hierarchy. We'll see this explode later. Now, the persecution ends, not with a Christian victory, but with an imperial decree, Galerius 3:11.
Yes, Galerius issues an edict of toleration from his deathbed. He's dying of a gruesome disease, and he calls it all off.
Why? Was it a moral conversion? A deathbed repentance?
No. The source is clear. It was a recognition of political failure. The persecution was not working. There were simply too many martyrs, and public sympathy was starting to shift. The Roman public was getting tired of the bloodshed, and in places like Egypt, the province was alienated and on the verge of open rebellion.
Analyze his statement in the edict. He admits that Christianity had become something specific, something he couldn't control.
He does. He admits it had developed into a kind of alternative state. He complains that they were making their own laws for themselves and assembling different nationalities into a single body. Since he couldn't crush them, and they had effectively ceased worshiping the Roman gods anyway, he decided to exercise indulgence.
So the logic was, they aren't worshiping anyone right now, so we might as well let them worship their own god so that at least someone is praying for the well-being of the empire.
Precisely. It was a pragmatic political surrender.
And into this vacuum steps Constantine, the great pivot of Western history.
Constantine, the son of the Western Caesar, Constantius, and his consort, Helena. He was proclaimed emperor by his troops at York in Britain in 306.
He enters the main narrative decisively at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge.
October 312. He marches on Rome to fight his rival, Maxentius. On the eve of the battle, he claims to have had a heavenly vision.
The Chi symbol, the first two letters of Christ's name in Greek.
Yes, with the promise, in this sign, conquer. He has the symbol painted on his soldiers' shields. He wins the battle decisively. Maxentius drowns in the Tiber.
He wins. He's the master of the West. Then comes the Edict of Milan in 313. I want to fact check on the common assumption here. Many people think this is the moment Christianity became the official religion of the empire. Did it?
No. That is a major and persistent misconception. The edict, which he agreed upon with his co-emperor in the East, Licinius, granted complete toleration to all religions.
To all, not just Christians.
Correct. It allowed every man to have complete toleration in the practice of whatever worship he chose. It didn't outlaw paganism, it just legalized Christianity and restored its confiscated property.
But while he was officially tolerant, the imperial favor was not distributed equally, was it? Constantine was tolerant, but he was definitely playing favorites.
Oh, absolutely. He immediately began raining property, money, and legal exemptions on the Christian clergy. The most symbolic gift came in 313 when he gave the Lateran Palace in Rome to the Bishop of Rome. This became the official residence of the Pope.
What was the origin of that property? This is where the story gets a bit dark.
It had been the property of his wife, Fausta.
And what happened to Fausta a few years later?
She was murdered, asphyxiated in an overheated bath on Constantine's orders.
By Constantine.
The source says it was part of his brutal power game. He also executed his eldest son and heir, Crispus. These were cold-blooded political murders to secure his dynasty.
And yet, He is venerated as a saint.
Yes, the Orthodox Church calls him equal to the apostles.
Now address the donation of Constantine. The text mentions the real gift of the Lateran, but it warns against a famous document known as the donation.
Right. The donation of Constantine is a famous medieval forgery. It purports to be a legal document from Constantine himself, bestowing vast ecclesiastical and political authority on the Pope, basically giving the Pope temporal rule over the entire Western Empire.
And this is a forgery from when?
Hastings clarifies it's a forgery from the 8th century, but the actual historical donation of the Lateran Palace was real and symbolically significant enough.
Constantine is now the patron of the Church. He wants peace and unity. But he immediately runs into the Donatist crisis we foreshadowed, the one born from the ashes of the Great Persecution.
The conflict in Carthage erupted into a full-blown schism. Cecilian, the new bishop of Carthage, took a mild line on the Traditors. He said, let's forgive them, readmit them, and move on. But a rigorous party, led by a man named Donatus, argued that sacraments performed by Traditors were invalid.
A bishop who betrayed the word cannot ordain a valid priest. A priest ordained by a traitor cannot offer a valid Eucharist.
Exactly. The validity of the sacrament depends on the moral worthiness of the minister. That was their argument.
Constantine's reaction to this is not just political annoyance, it's theological anxiety. He's not just worried about riots, he's worried about God's wrath. Quote, his fear.
He wrote that he feared that the highest divinity may be moved to wrath not only against the human race, but against me myself. He genuinely believed his government was committed to him by heavenly will. A schism in the church endangered his entire administration because it angered God.
So he does what any good emperor would do. He calls a council, Arles, in Gaul, 314, who attended.
It was an interprovincial council, the first of its kind, and notably, the source points out that it included 3 bishops from Britain.
Note that presence. 3 British bishops traveling to the south of France in 314. The church's organizational structure is already that extensive, that far north. Now, the bigger crisis, the Arian controversy. This makes the Donatist fight look like a minor regional squabble.
This explodes in the East, in the intellectual powerhouse of Alexandria. It's a dispute between Alexander, the Bishop of Alexandria, and one of his most popular and charismatic priests, a man named Arius.
Get to the theological crux. Unpack it. Don't just say they disagreed on the nature of Christ. What was Arius's core claim? His slogan.
Arius claimed that the Son was created, that he was the first and greatest creation of God the Father, but that he was nonetheless a creature. His slogan was, there was when he was not.
There was when he was not. Meaning before time began, there was a point when the Father existed, but the Son did not. The Son had a beginning.
Correct. Alexander the Bishop argued for co-eternity. The Father is always Father, which means the Son must always be Son. There was never a time when the Son was not.
Arius wasn't a lone wolf, though. He had powerful allies in the church hierarchy.
Very powerful. His chief supporter was Eusebius of Nicomedia, the bishop of the city where the emperor had his main residence. He had the emperor's ear. He was joined by the famous church historian Eusebius of Caesarea.
Constantine, again, hates division. It offends his sense of imperial order and divine favor. So he calls the first great ecumenical council Nicaea, May 325.
Constantine opens the assembly himself. He arrives wearing purple and gold. There are about 230 bishops there, mostly from the East. They debate, and eventually the council decides decisively against Arius. They adopt a specific technical term to define the Son's relationship to the Father, homoousios.
Homoousios, Greek for of one substance or consubstantial.
Yes.
Why was this specific term so controversial? Not just because Arius and his party disliked it, even some of the more orthodox bishops were uncomfortable with it.
It was controversial for 2 main reasons. First, and most importantly, it's not a word you can find anywhere in the scriptures. You can't find homoousios in the Bible. It's a Greek philosophical term from the word ousia, substance. Many Orthodox traditionalists were deeply uncomfortable making a non-biblical philosophical term the absolute standard of Christian dogma.
There was also a theological fear that it sounded too much like another heresy, Sabellianism.
Right. Sabellianism, or modalism, is the idea that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are not distinct persons, but just 3 different masks or modes that the one God wears. If you say they are of one substance, do you risk losing the real distinction between the Father and the Son? That was the fear.
So Nicaea settles it. Arius is condemned. But does Constantine stay the course and enforce the Nicene Creed?
He does not. He flips completely. Within a few years, influenced by Eusebius of Nicomedia, he begins to see the Nicene party as the real troublemakers. He recalls Arius from exile. He then exiles the great champion of Nicaea, Athanasius of Alexandria. He wanted compromise and peace above all else.
And the final, profound irony of Constantine's life, his baptism.
His baptism occurred on his deathbed in 337. He had put it off his entire life, a common practice at the time, to ensure he could be washed clean of all his sins, including, murdering his wife and son. And it was performed by Eusebius of Nicomedia.
The leader of the Arian sympathizing party.
Yes. The equal to the apostles and the convener of the Council of Nicaea was baptized into the faith by the chief opponent of the Nicene Creed.
It perfectly encapsulates the theological chaos and political maneuvering of the 4th century. Now, let's shift from theology to geography. Section 7. The establishment of Constantinople.
In the year 330, Constantine makes a monumental decision. He moves the capital of the Roman Empire from Rome to the old Greek city of Byzantium, which he rebuilds and renames Constantinople, the city of Constantine.
And the motivation for this was largely religious, wasn't it? Rome was just too pagan.
Rome was dominated by the ancient senatorial families and the great temples of the old gods. He couldn't just clean it up. So he decided to build a new capital from scratch, a Nova Roma, a new Rome. It was to be an explicitly Christian capital. No pagan sacrifice was ever permitted within its walls.
This creates a new ecclesiastical power center overnight. Suddenly, the bishop of this new imperial city thinks he's very important. We need to look at the Council of Constantinople in 381, specifically Canon 3, quote, the demand.
Canon 3 states, "The Bishop of Constantinople shall have the privileges of honor after the Bishop of Rome, because it is New Rome."
Because it is New Rome. Note the logic there. Political status equals spiritual authority. The emperor lives here now, so our bishop is number 2 in the world. How did old Rome react to this?
They rejected it out of hand. Pope Damasus in Rome insisted that Rome's primacy was not based on conciliar decrees or the city's imperial status. It wasn't important because the emperor used to live there.
What was it based on then?
It was based on the voice of our Lord, the Petrine Commission from the Gospel of Matthew. "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church." Rome claimed primacy because it possessed the burial places of the chief apostles, Peter and Paul. Its authority was apostolic, not political. Alexandria and Antioch also claimed apostolic roots. In their eyes, Constantinople was just a political upstart with no apostolic pedigree.
And this sets the stage for centuries of conflict, the growing rift between the Greek East and the Latin West. Now we leave the imperial palaces and go to the desert, the monastic movement.
It begins in the 270s with a figure named Antony in Egypt. He's a young, well-off man who walks into church and hears the gospel text being read. "If you would be perfect, go, sell all that you have and give to the poor." He takes it absolutely literally.
He sells his property and moves out of the village.
Yes, first to the edge of the village and then deeper and deeper into the desert to live as a hermit, an eremite.
But he's just one man hiding in a cave. How did he become an international superstar, the father of monasticism?
Athanasius again. The same Athanasius who was the champion of Nicaea. He knew Antony and wrote the life of Antony. It became the first great hagiography, a spiritual biography that became an international bestseller.
Literary audit. Augustine mentions this book in his Confessions.
He does. It's a pivotal moment in his own conversion story. He describes how a friend told him about a group of high-ranking imperial civil servants at Trier who read the life of Antony and were so moved that they immediately quit their jobs to become monks. The book was that powerful, it was infectious.
So we have Antony, the solitary hermit. But the movement evolves from the hermit model to a community model.
That innovation comes from another Egyptian, Ptolemus, around 313. He created what is known as Cenobitic monasticism at a place called Tabanesis on the Nile. This was communal living.
And it was structured like the military. Ptolemus was an ex-soldier.
Yes, he'd been a conscript in the imperial army. He organized his monastery with military-style discipline. He built walls, he had blocks of cells, standardized uniforms, common assembly halls for prayer and meals. He realized that for most people, living completely alone in a cave just drives them crazy. He created a structure for the ascetic life.
Then the movement gets refined and urbanized by Basil the Great. He takes the monk out of the remote desert and brings him closer to the city.
Basil, Bishop of Caesarea around 370, he integrated monasticism directly with the mission of the bishopric. He established a vast monastic complex outside Caesarea. It was called the Basiliad. And it wasn't just for prayer. It included hospitals, hostels for travelers, and even a leprosy colony. It was monasticism as social service.
I want his genealogy.
Hmm.
This represents an aristocratic takeover of what began as a peasant movement. Anthony was an illiterate Coptic peasant. Basil is a blue-blood intellectual from one of the most distinguished families in the empire.
His family was extraordinary. His grandmother was Saint Macrina the Elder, a confessor who had suffered under the persecutions. His sister was Macrina the Younger, a pioneering nun and spiritual guide. His brother was the great theologian Gregory of Nyssa.
An entire dynasty of saints.
It was. And Basil provided the written rules that shaped all of Eastern monasticism. He emphasized obedience, community, and service over the extreme competitive fasting of the desert hermits.
And this movement drifts westward. Who are the key figures who bring this Egyptian and Cappadocian model to the Latin West?
Martin of Tours is the great pioneer in Gaul. He creates the monk-bishop model, a bishop who lives an ascetic life, but intellectually, the crucial figure is John Cassian. He had spent years studying monasticism in Egypt. Then he brought those Egyptian rules and spiritual practices to Gaul, specifically to Marseille. He wrote two foundational texts, the Institutes and the Conferences. These writings bridged the gap between the Egyptian desert and the Latin-speaking world. Saint Benedict, a century later, specifically recommends reading Cassian in his own Semis rule.
Okay, back to doctrine. Section 9, the Christological crises. We're now in the 5th century. The doctrine of the Trinity is more or less settled at Constantinople in 381. Now they start fighting about the person of Jesus himself.
The conflict ignites around Nestorius, the Patriarch of Constantinople, who was appointed in 428.
He was from the school of Antioch. Theologically, they tended to emphasize the distinction between Christ's humanity and his divinity.
Yes. And Nestorius objected to the popular title Theotokos, which means God-bearer or Mother of God, being applied to the Virgin Mary.
Why? Was he denying that Christ was divine?
No, not at all. His fear was that the title Theotokos implied that Mary was the source of Christ's divinity. If you say Mother of God, it sounds like a human being created God. To avoid this, he proposed the alternative title Christotokos, Christ-bearer, or Mother of Christ.
But to the rival school of Alexandria, this sounded like you were splitting Christ into two separate people.
Exactly. The great opponent of Nestorius was Cyril of Alexandria. He attacked relentlessly. He accused Nestorius of preaching two sons, a divine son and a human son, who were just sort of glued together in a loose moral union. Cyril argued for a hypostatic union, a real, physical, inseparable union of the two natures in one person.
This leads to the Council of Ephesus in 431. Describe the coup. Cyril plays dirty to win.
Cyril arrived early at Ephesus with his delegation of Egyptian bishops. He refused to wait for the Antioch bishops who supported Nestorius to arrive. He opened the council, condemned Nestorius for heresy, and formally deposed him before his defense could even be presented.
And what was the role of the emperor's sister in all this?
The Augusta Pulcheria. She was a devout and powerful supporter of the Theotokos title. She had even taken a public vow of virginity. She used her influence at court to support Cyril against Nestorius. Imperial politics and theology were, as always, intertwined.
So Nestorius is deposed and exiled, but the issue isn't settled. The theological pendulum just swings too far in the other direction.
Yeah.
Enter Eutyches.
Eutyches was an elderly and influential monk from Constantinople, but a firm supporter of the Alexandrian school. He loved the idea of the union of natures so much that he went too far. He started teaching that after the incarnation, there was only one nature in Christ. The humanity was completely swallowed up by the divinity, like a drop of vinegar in the ocean.
Monophysitism. From the Greek, monophysis, one nature.
Yes. This led to the infamous Robber Council of Ephesus in 449. The new Patriarch of Alexandria, Dioscorus, used force. He brought in mobs of club-wielding monks to intimidate the bishops. He ignored the delegates sent by Pope Leo the Great from Rome. It was a complete sham.
Leo's famous letter, the Tome, was ignored. This forces a correction. The Council of Chalcedon in 451.
Pulcheria, who is now the empress, and her new husband, the Emperor Marcian, called the council to clean up the mess. They accepted Pope Leo's tome as the standard of orthodoxy.
And the definition of Chalcedon. This becomes the standard definition of who Christ is for the vast majority of Christians to this day.
The definition states that Christ is one person in two natures, and they used 4 famous adverbs to describe the union of those two natures. They are united unconfusedly, unchangeably, indivisibly, inseparably.
It's a paradox held in place by grammar. But the consequence of this precise definition was a permanent schism.
A massive one. The Coptic Church in Egypt and the churches in Ethiopia and Syria rejected the Council of Chalcedon. They felt it was a betrayal of Cyril and sounded too much like Nestorianism. They held to the one nature or Miaphysite formula. This split between the Chalcedonian and non-Chalcedonian churches is permanent.
Let's turn to the West. Section 10. The Western Titan, Augustine.
Augustine of Hippo, born in 354 in the small town of Thagaste in North Africa.
His intellectual and spiritual journey was not a straight line. He wasn't born a saint.
Not even close. As a young man, he spent 9 years as a hearer in the Manichaean religion.
Which was a form of dualism, Gnostic adjacent.
Correct. They believed in a cosmic battle between a kingdom of light and a kingdom of darkness. He eventually grew disillusioned with their pseudoscience and convoluted mythology. He was then heavily influenced by Neoplatonism through the writings of Plotinus. He moved to Milan in 384 to take up a prestigious post as a professor of rhetoric.
The Milan crisis. This is where it all comes to a head.
He falls under the intellectual and spiritual influence of the powerful bishop of Milan, Ambrose. Ambrose showed him that Christianity could be intellectually respectable, and that the Old Testament could be read allegorically, not just as a collection of strange and violent stories.
And there was the moral struggle, the personal crisis.
The famous prayer from his Confessions. Grant me chastity and continence, but not yet. He was living with a mistress, the mother of his son, Adeodatus. He eventually dismissed her in a heartbreaking scene in preparation for an advantageous marriage he never went through with. He underwent a dramatic conversion experience in a garden and was baptized by Ambrose at Easter 387.
He returns to North Africa to live a quasi-monastic life, but he is forcibly ordained.
In the port city of Hippo, he was just visiting the church, and the congregation literally grabbed him and presented him to the bishop, demanding he be ordained as their priest. He eventually became Bishop of Hippo in 395.
List the adversaries. His massive literary output was almost entirely driven by conflict. He didn't write theology in a vacuum.
No, he wrote against the Manichees, his former group. He wrote against the Donatists, the local schismatics we discussed earlier. And most famously, he wrote against the Pelagians. Pelagius was a British ascetic who argued that human beings could choose to do the good and achieve salvation through their own free will without the absolute necessity of special divine grace. Augustine crushed this idea, developing his famous doctrines of original sin and the absolute necessity of grace for salvation.
And his magnum opus, The City of God. Contextualize it. What prompted him to write it?
It was written in the years after the sack of Rome by the Goths under Alaric in 410. This was a cataclysmic event. And the remaining pagans in the empire blamed the Christians. Their argument was, Rome has fallen because we stopped worshiping Jupiter and the old gods.
And Augustine's thesis.
Augustine completely flipped the script. He separates human history into two cities, the city of God and the city of man. He rejects the optimism of an earlier historian like Eusebius, who saw the Christian Roman Empire as the climax of history. For Augustine, all earthly empires, including Rome, rise and fall. They are all, at their core, based on violence and self-love. The city of God is a distinct pilgrim society of those who love God. Rome doesn't ultimately matter.
His death.
He died in August of 430. At the time, the Vandal tribe was besieging his city of Hippo.
And his library.
It was preserved. His disciples managed to save his writings while the city around them was being destroyed. And that library, in many ways, built the intellectual framework of the Western Middle Ages.
Section 11. Missionary expansion. We tend to have a very Romano-centric view of early Christianity. Let's look east of the Roman frontier.
The cities of Edessa and Nisibis in Mesopotamia, these were major Syriac-speaking centers of Christianity. From there, the faith expanded east into the Persian Empire and north into Armenia and Georgia, and even, according to tradition, as far as India.
Distinguish the theological labels that were applied to these churches.
The Persian Church, or the Church of the East, is often labeled Nestorian because it rejected the Council of Ephesus and sheltered Nestorian refugees from the Roman Empire. The Armenian Church is often labeled Monophysite because it rejected the Council of Chalcedon.
Now look south to Aksum, modern-day Ethiopia.
The key figure there is Frumentius in the 4th century. He's a Syrian Christian who was shipwrecked on the coast, rose to influence in the Ethiopian royal court, and eventually was consecrated as the first bishop of Aksum by none other than Athanasius of Alexandria.
Language.
This was crucial. They translated the Bible into the local language, Ge'ez. This gave Ethiopia its own unique and ancient Christian literature independent of Greek or Latin.
What about monasticism there?
According to tradition, the 9 saints, Syrian monks fleeing persecution after Chalcedon arrived and founded incredible monasteries like Dabra Domo, built on top of inaccessible mountains in the late 5th century.
And finally, look west, beyond the collapsing imperial frontier.
The most famous figure is, of course, Patrick in the 5th century, who went to Ireland. He was a Roman Briton who had been kidnapped by Irish pirates as a boy, escaped, and then chose to go back as a missionary to evangelize.
Dating protocol. We need to mention the man who invented our modern dating system.
Ah, yes. Dionysius Exiguus, a monk living in Rome around the year 525. He was tasked with calculating the future dates of Easter, and he decided to stop dating years from the reign of the persecuting emperor Diocletian, which was a common practice. Instead, he chose to number the years from his estimate of the incarnation of the Lord. He invented Anno Domini, A.D.
And the Franks. Clovis.
Clovis was the pagan king of the Franks. He was baptized as a Catholic Christian around the year 496. This was strategically crucial because most of the other Germanic tribes that had invaded the West, the Goths, the Vandals, were Arian Christians.
Huh.
By converting to Catholicism, Clovis allied himself directly with the Roman Gallic bishops and the papacy, paving the way for the future of the French monarchy's relationship with Rome.
Last section. Section 12. The twilight of antiquity. The early 6th century. Italy is now under the rule of the Ostrogoths.
Yes, ruled from Ravenna by their king, Theodoric the Great. He was an Arian ruling a Catholic population.
And for a while, the compromise held. He respected Roman institutions and employed Roman senators, but then it all broke down. Boethius.
Anicius Manlius Severinus Boethius. He was a senator, a consul, master of the offices. He was probably the smartest man in the West at the time, attempting to translate all of Plato and Aristotle into Latin.
He falls under suspicion of conspiracy with the Eastern Emperor in Constantinople. Theodoric has him arrested and locked in a tower. He was executed in 524.
And while in that prison, he wrote his masterpiece.
The Consolation of Philosophy.
Yes. A profound dialogue between himself and a personified lady philosophy. It became one of the most read and most influential books of the entire Middle Ages.
And his colleague, Cassiodorus.
Cassiodorus survived the political purges. He saw the writing on the wall. He retired from public life to his estate, which he named Vivarium. And there he focused on preserving knowledge. He realized that darkness was coming, the loss of Greek, the collapse of civilization, so he set his monks to the task of copying and preserving manuscripts, both sacred and classical.
Then comes Justinian's reconquest.
The Emperor Justinian from Constantinople launches a massive military campaign in the 530s and 540s to retake Italy from the Goths. A complete social disaster for Italy. The decades-long war destroyed the Ostrogothic kingdom, but it also devastated the country, shattered the aqueducts, and completely depopulated the city of Rome. It turned Italy from the heart of an empire into a ruin.
The center collapses, and the periphery rises.
The source concludes by noting that the intellectual and spiritual dynamism of the Christian world shifts to the periphery, to places like Ireland and Anglo-Saxon Britain. It mentions figures like Bede and Alfred the Great, who would later carry on the work of translation and learning that Boethius and Cassiodorus had attempted. The old center, Constantinople, remained static, frozen in its imperial grandeur. The future, surprisingly, was in the barbarian West.
And that is where the source material for this period terminates.
The audit is complete.
End of file. Then we went to Greece, and the Greeks led us to the edifices where they worshiped their god, and we knew not whether we were in heaven or on earth. For on earth there is no such splendor or such beauty, and we are at a loss how to describe it. We know only that God dwells there among men, and their service is fairer than the ceremonies of other nations, for we cannot forget that beauty.
Stop. Stop right there. Before we go any further, we have to place that text. Who is speaking, and what is the exact document this comes from?
This is the official report. It's from the emissary sent by Vladimir, the Prince of Kiev.
And the source?
The document is the primary chronicle, generally dated to the 11th century.
Okay, so this is an intelligence report. It's often presented as some kind of spiritual epiphany, but it's the result of a forensic investigation. Vladimir didn't just happen upon the Greeks.
No, absolutely not. It was a commissioned audit.
Of how many groups? The text is specific.
He sent agents to 4 distinct religious traditions to weigh them against each other.
Identify the other 3 contenders. This wasn't a foregone conclusion.
Right. It was a comparative audit of the major monotheisms available to him. He dispatched emissaries to the Khazars,
representing Judaism.
Representing Judaism, yes.
Yes.
Then to the Germans.
For Latin, or what we call Catholic Christianity.
Correct. And then to the Bulgars on the Volga.
For Islam.
And only after all of that did they go to the Greeks, to Constantinople, for Orthodox Christianity. They were the final stop.
So this was a competitive analysis, a market survey. Now let's look at the winning criteria from that quote you read. Don't just read it, parse it. What is the core assertion being made?
The assertion is fundamentally metaphysical.
Unpack that.
The emissaries are claiming that the liturgy, the sensory experience of the great church of St. Sophia, it was so total, so overwhelming that it effectively erased the boundary between the terrestrial and the celestial.
Give me the line again.
We knew not whether we were in heaven or on earth.
That's it. That is the operational definition of the Byzantine Church for this entire deep dive. The systematic, intentional erasure of the boundary between the divine and the human world. So with that established, let's define the scope of our own audit. Geographically, what are we talking about when we say the Orthodox Church in Byzantium?
Well, the nerve center is obviously Constantinople, specifically the great church of St. Sophia.
But the jurisdiction extends far beyond the city walls.
Oh, massively. It covers the four great Eastern Patriarchates. So in the early period, you're looking at a huge territory: Asia Minor, Greece, the entire Near East, Egypt, the Balkans.
Then in the later expansion.
And then, as this very report shows, it expands north into Russia and Ukraine.
Okay. Geographical boundaries established. Now, chronological constraints. The dossier for this audit provides a very specific start date and a very specific end date. State them.
The timeline is set at 527 CE to 1453 CE.
527. The church had already existed for 500 years. Why does the text isolate that specific year as the beginning of the Byzantine Church? Justify that date.
527 is the accession of the Emperor Justinian I. The argument presented is that this is the precise moment that Orthodox Christianity achieves what the text calls its definitive character.
Definitive character is vague. What does that mean in concrete terms?
It means this is the point where the liturgy transforms from, a relatively simple rite into a full-blown imperial ceremony. It's also the period where you see the solidification of popular devotion to icons, to relics, and especially to the Virgin Mary. All the hallmarks become fixed.
All right, so 527 is the formation of the classic Byzantine religious identity, now the terminus. 1453, justify it.
1453 is the fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks.
And its significance.
It marks the absolute definitive end of the union between the Orthodox Church and the secular power of the Eastern Roman Empire. The two were intertwined for 1,000 years, and that's the moment the cord is cut.
You used the term secular arm. This brings us to political ideology. In the Byzantine imagination, what was the relationship between the state on earth and the kingdom of heaven?
The state, the empire itself, was understood by everyone, from the emperor to the peasants, as an earthly image, a mimesis of the heavenly kingdom.
Meaning it was hierarchical.
Strictly hierarchical. The logic was simple and powerful. Just as there is one God ruling the cosmos, there must be one absolute ruler on earth, one emperor representing Christ.
Who was the original architect of this political theology? He's named in the text.
That would be Eusebius of Caesarea.
The 4th century historian.
Exactly. He was Constantine the Great's apologist, and he was the one who brilliantly fused Christian ideology with much older Hellenistic concepts of divine kingship. He created the blueprint.
And yet the text we're analyzing explicitly rejects a specific term for this arrangement. What is it?
It rejects the term Caesaropapism.
Why? On the surface, it seems to fit. An emperor with immense religious influence.
Because the emperor, for all his power, was not a priest. He was not ordained. He could call councils, he could appoint patriarchs, but he could not celebrate the liturgy. He had immense power, yes, but the patriarch possessed a distinct spiritual authority.
And that authority wasn't just symbolic. The patriarch could, and frequently did, oppose imperial policy. Prove it. Give me the specific examples of patriarchal opposition listed in our dossier.
The text cites 3 major prolonged conflicts. First, the monothelite controversy.
7th century.
7th century, yes. Second, the entire iconoclast controversy, which raged across the 8th and 9th centuries.
And the third.
Various negotiations for reunion with the papacy, particularly in the 13th and 15th centuries. In every single one of those cases, you have the patriarch or the church synod or the monastic party standing in direct opposition to the emperor's will.
So the checks and balances were real even if the system was autocratic. Okay. Let's move into the first period. Segment 2, the 6th century. We have to start with the man himself, Justinian. Profile him.
Justinian I, he reigns from 527 to 565. He comes to power succeeding his uncle, Justin I.
And his origins. He wasn't born in the purple.
Not at all. He was from peasant stock, from the Latin-speaking Balkan provinces, but he was incredibly intelligent, highly educated, and, what's crucial for our purposes, absolutely obsessed with dogmatic theology.
What were his overarching strategic goals as emperor?
They were twofold, and they were massive in scale. First, military reconquest. He was determined to take back the lost Western Empire.
Which territory?
North Africa from the Vandals, Italy from the Ostrogoths, and parts of Spain from the Visigoths.
And his second grand project?
Church reunification. Domestically, his primary religious focus was on reconciling the Monophysites in the eastern provinces. He saw the doctrinal split as a critical threat to imperial unity.
He also had a very clear domestic religious policy when it came to paganism. The text gives us a specific date and a specific action that demonstrates his intent to completely eradicate it.
That would be the year 529 CE.
And the action.
Justinian ordered the closure of the Academy of Athens, the Platonic Academy.
529. The symbolic, formal end of institutional classical pagan philosophy. Now let's pivot to the liturgy. You said earlier that under Justinian, the divine liturgy becomes this grand imperial rite. Detail the specific additions that made it so.
Well, one of the most significant additions highlighted in the text is the Cherubic hymn. Cherubic hymn.
Explain its function. What does it do in the service?
It's the hymn that's sung during the Great Entrance, which is when the bread and wine, the gifts, are transferred from the preparation table to the altar. The lyrics themselves are a command.
A command to do what?
To lay aside all earthly cares. The congregation is symbolically joining the angels to receive the King of all. It's a moment of intense mystical drama.
And what about the physical performance of the liturgy? It wasn't just confined within the church walls.
No, that's another key development. The rise of stational liturgies. These were massive public processions that moved through the city from one church to another.
Who participated?
Everyone. The clergy, of course, the emperor and his court, and the general population of Constantinople. It turned the entire city into a liturgical space. It was a mobile, collective act of worship.
Hymnography. The text we're reviewing makes a clear distinction between two forms, the Kontakion and the canon. Let's start with the first. Define the Kontakion.
The Kontakion is defined in the source as a narrative sermon, but in verse. They're often quite long and feature dramatic dialogue, telling a Bible story or the life of a saint, but always with a clear theological lesson.
And who is the key figure associated with perfecting this form during Justinian's reign?
That would be Romanos the Melodist. He is considered the master of the Kontakion.
And the canon, how did it differ?
The canon is a later development. It doesn't really get introduced until the 8th century, and its function is different. It's a much more complex structure of 9 odes, and it was created specifically for the service of Orthros, which is Matins, the morning prayer service.
Okay, finally, for this section, architecture, St. Sophia, the great church. It's the physical embodiment of everything we've been discussing. The text provides contemporary reactions in footnotes 3 and 4. I want those descriptions read into the record.
Right. Footnote 3 quotes a contemporary source stating, "The church has been made a spectacle of great beauty, stupendous to those who see it, and altogether incredible to those who hear of it."
And the second one, footnote 4.
Footnote 4 is from Procopius, Justinian's official historian. He says, "He built an incomparably great pile, such as has never been recorded." I mean, the great church that is so beautiful and glorious as to exceed the power of speech.
An incomparably great pile. That's the assessment. All right, let's shift focus. Segment 3, dogmatic theology. We are still in the 6th century. To understand Justinian's theological project, we first have to go back. We must understand the context of the Council of Chalcedon in 451.
Chalcedon is an attempt to forge a compromise, really, between two opposing schools of theological thought.
Name them.
You had the Alexandrian school, which tended to emphasize the unity of Christ and used a more allegorical interpretation of Scripture. And you had the Antiochian school, which was very focused on the literal interpretation and stressed the distinction between Christ's human and divine natures.
And the compromise formula they produce?
The compromise was the definition that Christ exists in two natures. This is the formal Diophysite position.
And this compromise failed to appease whom?
It fundamentally failed to appease the Monophysites, particularly in Egypt and Syria. For them, speaking of two natures after the union, sounded like it was dividing Christ into two separate beings. It sounded like Nestorianism all over again.
Okay, so that's the unstable background. Into this steps a new theological formula, Theopaschatism. The text dates its introduction to 519. What is the formula?
The formula is one of the Holy Trinities suffered in the flesh.
Introduced by whom?
A group of Scythian monks who came to Constantinople, promoting it as a way to bridge the divide with the Monophysites.
And who opposed it? The text names a specific monastery with a very descriptive Greek name.
They were opposed by the monastery of the Akomitoi.
And the meaning of ekoimetoi.
It means the sleepless ones.
Why did they oppose it? What was the theological danger they saw in the formula?
For them, it seemed to blur the lines. It risked implying that the Godhead itself, the divine nature, was subject to passion and suffering, which they saw as a violation of classical Christian theology.
But Justinian sided with the Scythian monks. He accepted the formula. This is the beginning of what the text calls Neo-Chalcedonianism. What was the intellectual strategy behind this movement?
The strategy was essentially to reread Chalcedon through the lens of a specific earlier theologian, Cyril of Alexandria. The goal was to reclaim Cyril, who was a hero to the Monophysites, and prove that his theology was perfectly compatible with the Chalcedonian definition.
How did they do that?
By producing collections of his writings, things like the Florilegium Cyrillianum, which were carefully selected to demonstrate his Chalcedonian credentials. It was a sophisticated theological project.
But the Monophysites were not a monolithic bloc. They had their own internal divisions and their own champions. The text distinguishes between two major figures, Severus of Antioch and Julian of Halicarnassus. Do not gloss over the difference. Detail the respective positions.
Okay. Severus of Antioch is described as a moderate monophysite. He taught that Christ has one divine nature, yes, but that this one nature is formed out of both human and divine qualities. He rejected the two natures language as logically dividing Christ, but he absolutely affirmed Christ's full humanity.
And Julian?
Julian of Halicarnassus was an extreme monophysite, sometimes called an aphthartidosate. He went much further. He taught that the body of Christ was inherently incorruptible, even before the resurrection.
Okay, so this is the complex, fractured landscape that Justinian tries to resolve once and for all. This brings us to the Fifth Ecumenical Council in Constantinople, 553. This was his grand theological summit. The text lists three specific conclusions that were agreed upon. State them precisely.
First, the council affirmed the unity of Christ in one divine hypostasis, or person.
That's a direct concession to the Cyrillian view. What's the second conclusion?
Second, it gave formal ecumenical approval to the Theopachite formula. One of the Holy Trinities suffered in the flesh.
So the sleepless ones lost that debate decisively. And the third conclusion, this one was the most controversial.
The third was the condemnation of the so-called three chapters.
And who or what were the three chapters?
They were the writings of three long-dead theologians, Theodore of Mopsuestia, Theodoret of Cyrus, and Ibis of Edessa.
All of whom were proponents of which school of thought?
The Antiochian school, the very school that was seen as the theological ancestor of Nestorianism.
So let's be clear. Justinian, a Chalcedonian emperor, convened a council that ended up condemning theologians from his own Chalcedonian side in an attempt to appease the Monophysites.
That's exactly what happened.
Did it work?
No, it was a catastrophic failure. It alienated many in the West who saw it as a betrayal of Chalcedon, and it still failed to reconcile a majority of Monophysites in the East.
And in fact, it led to the establishment of a formal rival church hierarchy. By whom?
By a man named Jacob Baradeos.
Who ordained him? This is a key detail.
He was secretly ordained by the Empress Theodora, Justinian's own wife, who was a staunch Monophysite sympathizer. He then traveled throughout the East, ordaining a vast network of rival Monophysite bishops and priests, creating the foundation of what would become the Syrian Orthodox Church.
Before we leave the 6th century, we have to address one more theological front. Monastic theology, specifically the controversy surrounding Evagrios and Origen. Why were they condemned in 543 and again at the council in 553?
The issue was primarily with the writings of Origen, particularly his work on first principles. Certain ideas in that book, which had become popular in some monastic circles, were deemed heretical.
Be specific. What ideas? Don't just say heretical.
I'll text list several. The preexistence of souls, the idea that our souls existed before our bodies, the doctrine of apokatastasis or universal salvation, which implied even the devil would eventually be saved.
And what about the physical body?
The idea that in the resurrection, our bodies would be perfectly spherical, and perhaps most alarmingly for the hierarchy, the claim by some extremist monks that through contemplation they could achieve a state of being equal to Christ.
That claim of equality would be seen as a direct challenge to the entire structure of the church. Okay, segment 4, we now move into the 7th century, the crisis. set the military context. It's a period of absolute catastrophe.
Catastrophe is the right word. It starts with the Persian invasion. In 614, the Sassanid Persians captured Jerusalem.
And they take the most sacred relic in all of Christendom.
They take the true cross, they carry it off to their capital, Ctesiphon. It was a devastating psychological blow.
But there is a counterattack.
Yes, the Emperor Heraclius launches a massive, desperate campaign between 619 and 628. He actually manages to defeat the Persians and recover the lost territories and the cross.
But there is no relief. The moment one threat is neutralized, another, even greater one appears.
Exactly. Immediately following Heraclius's victory, the Arab conquests begin. The newly unified Islamic armies erupt out of Arabia and sweep through Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, the very heartlands of the empire.
And there's a specific siege of Constantinople mentioned in the year 626. Who were the aggressors, and crucially, who is credited with the city's defense?
The aggressors were a combined force of Avars and Slavs who besieged the city by land and sea. But the defense, according to the chronicles, was led by the Virgin Mary herself.
The Theotokos.
Yes. The story is that she appeared on the walls and helped fight off the attackers. This event solidified her role as the supernatural protector of Constantinople.
In the midst of this crisis and piety, we have a text mentioned called The Spiritual Meadow by John Moskos. I want the specific account from that book regarding the well at Apamea. It's a perfect illustration of the practical theology of icons at the time.
Right. Moskos tells the story of a Christ-loving woman in the city of Apamea. She had a deep well dug, but it remained completely dry.
And the solution.
She has a vision. The vision tells her to send for the picture, the icon, of a local holy man, Abba Theodosios. She gets the icon, and on its instruction, she has it lowered down into the dry well shaft.
And the result.
The text says that immediately, water began to flow from the depths and filled the shaft halfway. The icon had performed a miracle.
The icon itself, not the saint, but his image. This is a crucial point for later. Now, the great theological controversy of this chaotic century, monothelitism, trace its evolution. It begins not as monothelitism, but as monoenergism.
Correct. The Patriarch of Constantinople, Sergius, trying to find another compromise formula to bring the monophysites back, proposes monoenergism.
Define it.
The idea is that Christ has two natures, as Chalcedon said, but only a single activity or energy. It was an attempt to stress Christ's unity of action.
And it had some initial success.
It did. It was accepted by Kairos Ephasus, who became Patriarch of Alexandria, and even initially by Pope Honorius in Rome.
But who opposed it, and why?
The most formidable opponent was Sophronios, who became the Patriarch of Jerusalem. In 634, he issued a famous synodical letter.
What was his argument?
He argued that an energy or activity is a property of a nature. So if you say Christ has only one energy, you are implicitly saying he has only one nature. Sophronios saw it as monophysitism in disguise.
So under pressure, the formula shifts from one energy to one will, monothelitism.
Exactly. The focus changes from single activity to single will, thelema. The Emperor Heraclius makes this the new official policy in an imperial decree called the Ekthesis in 638.
Which was then followed by another decree.
Yes. His successor, Constans II, issued the Typos, which went even further and simply forbade any discussion of the matter of Christ's wills or energies at all.
Into this imperial command for silence steps the great opponent of the doctrine, Maximus the Confessor. Unpack his theology. Why was a single will in Christ so unacceptable to him?
Maximus's argument, influenced by thinkers like Origen and Pseudo-Dionysius, was fundamentally about salvation. For him, salvation was cosmic redemption. If Christ did not possess a fully human will, then he was not fully human. And if Christ was not fully human, then our humanity, with its broken will, could not be healed and deified.
So he and Pope Martin I in Rome openly resisted the imperial decrees. The text describes their fates explicitly. State them, this is the price of dissent.
Pope Martin was arrested by imperial troops in Rome, dragged to Constantinople, tried for treason, and exiled to Cherson in the Crimea. He died there for mistreatment in 655.
And Maximus?
Maximus was also arrested and tried for treason. He was tortured. His tongue was cut out so he could no longer preach, and his right hand was cut off so he could no longer write.
The text uses the word mutilated.
Yes, mutilated. And then he was exiled to Lazica on the Black Sea coast, where he also died soon after.
And the final resolution of this century-long debate.
It comes at the Sixth Ecumenical Council, held in Constantinople in 680-681. Monotheism was formally condemned as heresy, and the doctrine of two wills in Christ, a divine will and a human will, was affirmed as orthodox.
A victory for Maximus's theology, but long after his death. Okay, Segment 5. We now enter the iconoclast controversy, 726 to 843, a century of civil war over images. Phase 1 begins with Emperor Leo III in 726, what supposedly sparked his opposition to icons.
Well, the primary source, the chronicler Theophanes, who was fiercely pro-icon, claims that Leo interpreted a massive undersea volcanic eruption and subsequent tidal wave in the Aegean Sea as a sign of God's wrath.
Wrath against what?
Against the idolatry of the people. But the text also suggests other possible influences, like the strict aniconism of neighboring Islamic and Jewish cultures.
Let's review the arguments of the other side. The iconophiles, the defenders of icons, how did they counter the charge of idolatry?
They had several lines of argument. One was to point to images that were believed to be made without hands, archaeorotoid, like the Mandalion of Edessa, supposedly a cloth with Christ's face miraculously imprinted on it.
But what was the core theological defense? It comes from John of Damascus.
John of Damascus, writing from the safety of Muslim-controlled territory, laid out the definitive defense. First, he made a crucial distinction.
A distinction between what?
Between a natural image, like the sun being the perfect image of the Father, and a man-made icon, which is an artificial representation.
And he also introduced a critical distinction in the type of honor given to them. I want the Greek terms.
He distinguished between proskinesis, which is veneration or reverence that can be given to an icon, and latria, which is true worship, which can only be offered to God alone.
And what was his ultimate Christological argument? This is the central point.
His argument was that to deny that Christ can be depicted in an icon is to deny the reality of the incarnation. If the Son of God truly became visible, tangible matter, then he can and must be depicted. To say otherwise is to fall into a kind of Docetism, denying he was truly human.
Okay, so that's the first phase. The controversy dies down but then reignites. Phase 2, from 815 to 843. Who are the key theological figures on the iconophile side this time?
Theodore of Studios and the Patriarch Nikephoros.
And did they simply repeat John of Damascus, or did they refine the argument?
They refined it. They developed a much more positive theology of the material world, arguing that because of the incarnation, the entire created order is good and capable of mediating God's presence. God is present in and through the created world, including the wood and paint of an icon.
But the persecution was intense, especially under the Emperor Constantine V. The text cites a specific, profoundly humiliating event that took place in the Hippodrome. Describe it.
Yes. Theophanes reports that Constantine V rounded up abbots and monks from the city's monasteries and forced them to parade in the Hippodrome, with each monk being forced to hold a woman by the hand as a way to mock their vows of celibacy and break their spirit.
And the final restoration of the icons. When and by whom?
The restoration came in 843, orchestrated by the Empress Theodora, who was acting as regent for her young son, Michael III.
The specific date is recorded.
Yes, it's celebrated as the Triumph of Orthodoxy on the first Sunday of Lent, March 11th, 843.
And the official document that sealed this victory.
The Synodicon of Orthodoxy, a text which is read aloud in Orthodox churches to this day. It anathematizes the iconoclasts and affirms the veneration of holy images.
A definitive end to the crisis. Segment 6, the 9th century. A period of renaissance, but also a new schism. The text describes a conflict within the church following the restoration of icons. Between which two parties?
It was a deep conflict between the secular or political clergy, represented by the Patriarch Methodios, and the hardline monastic party, represented by the followers of Theodore of Studios, the Stoudites.
What were they fighting about?
Leniency. Methodios was willing to be lenient towards clergy who had lapsed during iconoclasm, while the Stoudites demanded rigorous punishment. It was a battle over the soul of the post-iconoclast church.
This period also saw significant liturgical reform driven by the monasteries.
Yes. This is when the monastic houses, particularly the Studian, really begin to shape the parish liturgy. They introduced the full cycle of canons into the Orthros service and established the practice of all-night vigils for major feasts.
And now we come to the great personality clash of the century, Photios versus Ignatius. Set the scene.
The Patriarch Ignatius, favored by the monastic party, was deposed by the emperor in 858. In his place, the emperor appointed Photios,
Who was a layman.
a brilliant layman, a high-ranking civil servant, and arguably the most learned man of his age, but a layman nonetheless. He was rushed through all the clerical ranks in less than a week.
And this appointment was challenged by whom?
Pope Nicholas I in Rome. He refused to recognize Photios, siding with Ignatius's supporters.
This political dispute then explodes into a major theological controversy over what word?
the Filioque.
Explain the addition. What is it?
It's the Latin Church's addition to the Nicene Creed. They added the words, "and the Son," Filioque, to the phrase describing the procession of the Holy Spirit. So it reads, "who proceeds from the Father and the Son."
And what was the precise theological implication that Photios identified as being so dangerous?
Photios argued that this addition was a heresy because it introduced two principles or sources of causation into the Godhead. For the Greeks, the Father is the sole source, the sole arch of the Trinity. The Filioque, he claims, subordinated the Spirit and broke the monarchy of the Father.
And this culminated in what action at the Synod of 867?
Photios convened a synod in Constantinople, which anathematized Pope Nicholas I and condemned the Filioque. This is often seen as the first major schism.
Let's move to segment 7, the missions to the Slavs. This is the great expansion of the 9th century. We begin with the two brothers, Cyril and Methodios. Where were they from?
They were from Thessaloniki, a Greek city, but one with a large Slavic-speaking population, so they were bilingual.
Their first mission, according to the text.
They were sent on a mission to the Khazars, but the text notes it was a failure. They didn't convert them.
But their most famous mission was to Moravia in 862. At whose request?
At the request of the Moravian prince, Radislav, who wanted to establish a church independent of his German neighbors.
And their key innovation to achieve this?
The invention of an alphabet for the Slavic language. Cyril created the Glagolitic script to translate the Gospels and liturgical texts.
But their mission ultimately ran into opposition from German clergy. What was the final outcome for Methodios after his brother Cyril's death in Rome?
It was tragic. He returned to Moravia, but was eventually imprisoned by the Germans, constantly harassed, and after his death in 885, his followers were rounded up and sold into slavery.
So the Moravian mission failed, but their work found fertile ground elsewhere. Bulgaria. Who was the ruler who converted?
Khan Boris. He was baptized in 864, taking the Christian name Michael.
And he vacillated between Rome and Constantinople.
For years, yes. He played them off against each other to get the best deal for an independent Bulgarian church. But the Council of 870 in Constantinople ultimately placed Bulgaria under the jurisdiction of the Byzantine Patriarchate.
And the script, what happened to Glagolitic?
It was replaced. The Bulgarians adopted a new script developed by the disciples of Cyril and Methodios, which was based on Greek letters. They named it Cyrillic in honor of their master.
Now, the Resses, who were they?
The Varangians, basically Scandinavian traders and warriors who established settlements along the river routes, with key centers at Novgorod and Kiev.
Their first major contact with Byzantium was hostile.
Very. They laid siege to Constantinople in 860. But this also exposed them to the wealth and religion of the empire.
And Vladimir's conversion in 988, which brings us back to where we started. The text notes there were pragmatic reasons beyond the beauty of the liturgy. What were they?
It was a political calculation. The Byzantine emperor, Basil II, desperately needed military aid. Vladimir provided it, and in return, he received an alliance and, unprecedentedly, the hand of the emperor's sister, Anna, in marriage.
So conversion was part of a political and military pact. What does the text say about the ethics of this new Kievan Christianity?
It seems to have a profound impact. Vladimir is said to have abolished capital punishment and torture, and the church began to establish a wide network of social services, hospitals, and schools.
Okay, segment 8. We're now in the period from the 10th to the 12th centuries. We begin with the Tetragamy crisis. It centers on Emperor Leo VI. What was his marital history?
It was problematic. His first wife, Theophano, died. His second wife, Zoe, died. His third wife, Eudocia, also died in childbirth. And the Orthodox Church strictly forbade a fourth marriage.
But he had a mistress.
Yes, Zoe Carbonopsina. And she had given him what he desperately wanted. A male heir.
The son's name is significant.
Constantine Porphyrogennetos.
Million.
Born in the purple. It signifies a legitimate imperial heir born in the special porphyry chamber of the palace.
So this creates the conflict. Describe it.
The patriarch, Nicholas Mystikos, agreed to a compromise. He would baptize the baby in 906, legitimizing him as heir. But he absolutely forbade Leo from marrying the boy's mother, Zoe. A fourth marriage was out of the question.
And Leo's response?
Leo married her anyway, in secret. The patriarch then barred him from entering St. Sophia. In response, Leo deposed the patriarch and appealed to the other patriarchs and the Pope in Rome, who granted him a dispensation. It caused a huge schism in the church.
Now, monastic land legislation, a practice called charistic, define it.
It was the practice of granting the administration and revenues of a monastery to a layman, often a powerful aristocrat or court official, supposedly to manage it.
But it was abused.
Massively. It led to the stripping of monastic assets. The problem became so bad that in 964, the Emperor Nicephorus II Phocas issued a law banning all new monastic foundations to curb their growth.
But that ban didn't last.
No, it was deeply unpopular. Emperor Basil II repealed it in 988.
A key figure from this period, Saint Simeon the New Theologian. What was his central doctrine?
Simeon was the abbot of the St. Mamas Monastery. His teaching was radical for the time. He insisted on the necessity of a direct, conscious, personal experience of God.
And this experience took what form?
The vision of the divine, uncreated light, the same light the apostles saw at the Transfiguration. He claimed that this was not just for ancient saints, but was possible for every baptized Christian.
Let's turn to the Schism of 1054. The context is a dispute in southern Italy.
Yes, the Normans were conquering Byzantine territories there. This led to friction over liturgical practices, specifically the Latin use of unleavened bread or azymes for the Eucharist, and clerical celibacy.
Who are the key players in the final confrontation?
The unyielding Patriarch of Constantinople, Michael Carolarios, and the equally arrogant papal legate, Cardinal Humbert.
And I need the specific date and the specific action that formalized the break.
On July 16, 1054, Cardinal Humbert marched into St. Sophia during the liturgy and slapped a bull of excommunication against Carolarios and his followers on the main altar. Carolarios responded by excommunicating Humbert.
All right, heresies and trials. John Idalos. He was put on trial in 1082. For what crime?
For being a philosopher, specifically for applying Neoplatonic and other pagan philosophical methods to Christian theology in a way that the Church deemed rationalistic and dangerous. His condemnation was actually added to the Synodicon of Orthodoxy.
And the Bogomils?
They were a dualist sect, probably originating in Bulgaria. They taught that the entire material world was the creation of the devil.
What was their fate?
They were systematically persecuted. The text notes that their leader, a man named Basil the Bogomil, was publicly burned at the stake in the Hippodrome by Emperor Alexios I.
Segment 9. The Crusades. 1097 to 1204. What was the origin of the First Crusade?
It originated with an appeal for help from Emperor Alexios I. He sent envoys to Pope Urban II at the Council of Piacenza in 1095.
What was he asking for?
He was asking for Western mercenary troops to help him fight the Seljuk Turks, who had overrun Asia Minor.
But there was a fundamental misunderstanding of objectives.
A complete misunderstanding. Alexius expected a manageable force of professional soldiers who would be under his command. Pope Urban launched a massive popular movement, a holy war, whose leaders had no intention of being Byzantine subordinates. They wanted to carve out their own independent kingdoms in the east.
The First Crusade captures Jerusalem.
On the 15th of July, 1099.
And relations between the Byzantines and the Crusaders deteriorated from there.
Rapidly. The Second Crusade of 1147 was a disaster. By the Third Crusade, the Emperor Isaac II was actively ambushing the forces of the German Emperor Frederick Barbarossa as they marched through his territory.
Which brings us to the Fourth Crusade in 1204.
The Great Catastrophe. The crusade was diverted from its original target of Egypt to Constantinople, ostensibly to settle a succession dispute.
And the result?
The sack of the city. On the 13th of April, 1204, the Crusader army breached the walls and subjected the greatest city in Christendom to 3 days of horrific looting, desecration, and slaughter.
The text makes a stark claim about this event.
Yes, it identifies this moment, 1204, not 1054, as the true date of the schism, the point of no return.
Segment 10. The period of Latin occupation and the rise of the Slavic churches. What happened to the Byzantine Empire after 1204?
It was fragmented. The Crusaders established a Latin empire, which they called Romania, in Constantinople. But Byzantine successor states emerged in the unconquered territories.
Name them.
There were 3 main ones. The Empire of Nicaea, led by the Laskora dynasty, the Despotate of Epirus, under the Angelos family, and the Empire of Trebizond on the Black Sea coast.
Which of these ultimately retook the capital?
Nicaea. The Emperor John III Ducas Vatatzes rebuilt its economy and military, setting the stage for the recapture.
Which was accomplished by whom and when?
By Michael VIII Palaeologos in 1261. He snuck a general into the city when the Venetian fleet was away.
While Byzantium was in exile, the Slavic churches asserted their independence. Let's start with Serbia.
The key figure is Saint Sava. He secured autocephaly, or self-governing status, for the Serbian Church in 1219. Later in the 14th century, the powerful ruler Stefano IV Duce created a Serbian empire and unilaterally declared his own Serbian patriarchate in 1346.
And Russia, what was the major event of the 13th century for them?
The Mongol invasion beginning in 1237, it was an apocalypse that devastated the Kievan state.
This forced a critical choice upon the Russian princes, exemplified by Alexander Nevsky. What was that choice?
Alexander Nevsky's strategy was to submit politically to the Mongol Tatars in the east in order to preserve the strength to fight the German Teutonic Knights who were attacking from the west. It was a choice to prioritize religious preservation over political independence. He saw the Catholic Knights as a greater threat to orthodoxy than the pagan Mongols.
Okay, segment 11, the final chapter. The Paleologan period, from 1261 to 1453. The restored empire was weak, and this led to desperate attempts at church union. The first was the Union of Lyons in 1274. What was the political motivation for Emperor Michael VIII?
Pure survival. He was terrified of a massive crusade being launched to retake Constantinople, led by the powerful Charles of Anjou, the King of Sicily. The union was a political move to get the Pope to call off the attack.
So he sent a delegate to sign the union.
Yes, George Acropolites signed the union, accepting papal primacy and the filioque, but it was massively rejected back home. The Patriarch Joseph was deposed and replaced by a pro-unionist, John Bekos, but the clergy and people refused to accept it.
This union failed, but it did produce a significant theological refutation of the filioque.
It did. A theologian named Gregory of Cyprus refined the Greek position. He argued that the Spirit proceeds from the Father through the Son. It's an eternal manifestation, not a separate cause of being.
Now, the great mystical movement of this late period, Hesychasm, who was its primary theologian.
Gregory Palamas.
And what was his key theological distinction? This is crucial.
Palamas made a distinction between God's unknowable essence, or ousia, and God's knowable and communicable energies, or energei. He argued that humans cannot know God's essence, but we can participate directly in his divine energies, like the uncreated light.
And this is a controversial idea. Who was his chief opponent?
A Calabrian Greek monk named Barlaam. He was trained in Western scholasticism and argued that Palamas' theology was irrational and heretical, a form of Messalianism.
And Palamas' victory was sealed where?
At a series of councils in Constantinople in 1341, 1347, and 1351, hesychasm was affirmed as orthodox doctrine.
One last attempt at union. The Council of Ferrara, Florence in 1438-39. Again, what was the motivation?
The same as at Lyon.
Yeah.
Desperation. The Emperor John VIII Paleologos traveled to Italy himself to plead for a crusade against the Ottoman Turks, who were on the verge of destroying the empire.
A union was signed again, but what happened when the delegation returned to Constantinople?
It was rejected again. The population saw it as a total betrayal of the Orthodox faith.
Who is the leader of the anti-unionist party at the council?
Mark of Ephesus. He was the only bishop who refused to sign the decree of union, and he became a hero back in Constantinople.
For the promised crusade?
It materialized, but was crushed by the Turks at the Battle of Varna in 1444. That was the last hope.
Which leads to the fall.
1453.
Mm.
The city is captured by the Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed II, the end of the Eastern Roman Empire.
Segment 12, conclusion. Let's audit the legacy. The text identifies two primary legacies of Byzantine Orthodoxy. What is the first?
Mystical theology, specifically the doctrine of theosis or deification, the idea that humanity is called to become by grace what God is by nature.
And the collection of texts that preserves this tradition.
The Philokalia, a vast anthology of spiritual writings compiled in 1782 by St. Macarius of Corinth and St. Nicodemus of the Holy Mountain.
And the second great legacy.
The liturgy, the very thing that so stunned Vladimir's emissaries. The text concludes with a quote from Maximus the Confessor that summarizes this liturgical worldview.
Read it, put it on the record.
Maximus writes, God's holy church in itself is a symbol of the sensible world as such, since it possesses the divine sanctuary as heaven and the beauty of the nave as earth. Likewise, the world is a church, since it possesses heaven corresponding to a sanctuary, and for a nave it has the adornment of the earth. The opening assertion of the text is that medieval understanding of the church was driven entirely by biblical images.
Be specific. Which images? From what source texts?
Primarily two. The first, and arguably the more intimate one, is drawn from the Song of Songs. It's the imagery of the bride and bridegroom.
Which is, on a literal level, erotic love poetry. How did they justify that transposition?
Through allegory. Theologians, going back to Origen, saw it not as a literal love story, but as a metaphor for the divine love between Christ, the bridegroom, and the church, his bride.
And this wasn't just an abstract concept for scholars?
No, not at all. It shaped the entire pastoral ethos. A priest wasn't a CEO of a parish. He was, in a sense, a friend of the bridegroom, tending to the needs of the bride. It framed their relationship as one of intense personal devotion.
And it could be scaled down.
To the individual, yes. The mystics took this exact imagery and applied it to the soul. So you, the believer, are also the bride, waiting in quiet devotion for Christ the bridegroom. It's a very fluid, powerful metaphor.
But it wasn't the only one. There was another, more rigid image.
Far more rigid, and with much greater political weight. The image of the head and the body.
Derived from Paul's letters. Unpack the implications.
If the church is a body and Christ is the head, then every part has a specific unchangeable function.
Hierarchy.
Exactly. And immobility. This is the crucial point the source makes. This metaphor provided the theological justification for the entire static medieval social order.
An arm cannot decide to become a leg.
Precisely. If you are born a peasant, you are the feet of the body of Christ. Your job is to labor, to walk, to support the rest of the body. You cannot suddenly aspire to be the head, the ruler, or the mouth, the clergy.
So social mobility wasn't just ambitious, it was.
It was a perversion of nature, a biological monstrosity. To challenge your station was to introduce a cancer into the body of Christ. It's an incredibly powerful tool for maintaining social control.
But the text argues this model begins to shift.
It does. A huge conceptual change occurs in the early 13th century.
Pinpoint it, the council and the specific Latin terminology.
The Fourth Lateran Council, 1215. And the phrase that comes to dominate is Mater et Magistra,
Mother and teacher.
mother and teacher. Now, on the surface, Mother Church sounds nurturing, caring.
But a mother has absolute authority over a small child, and a teacher dictates the curriculum. There is no negotiation.
It effectively infantilizes the laity. You are a perpetual child, and the church is the mother who knows what's best. She disciplines, she teaches, and you are expected to obey without question.
And this happens to coincide with the dramatic expansion of papal authority.
The two are linked. This is the era of papal plenitude of power. The Pope is no longer just the successor of Peter. The theory now is that he stands in Christ's place on earth. He is the functional head of the body.
And what was the reaction to this centralization of power?
It created a massive polarization. On one side, you have the institutional church, this powerful, hierarchical, legalistic mother, and on the other, you get the first stirrings of serious dissent.
Dissidents who looked at the Pope and saw what?
The Antichrist. They began to argue that the true church wasn't this visible institution in Rome. The true church was invisible. It was a spiritual fellowship of true believers, known only to God.
And that tension between the visible and the invisible, the institutional and the spiritual, drives the next 300 years.
It's the engine of the late medieval period. But to understand how the church became this powerful, we have to rewind to the moment the old world broke.
The geopolitical transformation. Let's start with the barbarian invasions.
The text pinpoints a specific event, the crossing of the Rhine,
The date.
winter of 404 AD. The Rhine River, the hard frontier of the Roman Empire, froze solid.
It ceased to be a barrier and became a highway.
A highway for a mass migration. The text lists the tribes waiting on the far bank.
Name them.
The Goths, the Huns, the Vandals, the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, the Lombards. This wasn't just a raid for plunder. They brought their families, their wagons. They were looking for new homes.
And they poured into Roman Gaul and just kept going.
They kept going. The Vandals went all the way through Spain and into North Africa. The Visigoths sacked Rome itself in 410. The system couldn't handle it. The Western Empire, as a political entity, officially ceases to exist in 476 AD.
What was the religious status of these invading groups? It's a common misconception that they were all pagans.
Some were, yes, but a significant number, especially the Goths, were already Christians. The problem was they were the wrong kind of Christians.
They were Arian, and pack that.
Arianism was the belief, taught by the priest Arius, that Jesus was a created being. He was the Son of God, yes, but he was not co-eternal of the Father. There was a time when the Son was not.
A belief explicitly condemned as heresy at the Council of Nicaea in 325.
Exactly. So what you have now is a population of Nicene, or Catholic, Romans being ruled by a military aristocracy of Arian Germans. It added a layer of profound theological tension to an already catastrophic political collapse.
Amid this chaos, the text describes a cultural bifurcation, a hardening frontier.
Between East and West. Before the 6th century, an educated person might speak both Latin and Greek. After the collapse, that communication stops. The West becomes almost exclusively Latin-speaking, and the East remains Greek.
And language dictates thought.
Profoundly. The consequences were immense. The Greek-speaking East, with direct access to Plato and the early Greek fathers, continued to cultivate a rich, mystical, and speculative theology.
While the West.
The West became pragmatic, legalistic. Its intellectual inheritance was filtered through the few Latin translations that survived. They focused on governance, on sacraments, on law. Their logic was Aristotelian, but only because Boethius managed to translate some of Aristotle's logical works into Latin right before the lights went out.
So you have a mystical East and a legalistic West. And at this moment of crisis, one figure emerges who defines the new Western model.
Gregory the Great, Pope from 590 to 604.
A bio-audit of Gregory is required.
Born around 540 into one of the last great Roman senatorial families, he was on track for a major secular career.
But he pivoted.
Dramatically. He used his family's fortune to found a monastery on the Caelian Hill in Rome, in his own family villa, and became a monk.
He didn't stay there long.
No,
Yeah.
his administrative talents were too obvious. The Pope made him one of the 7 deacons of Rome, and then sent him to Constantinople to be the apocrisiarius.
The papal ambassador to the imperial court.
Correct. He lived in the most sophisticated city in the world for several years.
And did he learn Greek?
No. And the text makes a point of this. He was the papal representative, surrounded by Greek court life and Greek theology, and he never learned the language. He remained utterly and completely a man of the Latin West.
Which perfectly illustrates the bifurcation you mentioned.
Perfectly. He returns to Rome and is elected pope in 590, apparently against his will. The city was a wreck. Floods, famine, plague. The Lombards were at the gates.
And there was no effective civil government.
None. Gregory had to become the de facto ruler of Rome. He was organizing the food supply, repairing aqueducts, and personally negotiating a peace treaty with the Lombards between 592 and 593, because the emperor in Constantinople was too far away to do anything about it.
He was a statesman, but also a major intellectual figure. List his key writings.
His dialogues, which are collections of saints' lives, his Moralia on Job, a massive commentary on the book of Job, and, most influentially, his Pastoral Care, which became the essential handbook for bishops across Europe for centuries.
And music.
Yes, the Gregorian plainsong tradition. He didn't write the chants, but he was instrumental in organizing and standardizing the Roman liturgy and its music. He created the soundscape of the medieval West.
With the West stabilized, he looks outward.
He does. He understands that if the West is to survive, it has to expand north. This brings us to the conversion of the British Isles.
Specifically, the mission to Britain.
Gregory initiates it. In 596, he sends a monk from his own monastery, a man named Augustine, to lead a mission to the Anglo-Saxons in England.
They land at Thanet in Kent. What was the political situation on the ground?
The key was a political marriage. The King of Kent, Ethelbert, was a pagan, but his wife, Queen Bertha, was a Christian princess from the Frankish kingdom.
So there was already a Christian presence at court.
A small one, yes. She had her own chaplain. This gave Augustine the foothold he needed. Ethelbert eventually converted, and Canterbury became the center of the new English church.
But Britain was not a blank slate. Theologically, there was a pre-existing British church.
There was. The native Celtic Britons, the ones the Anglo-Saxons had driven west into Wales and Cornwall, had been Christian since the Roman period.
What were relations like between Augustine's Roman mission and these Welsh bishops?
Terrible. The source says they were extremely poor. The Britons saw the Anglo-Saxons as brutal invaders who had stolen their land. They refused to cooperate with Augustine to evangelize them. Their position was essentially, we hope they all go to hell.
This brings us to the other major Christian influence in the Isles. The Irish. Demand the lineage. Where did Irish Christianity come from?
It traces back to Patrick, active around 390 to 460. The crucial factor with Ireland is that it had never been part of the Roman Empire.
So Christianity developed there without the Roman administrative template?
Exactly. It didn't organize itself into dioceses ruled by bishops. It was a monastic church, organized around great monasteries and powerful abbots. It was decentralized, scholarly, and fiercely ascetic.
And they produced incredible art like the Book of Kells. They were also missionaries.
Prolific missionaries. The text names key figures. Columba, who founded the great monastery at Iona off the coast of Scotland around 563, and Columbanus, who traveled all over the continent founding monasteries in France and Italy.
And from Iona, they moved into northern England.
Right into Northumbria. This sets up the Great Synthesis and the Great Conflict.
The Northumbrian synthesis, how did it begin?
Another political marriage? Ethelbert of Kent's daughter married Edwin, the king of Northumberland. This brought the Roman form of Christianity north. But after Edwin's death, his successor, Oswald, who had been exiled in Iona, brought in Aidan to be his bishop.
So Aidan comes from the Irish tradition.
Yes, he founded the monastery at Lindisfarne. So now you have the Roman tradition coming up from Canterbury in the south, and the Celtic or Irish tradition coming down from Lindisfarne in the north, both operating in the same kingdom.
And the tension between them crystallized around one issue.
The date of Easter?
Why does the date matter? It seems like a trivial administrative detail.
To the medieval mind, it was anything but trivial. The unity of the church was paramount. If the king's court was split, with half celebrating the resurrection while the other half was still in the middle of Lenten fasting, you had fundamentally divided the body of Christ. It created chaos.
So they had to resolve it.
At the Synod of Whitby in 664, the two sides debated their cases. The Irish argued for their traditions, traced back to St. John. The Roman side argued for the authority of Peter and the practice of the universal church.
And the king decided.
King Oswiu made the call. He sided with Rome, famously saying that Peter holds the keys to the kingdom of heaven, and he didn't want to be on the wrong side of the gatekeeper. This decision aligned the English church with continental Europe.
But the energy of this newly converted people wasn't contained.
No, it turned outward. The source highlights the Anglo-Saxon mission back to the continent. The English began a massive effort to evangelize the Germanic tribes in what is now Germany and the Netherlands.
Who are the key figures?
Willibrord, who died in 739. He went to Frisia and established his episcopal see at Utrecht. And even more famous, Boniface of Crediton.
Boniface, the Apostle of Germany.
Born around 680. A true force of nature. He didn't just convert pagans, he reformed the entire Frankish church, which had become corrupt. He established a network of bishoprics loyal to Rome and is famous for chopping down a sacred oak dedicated to the god Thor.
In his
Martyrdom. He was killed by a band of pagans at Docum in Frisia in 754.
We know about this period largely thanks to one scholar.
Bede the Venerable, a monk at the twin monasteries of Monkwearmouth and Jarrow in Northumbria. He lived from about 673 to 735.
What was his major work?
The Ecclesiastical History of the English People. It's our single most important source for this era. But his influence goes beyond that. He was a great synthesizer of knowledge.
And he popularized a dating system.
Yes, the Anno Domini system, AD, dating years from the incarnation of Christ. It existed before him, but Bede's widespread use of it in his history is what made it standard across Europe.
The text mentions one other figure as a connector.
Benedict Biscop. He was the founder of Bede's monastery. He was an aristocrat who made multiple trips to Rome and to Larraz in southern Gaul. Each time he brought back books, relics, art, and even craftsmen. He's the one who physically brought the culture of the Mediterranean to Northumbria, creating the library that made Bede's work possible.
This brings us to the next major geopolitical shift, the Carolingian era.
Specifically, the shift in imperial power. The focus is the coronation of Charlemagne.
The exact date and its significance.
Christmas Day, 800. In St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, Pope Leo III crowns Charlemagne, king of the Franks, as emperor of the Romans.
What did this act signify?
It was a revolutionary break. For centuries, the one and only Roman emperor resided in Constantinople. By crowning a Frankish king, the Pope was effectively saying that the West was no longer a political subordinate of the East. He was creating a new, Western, Holy Roman Empire and naming the Frankish king as its protector.
There was a symbolic gesture after the crowning.
Yes, Pope Leo III knelt before Charlemagne. The text is clear that this is the only time a pope has ever done so before an emperor. It symbolized at that moment a certain primacy of the temporal power. Charlemagne was the protector, but also the senior partner.
And Charlemagne took this role seriously, initiating what's known as the Carolingian Renaissance.
It was a program of educational and liturgical reform. He saw his empire as a new Christian civilization, a new Athens, and he wanted to raise the intellectual and spiritual standards.
Who were his key collaborators?
Benedict of Anian, who was tasked with enforcing the Benedictine rule in every monastery to create a uniform monastic culture. And Alcuin of York, an English scholar, who ran the palace school at Aachen.
Alcuin's coronation gift to Charlemagne is noted.
It was a revised edition of the Latin Vulgate Bible. He had his scholars go through and correct centuries of copyist errors to produce a standardized, reliable text. It's typical of the Carolingian mindset: order, correctness, and standardization.
While this New Athens was being built, a new threat emerged from the north.
The Vikings. They begin raiding in the late 8th century, and by the mid-9th, they are a conquering army, shattering the Carolingian world and almost extinguishing Christianity in England.
Which leads to the Alfredian defense.
Alfred the Great, King of Wessex from 871 to 899. He is the figure who rallies the English resistance.
The key battle.
The Battle of Ethandune in 878. Alfred defeats the Viking leader Guthrum, and the peace treaty that follows is telling.
Guthrum is forced to be baptized.
Yes, he takes the Christian name Athelstan, with Alfred as his godfather. It's a classic example of assimilation. You defeat your enemy, and then you absorb him into your Christian culture.
Alfred was more than a warrior.
He was a scholar king. He lamented the collapse of learning caused by the Viking raids, noting that few priests could even understand the Latin of the Mass. So he began a program to translate the most important Latin works into Old English.
Including one we've already mentioned.
He personally translated Gregory the Great's pastoral care. He wanted his bishops and nobles to be educated, believing that wisdom, as much as swords, was a defense against the pagans.
We must also address the Islamic context, the shrinking of the South.
While Europe was dealing with Vikings in the north, its entire southern flank was under pressure. The text reminds us of the timeline. Carthage, the great city of Roman Africa, falls in 698. Spain is almost entirely conquered by the early 8th century. Sicily is taken. The Mediterranean becomes a frontier.
Charles Martel's victory at Poitiers in 733 is often cited as a turning point on land.
It halted the northward advance into France, yes. But the cultural and religious pressure remained for centuries. It wasn't until the 12th century that someone like Peter the Venerable commissioned the first Latin translation of the Quran, trying to understand the faith that had conquered half of the old Christian world.
Let's move from geopolitics to the intellectual sphere. The Bible, authority, and preaching. Start with the prevailing theory of Scripture.
The dominant theory was divine dictation.
What does that look like in practice? Or in art?
Medieval illuminations often depict the gospel writers with a dove, representing the Holy Spirit, whispering directly into their ear. The human author is merely a conduit, a secretary taking down God's exact words.
What about human error? They could see variations in manuscripts. How did they account for that?
They made a critical distinction. They believed author error was impossible. God cannot make a mistake. However, copyist error was not only possible but rampant. A scribe could misread a word, skip a line, or make a tired mistake.
So projects like Alcuin's revision of the Vulgate, or the later Paris text standardizations in the 13th century, were seen as critical work.
Yes, it was an attempt to reverse the corruption and get back to the pure, dictated original.
And what about other sources of truth? How did they rank authority?
There was a clear hierarchy.
List.
First, at the absolute top, was Scripture. Second were the Church Fathers, with figures like Augustine, Gregory, Anselm, and Bernard holding immense weight. Third, and this is interesting, were the classical pagan writers like Cicero or Aristotle. They are considered authorities on reason and rhetoric to be used in service of theology.
There was a tool developed to manage all this commentary. Define the glossa ordinaria.
The glossa ordinaria, or ordinary gloss, was completed in the 12th century. It was the ultimate scholarly edition of the Bible. The biblical text was printed in the center of the page, and in the margins all around it were excerpts from the Church Fathers commenting on that specific verse. It was a curated library of authoritative interpretation on a single page.
And that interpretation wasn't always literal.
Almost never just literal. They relied on Gregory the Great's framework of the four senses of Scripture.
List them. Do not summarize.
1, the literal or historical sense, what actually happened. 2, the allegorical sense, what it means for the church. 3, the tropological or moral sense, what it means for the individual soul. And 4, the anagogical sense, what it means for the future or the end times.
Provide an example.
The word Jerusalem. Literally, it is a city in Judea. Allegorically, it is the church. Tropologically, it is the faithful soul. Anagogically, it is the heavenly city to come.
That fourth sense, the anagogical, could be problematic.
Extremely. The text brings up Joachim of Fiore, who died in 1202. He used complex anagogical interpretations to argue that history was divided into 3 ages. The age of the Father, the age of the Son, and the coming age of the Holy Spirit, which would see the institutional church wither away. This was deemed revolutionary and dangerous.
How did the laity, most of whom were illiterate, access the word?
Primarily through visual literacy. The frescoes, sculptures, and stained glass windows of a church were a narrative program. They were the Bible of the poor, telling the stories of salvation history visually.
And through preaching, how did that evolve?
In the early medieval period, a priest might simply read a homily written by one of the church fathers. But by the 12th century, with the rise of the schools, you get the development of the art of preaching. Scholars like Allen of Lille wrote manuals on how to structure a sermon.
And the friars filled a gap here.
A huge gap. The Franciscans and Dominicans were specialist preachers. They were mobile, urban, and trained in communication. They developed tools like biblical dictionaries or concordances to help them craft powerful sermons for a lay audience.
Let's turn to the conflict between church and state, the investiture controversy. Define the central conflict.
It was a power struggle over the boundary between temporal and spiritual authority. The specific flashpoint was the question, who gets to appoint a bishop, the king or the pope?
Why was this so important? Bishops were not just religious figures.
No, they were also major feudal lords. A bishop controlled vast lands, revenues, and even knights. For a king or emperor, being able to appoint loyal men to these posts was essential for controlling his kingdom.
Define the specific symbols of the office that were in contention.
The ring and the staff, or crozier. The king would invest the new bishop with these symbols. The ring symbolized the bishop's spiritual marriage to his diocese, and the staff his role as shepherd of his flock.
So the king was conferring spiritual symbols.
Which, to the church reformers, was an unacceptable usurpation of spiritual authority.
Who are the main combatants?
Pope Gregory VII, also known as Hildebrand, a zealous reformer, and the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV.
Gregory VII issued a foundational document for papal claims.
The Dictatus Popae, a list of 27 propositions asserting radical papal power, including the claim that the Pope had the authority to depose princes.
How did Henry IV respond?
At the Synod of Worms in 1076, Henry and his bishops declared that Gregory VII was a false monk and was deposed from the papacy.
And Gregory's countermove?
Excommunication. He cast Henry out of the church and, crucially, released all of Henry's vassals from their oaths of fealty to him. It was a political masterstroke that incited a rebellion in Germany.
Which forces Henry's hand, leading to the incident at Canossa.
Canossa, 1077. To save his throne, Henry had to seek the Pope's forgiveness. He crossed the Alps in winter and appeared as a penitent outside the castle where Gregory was staying. He waited in the snow, barefoot, for 3 days.
The ultimate image of spiritual power over temporal power.
It was a stunning moment. Though in the long run, Henry regained his power. The issue wasn't formally settled until later.
At the Concordat of Worms in 1122, what was the settlement?
It was a compromise. They distinguished between the spiritualities and the temporalities. The church would invest the bishop with the ring and staff, the symbols of his spiritual office. Then the emperor would invest him with a scepter, the symbol of his feudal lands and temporal duties.
This struggle ultimately strengthened the papacy, leading to what the text calls the papal monarchy.
Yes, the peak of which was the reign of Innocent III from 1198 to 1216.
How did he exercise this power?
He saw himself as the vicar of Christ, with authority over all secular rulers. He used university-trained scholars like Stephen Langton as a kind of papal civil service, and he wielded the interdict as a powerful weapon.
Explain the interdict placed on England.
When King John refused to accept Stephen Langton as Archbishop of Canterbury, Innocent placed the entire Kingdom of England under interdict. This meant all church services were suspended. No masses, no Christian burials, no weddings. The spiritual life of the country ground to a halt until John submitted to the Pope's authority.
But this peak of power prompted a reaction, the conciliar reaction.
Yes, the decline was swift. It begins with the humiliation of Pope Boniface VIII by agents of King Philip of France in 1303. This leads to the Avignon papacy.
The Babylonian captivity.
From 1309 to 1377, the popes resided in Avignon, a city on the border of France, and were seen as puppets of the French monarchy. This damaged their international prestige immensely.
And after Avignon came something worse.
The Great Schism, from 1378 to 1417. 2, and for a time 3, men all claimed to be the legitimate pope, excommunicating each other and their followers. It was a complete disaster for the authority of the papacy.
How was it resolved?
By the Council of Constance, from 1414 to 1418. The council deposed all the rival popes and elected a new one. This gave rise to the theory of conciliarism.
Which is the idea that the ultimate authority in the church is not the pope, but a general council representing the consensus fidelium, the consensus of the faithful.
Exactly. However, the popes of the 15th century worked systematically to crush the conciliar movement and reassert papal monarchy. The source argues this failure to create a constitutional, self-reforming mechanism within the church made the eventual explosion of the Reformation almost inevitable.
Let's shift from high politics to the experience of the individual. Sacraments and popular religion. Start with saints and relics.
Saints were the heroes of the faith. In the early period, saints were often acclaimed by popular consensus. But as the papacy grew, it centralized and controlled the process of canonization.
Thomas Becket is a key example.
Martyred in his cathedral in 1170, his cult spread like wildfire, and he was quickly canonized by the Pope. His shrine at Canterbury became one of the most important pilgrimage sites in Europe.
And with saints came the trade in relics.
A massive trade, yes,
Yeah.
especially after the Crusades, which opened up a supply line of relics, real or fake, from the Holy Land. These objects were believed to hold a portion of the saint's power,
The individual's life was structured by the seven sacraments.
a sacramental life cycle. It begins with baptism, which was seen as absolutely essential to wash away the guilt of original sin.
And then penance. The text notes a shift in its practice.
A major shift. Early medieval penance was often a public, once-in-a-lifetime affair. By the 12th century, it had become a system of private, repeatable confession to a priest, followed by assigned acts of penance.
The Fourth Lateran Council made this mandatory.
Yes, it decreed that every Christian had to confess their sins to their parish priest at least once a year. This vastly increased the clergy's role as spiritual gatekeepers.
And this system is directly connected to the concept of purgatory.
Purgatory is the theological solution to a practical problem. What happens if you die with minor sins unforgiven, or without having completed your assigned penance? Purgatory is the place between where you undergo a final purification before entering heaven.
Which leads directly to indulgences.
An indulgence was a remission of the temporal penalty for sin. It was a way to shorten one's own time, or a loved one's time, in purgatory. Pope Urban II offered the first plenary or full indulgence to those who went on the First Crusade.
Note the connection to Luther's 95 Theses.
This is the very practice that Luther will challenge. The idea that a spiritual good, the remission of penalties for sin, could be connected to a financial transaction.
The central sacrament was the Eucharist. Unpack the controversy surrounding transubstantiation.
The core question was about the nature of Christ's presence in the bread and wine. In the 11th century, Berengar of Tours argued for a symbolist view, that the bread and wine were symbols of Christ's body and blood.
And the Church's doctrine pushed back hard.
Yes. The doctrine of transubstantiation, formally defined at the Fourth Lateran Council, used Aristotelian philosophy to explain it. The substance of the bread and wine, their essential reality, is transformed into the substance of Christ's body and blood, while the accidents, their appearance, taste, and texture, remain unchanged.
This doctrine led to new forms of piety.
Such as the Feast of Corpus Christi and the adoration of the consecrated host. But it also led to superstition. The text provides an example from Caesarius of Heisterbach.
The story of the woman and the beehive.
A peasant woman, wanting to increase her honey production, takes the consecrated host from her mouth after communion and places it in one of her beehives. The story goes that the bees, recognizing the host's sacredness, built a perfect tiny chapel of wax around it. It shows how the Eucharist was seen not just as a sacrament, but as an object of immense, almost magical power.
Move on to religious life and mysticism, monastic evolution.
The baseline is the rule of St. Benedict. But by the 10th century, many Benedictine monasteries had become wealthy and lax. This prompted the Cluniac reform.
What was the focus at Cluny?
The liturgy. Cluny and its daughter houses became famous for their incredibly elaborate, beautiful, and near-constant cycle of prayer and liturgical services. They saw this as their primary work.
And this, in turn, prompted another reform.
The Cistercian reform in the late 11th century, most famously associated with Bernard of Clairvaux, they saw Cluny as too opulent. The Cistercians sought a return to simplicity, manual labor, and austerity.
And they introduced a new class of monk.
The lay brothers. These were illiterate men who performed the agricultural labor on the Cistercians' remote granges, freeing the choir monks to focus on prayer. It was a hugely successful economic and spiritual model.
The source also names other new orders.
The Carthusians, founded by Bruno of Cologne, who combined the solitary life of a hermit with a communal structure. The Premonstratensians, founded by Norbert of Xanten. And the Gilbertines, the only religious order to originate in England.
But the 13th century brings a new model entirely, the friars.
The Franciscans and Dominicans. They were fundamentally different from monks. They were not enclosed in monasteries, but were mobile, living and preaching in the growing towns and cities.
Francis of Assisi, what was his core principle?
Poverty. Francis, who lived from 1181 to 1226, wanted his followers to live a life of radical poverty, imitating Christ and the apostles, owning nothing.
This led to an internal dispute.
Major one. The spirituals wanted to adhere to Francis's absolute rule of poverty. The main body of the order, the Observants, argued for a more moderate interpretation that allowed for houses and books necessary for their ministry. The spirituals were eventually declared heretical.
And Dominic?
Dominic, who lived from 1170 to 1221, founded his order of preachers specifically to combat the Albigensian heresy in southern France.
Their focus was different from the Franciscans.
Yes, the Dominicans were focused on intellectual training and doctrinal preaching. They became dominant in the new universities and were later entrusted by the papacy with running the Inquisition.
Let's turn to the mystics. The source mentions an Anselmian revolution.
This refers to a shift in spirituality, often associated with Anselm of Canterbury. It's a move toward a more personal, emotional, and effective piety, focusing on meditating on the human life and suffering of Jesus.
This eventually leads to a more intense, direct search for God.
Yes, to mysticism. One stream is the negative mysticism of figures like Meister Eckhart, who taught that God is beyond all human concepts, so one must empty the mind to find him.
Another stream is the Devotio Moderna.
The modern devotion, which emerged in the Low Countries. It was a less speculative, more practical and methodical spirituality, famously expressed in Thomas à Kempis's The Imitation of Christ.
Focus on the English mystics, names and works.
The 14th century was a great period for English mysticism. Richard Rolle wrote The Fire of Love, describing a physical sensation of spiritual heat. The anonymous author of The Cloud of Unknowing wrote a classic guide to apophatic or wordless prayer.
And Julian of Norwich.
Julian was an anchoress, enclosed in a cell attached to a church in Norwich. She received a series of visions during an illness and wrote about them in her Revelations of Divine Love, the first theological work in the English language by a woman.
And Marjorie Kemp.
Marjorie Kemp dictated the first autobiography in English. Hers was a very emotional, effective, and public spirituality, marked by intense bouts of crying. She was a controversial figure, but represents this powerful strain of lay piety.
Section 9. War and Crusade. How does the Church move from just war to holy war?
Augustine had defined the terms for a just war. It must have a just cause, be declared by a legitimate authority, and be fought with the right intention. It was a regrettable necessity.
Urban II's innovation at the Council of Clermont was different.
In 1095, Urban II called for the First Crusade. This was not just a just war, it was a holy war. The act of fighting itself was presented as a penitential act. It was an armed pilgrimage that came with a plenary indulgence.
The goal was to reclaim Jerusalem, which led to the founding of the Kingdom of Outremer.
The Crusader states in the Levant, but their hold was precarious. The Second Crusade, preached by Bernard of Clairvaux in 1147, was a failure.
How did Bernard justify that failure?
He argued it was the fault of the Crusaders themselves. Their sins and unworthiness had caused God to withhold victory. It was a spiritual failure, not a military one.
And the low point of the crusading movement.
The Fourth Crusade in 1204. Diverted by the Venetians, the crusading army ended up attacking and sacking the Christian city of Constantinople. It was a disaster that permanently poisoned relations between the Latin West and the Greek East.
Is there a literary connection to this ethos?
The text points to the Grail romances. The quest for the Holy Grail and the figure of the pure knight, the soldier of Christ, reflects this militant Christian spirituality.
Section 10. Education and Theology. The rise of the university.
This was a shift from the monastic schools, which were rural and focused on training monks, to the new urban schools, which eventually organized themselves into guilds of masters and scholars, the universitas.
The method of teaching also changed.
Radically. The monastic method was lectio, a slow, meditative reading of a text. The new university method was disputatio, a formal public debate. It was competitive, logical, and adversarial.
Peter Abelard versus Anselm of Leon.
That story illustrates this shift perfectly. Anselm of Leon represented the old lectio tradition. Abelard arrived as a student, found the teaching dull, and challenged him, representing the new, aggressive disputatio method.
The standard textbook for this new method was created by Peter Lombard.
His Book of Sentences. It was a collection of theological questions with citations from the Bible and the Church Fathers on both sides of the issue. It became the standard text that every theology student had to master for centuries.
And the biggest intellectual challenge was the influx of Aristotle.
The rediscovery of Aristotle's complete works, through translations from Arabic and Greek, presented a huge challenge. Here was a comprehensive, rational explanation of the world that didn't rely on divine revelation.
And Thomas Aquinas provided the synthesis.
Thomas Aquinas, who lived from about 1225 to 1274, created the great medieval synthesis. He argued that faith and reason were not in conflict. He used Aristotle's philosophical categories to systematically explain Christian doctrine in his Summa Theologica.
Final topics: schism, heresy, and dissent. The Great Schism of 1054.
This was the formal split between the Western Church, centered in Rome, and the Eastern Orthodox churches, centered in Constantinople.
What was the specific theological clause that was the final straw?
The Filioque clause. The Western Church had added the words, "and the Son," Filioque, to the Nicene Creed's description of the Holy Spirit's possession. The East objected on both theological grounds and on the grounds that Rome had no right to unilaterally alter an ecumenical creed.
There were attempts at reconciliation.
At the Council of Lyons in 1274 and the Council of Florence in 1438-45, but they both failed to heal the breach.
Heresy type 1, the dissidents, the Waldensians.
Started by Peter Waldo, they were the poor men of Lyons. Their primary issue wasn't doctrine, but morality. They preached apostolic poverty and argued that the validity of sacraments depended on the moral worthiness of the priest.
A parallel to the earlier Donatist heresy.
Yes. And they also insisted on having access to the Bible in the vernacular, which the Church saw as a threat to its clerical authority.
Heresy type 2, dualism, the Cathars.
Also known as the Albigensians, centered in southern France. Their cosmology was fundamentally different.
Explain the cosmology.
They were dualists. They believed in a good God who created the spiritual world and an evil God who created the material world. The human soul was a spirit trapped in the evil prison of the body.
How did the Church respond?
With the Albigensian Crusade, a brutal military campaign, and then with the creation of the Papal Inquisition, established by Gregory the X around 1233, to systematically root out the heresy.
And finally, the Lollards.
This was the English dissenting movement inspired by the Oxford theologian John Wycliffe in the late 14th century.
What were their core tenets?
They attacked the wealth of the Church, questioned doctrines like transubstantiation, and emphasized the authority of Scripture, which Wycliffe translated into English. Wycliffe also attacked the friars, calling them sects.
Wycliffe himself was condemned
By Oxford University in 1381. His followers, the Lollards, were suppressed, but his ideas spread to Bohemia and influenced John Huss. Huss was then tried and burned at the stake by the Council of Constance in 1415.
Which brings us to the final analysis in the text.
The summary of the medieval achievement and its failure.
What were the achievements?
Logic, as seen in scholasticism. Engineering, as seen in the Gothic cathedrals. The creation of universities, and the foundation for technologies like printing. A unified Christian civilization.
And the failure?
Papal overreach. The development of the papal monarchy became a structural weakness. It created an institution that was too rigid and centralized to reform itself. The failure of the conciliar movement sealed this. It left no internal mechanism for change, making a revolutionary break, the Reformation, the only remaining path. The file categorizes the arrival of Christianity in India into three distinct phases.
Let's start there. What are the three phases?
First, the ancient, which is the Thomas or Syrian tradition. Second, medieval, which is Catholic or Roman. And finally, the modern phase, which the text defines as evangelical or Protestant.
And the timeline for this?
It's vast. The sources stretch it from approximately 52 CE all the way to the present day.
Hold on. 52 CE. We need to stop right there. What is the source for that specific date?
It's cited as the traditional date of the Apostle Thomas's arrival on the Malabar coast.
Traditional, so not a confirmed historical date. It's a belief, a foundational legend.
Correct. The text is very clear on that. And it challenges the idea of a singular arrival.
Unpack that. What does it mean?
It describes the initial presence not as a unified, organized mission, but as, and I'm quoting the sense of the text here, broken bits or shards of the gospel.
Shards. That implies fragmentation. Not an institution, but fragments of an idea carried along trade roads.
Exactly. It suggests a slow diffusion. But these shards eventually coalesced in specific geographical areas.
Where? Name them.
The two primary loci for this first wave were the Malabar coast in the southwest and a place called Mylapore, on the eastern Coromandel coast.
And the people who formed this core group.
They're identified as the Thomas Christians. They claim direct descent, spiritually and sometimes genealogically, from converts made by the Apostle Thomas himself.
And the text provides a demographic breakdown of this initial community from poetic sources. I want the numbers.
It does. It's a caste breakdown according to the Varnashrama Dharma.
Give me the specifics.
6,850 Brahmins.
Stop! The highest priestly caste. That is the single largest group in this audit.
Yes. followed by 2,800 Kshatriyas, the warrior caste.
Okay.
Then 3,750 Vishyas, who are merchants and landowners. And finally, 4,250 Shudras, the servant and artisan caste.
Now, the most critical part of that list, who is explicitly excluded?
The text notes the complete absence of Adivasis or Dalits, the Aboriginal peoples and the so-called untouchables.
And what reason does the source give for this exclusion?
It states that within the high Hindu traditions of that era, these groups were simply not worth counting.
Is that a direct quote? Not worth counting.
That is the phrasing used in the analysis to explain their social invisibility in these records. It means the earliest form of Indian Christianity, according to this poetic tradition, was fundamentally a high caste phenomenon.
Let's move to the apostolic legend itself, the itinerary of Thomas.
The tradition lays out a detailed travelogue. He arrives in Malabar, then he moves to the Coromandel coast, to Mylapore.
And then?
Then there's a remarkable claim. The source says he made a trip to China.
To China, in the mid-1st century?
That is the tradition. After this journey to China, he's said to have returned to the Malabar region between the years 52 and 58 CE to consolidate his work.
And this is when he establishes the 7 congregations. List them.
Yes, the 7 are Malankara, Chayal, Kokamagalam, Niranam, Paravavur, which is also called Kodakayal, Payur, and Kilan.
And the story ends, as many of these do, with martyrdom. I want the details of the confrontation.
The event is located near Little Mount, just outside Mylapore. The tradition states that Thomas encountered a group of Brahmins.
Doing what?
They were leading a procession to offer a sacrifice to the goddess Kali. He confronted them.
And in the ensuing conflict, he was killed. The weapon.
A 3-pronged lance. The text provides the specific term, a treshel.
A trident, the iconic weapon of the god Shiva. The symbolism is potent.
Extremely. And the commemoration date is given.
What is it?
July 3rd. That is observed as the day of his martyrdom.
Okay. Now let's pivot from the local Malabar tradition to the other major source provided, the Acts of Thomas. This is a different stream of legend.
Yes, it's a later text, likely from the Syriac-speaking world, maybe Edessa.
Yeah.
It has a much more novelistic quality.
It centers on a king. Give me the name.
King Gudaphorus.
And the narrative elements. Recount the core story.
A royal commissioner, a man named Aben, is sent by the king to find a master builder. He finds Thomas and effectively buys him, as Thomas is a skilled carpenter.
So Thomas is recruited to build a palace for Gundaphorus.
He is. The king gives him a vast sum of money for the construction. Thomas takes the funds, and he gives all of it to the poor. He doesn't lay a single stone for the earthly palace.
How did he explain that?
When the king demanded to see the palace, Thomas's response was, "I have built you a palace in heaven."
I imagine that was not received well.
The king was furious. He threw both Thomas and Aben into prison, ready to execute them.
But there's a narrative twist.
A major one. The king's brother, whose name is given as Gad, suddenly dies.
Okay.
Gad's soul ascends to heaven, and there he is shown a breathtakingly beautiful palace. He asks who it belongs to. The angels tell him, "This is the palace the Christian stranger built for your brother."
And then?
Gad is miraculously restored to life. He goes straight to the king and tells him what he saw. The result is the conversion of both the king and his brother.
It's a compelling story. But for centuries, Gundaphorus was assumed to be a mythical name. What changed that?
Archaeology. Specifically, numismatics.
Coins.
Yes. Coins were discovered, mostly in Punjab and the Kabul Valley, bearing the name Gundaphorus in Greek script.
So he was a real king. Demand the date of his historical reign to cross-reference the legend.
The coins and other inscriptions allow us to date his reign quite precisely. Gundaphorus, an Indo-Parthian king, ruled from 19 to 45 CE.
Which makes the timeline for Thomas's potential arrival entirely plausible.
It makes it plausible. It doesn't prove the story of the Heavenly Palace, of course, but it proves that the author of the Acts was working with accurate, contemporary knowledge of the political landscape of first-century Northwest India. It anchors the legend in a verifiable reality.
Let's move into the next phase presented in the file, the Middle Period. This section details the links between the church in India and the churches in Edessa and Persia.
Correct. For centuries, the Indian church was, for all intents and purposes, an ecclesiastical province of the Church of the East, the Persian church.
But the text makes a crucial point. It explains why Christianity ultimately failed in Persia proper while its offshoot in India survived. It cites 2 distinct reasons. What's the first one?
Language. The first reason was a failure of enculturation through language.
Unpack that.
The Church of the East became fixated on Syriac, which is a dialect of Aramaic. It was the sacred language, the language of their liturgy and theology.
But not the language of the people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The common tongue in Persia was Pahlavi. The church leadership resisted translating the scriptures, or the liturgy, into Pahlavi. This created a cultural and linguistic barrier between the clergy and the laity.
A holy language that no one understood?
Yes. It made the church an alien entity in its own land. So when a new, powerful message arrived in a clear, accessible language Arabic with the rise of Islam, the Persian church lacked the deep cultural roots to withstand it.
What was the second reason for the decline?
Monasticism, or, more accurately, a particularly rigid and elitist form of it.
The source names the movement,
It does. It was called the Bar Kiyama,
which means
offspring of the covenant. This was the spiritual elite, a community of celibate ascetics.
and what was the problem with that?
The problem was the rigid separation it created.
Mm.
The text describes a near Manichaean split between these spiritual elites, the celibates who were considered full members of the covenant, and the rest of the laity who were called penitents.
So if you were married and had a family, you were a second-class Christian.
In essence, yes. For a period, the standards were so extreme that only those who took a vow of celibacy were permitted to be baptized. It created a church with a tiny class of spiritual athletes and a vast alienated congregation. You can't build a sustainable community that way.
But before this collapse, the Persian connection fueled a new migration to India. The file specifies a date and a leader.
Yes, 345 CE. A major migration to the Malabar coast led by a merchant banker named Thomas of Cana.
Also known as Nai-Taman. What was his background?
He's identified as an Armenian merchant. He arrived with a large, organized group. The sources mention 72 families, along with bishops and priests.
And how were they received?
They were welcomed by the local ruler, King Cheraman Perumal. And crucially, the king bestowed upon them a series of rights and privileges.
Which were recorded on?
Copperplate grants. These are immensely important historical documents.
Interrogate the social standing these migrants received. What did the grants give them?
They effectively established the newcomers as an aristocratic elite, a kind of high-status merchant guild. They were granted privileges normally reserved for the highest castes.
Give specific examples.
The right to ride elephants in processions, the right to use a ceremonial umbrella, the right to have a cloth spread on the ground before them to walk on.
So they were integrated directly into the caste system. Where did they land on the hierarchy?
The text places them in a very high position, somewhere between the Kshatriya warrior caste and the Vaishya merchant caste. They were not outside the system. They were a powerful part of it.
And this led to a deep syncretism. The file requests specific examples of Hindu customs adopted by these Christians.
There are many. In their wedding ceremonies, the central rite became the tying of the tali around the bride's neck by the groom.
The tali being a Hindu symbol of marriage.
Precisely. They would often just add a small cross to the pendant on the sacred thread. Culturally, the ritual was identical.
Wows.
They observed Hindu concepts of ritual pollution related to birth and death. The text notes they even used products from the sacred cow, like ghee and gur, in some purification rituals.
And it wasn't just ritual, it was martial as well.
Yes, this is a critical point. The men trained in Kerala's famous martial art, Kalari Payat, right alongside the Nayars, the local Hindu warrior caste. They weren't just merchants, they were a military force.
The text even mentions they established a little kingdom.
At a place called Mahadevapatnam. For a time, they functioned as a semi-autonomous, armed, high-caste Christian principality. This was the situation for nearly 1,000 years.
Until 1498, the arrival of Vasco da Gama. This marks the beginning of the second major phase.
And the beginning of the end for the old order. Da Gama's arrival and the establishment of the Portuguese Estado da India changes everything.
Clarify the term padroado.
The Padroado was a series of papal bulls granting the Portuguese crown royal patronage, or Padroado, over the church in the East.
Meaning what, in practical terms?
It meant the King of Portugal, not the Pope in Rome directly, had ecclesiastical jurisdiction. The crown appointed the bishops, funded the missions, and collected the tithes. The church was an extension of the colonial state.
What was the initial interaction between these newly arrived Portuguese and the ancient Thomas Christians? The source points to a specific meeting in 1502.
It was a moment of profound, tragic misunderstanding. The leaders of the Thomas Christians approached Da Gama. They saw the Portuguese as powerful co-religionists who could be allies against their local rivals, particularly the Muslim traders and the Zamarin of Calicut.
So they offered a sign of this hoped-for alliance.
Yes, they presented Da Gama with a red and silver staff. From their perspective, this was a symbol of shared authority, an offer of partnership.
But the Portuguese interpretation was different.
Completely different. Da Gama saw the staff not as a symbol of alliance, but as a scepter of submission. He believed the Indian Christians were surrendering their church and their community to the authority of the King of Portugal. He accepted it as a feudal lord receiving homage from a new vassal.
That misunderstanding seems to have set the stage for the conflict, pinpoint the start of that conflict.
It began almost immediately with mutual cultural shock. The Thomas Christians, with their high-caste Hindu sensibilities, were horrified by the Portuguese.
For what reasons?
Their habits. The Portuguese ate beef, which was taboo. They drank alcohol heavily, and their behavior was seen as rapacious and violent. To the Thomas Christians, these Europeans were Mlecca's unclean barbarians.
And the Portuguese were equally shocked by the Indians.
But for theological reasons. They listened to the Indian liturgy, which is from the East Syrian tradition, and immediately labeled it Nestorian heresy,
What was the central point of contention?
the title given to the Virgin Mary. The Portuguese, as Roman Catholics, insisted on the term Theotokos, Mother of God.
And the Thomas Christians.
They refused. Following their tradition, they would only use the term Christotokos, Mother of Christ.
Explain the theological distinction. It sounds subtle, but it was clearly explosive.
The Indian tradition argued that divinity, by its nature, is eternal and uncreated. Therefore, God cannot have a mother. Mary gave birth to the human Jesus in whom God dwelt. So she was the mother of Christ, the man, but not the mother of God, the eternal deity. To the Portuguese, this was a denial of the divinity of Christ. It was a damnable heresy.
And the Padroado gave them the power to enforce their view, track the lineage of the schism through the matrons, the local bishops.
The Portuguese began a systematic campaign to sever the Indian Church's ties to Persia and bring it under Latin rule. They harassed, arrested, and deported the Syrian bishops sent from the Patriarch of Babylon.
The text names two key figures.
Mar Joseph, Mar Abraham. Their careers were a constant struggle. They were repeatedly arrested by the Portuguese Inquisition in Goa, shipped off to Lisbon or Rome, only to escape and try to make their way back to their flock in Malabar.
And this long struggle came to a head when Mar Abraham died.
He died in 1597. This created a power vacuum. He left the community under the care of his archdeacon, a man named George of the Cross. But an archdeacon is not a bishop. He couldn't ordain new priests. The church was vulnerable.
And the Portuguese saw their opportunity.
This is when Archbishop Aleixo de Menezes of Goa decided to end the independence of the Thomas Christians once and for all.
Which brings us to the Synod of Diamper.
The climax of the Portuguese coercion.
Give the date and the specific outcomes of the Synod of Diamper.
Menezes convened the synod from June 20th to the 26th, 1599. He arrived with a full contingent of Portuguese soldiers to ensure the outcome he wanted.
And the decrees. What was decided?
First, a formal anathema, a curse, was pronounced against the Patriarch of Babylon, who had been their spiritual head for centuries.
So a complete severing of their historic ties.
Complete. Second, the synod forced the repudiation of what was called the Law of Thomas in favor of the Law of Peter, meaning the customs and laws of Rome.
What else?
The systematic burning of their libraries. Menezes and his priests went through the collections of Syriac books, liturgy, theology, history, and destroyed any text they deemed heretical. It was a calculated act of cultural destruction.
Administratively.
The historic diocese of the Serra of the Mountains was broken up. It was divided into 75 parishes, each placed under the authority of catenars or priests who had been retrained and forced to accept Latin theology and practices.
How long did this imposed Latin rule last?
For about half a century.
Yeah.
But the resentment festered until it finally exploded in a full-scale rebellion.
Demand the specific date and the nature of that rebellion.
The key event is the Coonan Cross Oath. It took place on January 3rd, 1653.
Describe what happened.
Thousands of Thomas Christians gathered at a church in Madoncherry. There was a large, open-air stone cross in the churchyard, known as the Coonan, or Leaning Cross.
And they took an oath.
The crowd was so massive that not everyone could touch the cross itself, so they tied long ropes to it, and the people held onto the ropes, symbolically connecting everyone to the oath. They swore they would no longer obey Archbishop Garcia or any of the Paranga, the Franks, the Europeans.
They declared independence, but this created a canonical crisis. How was the new indigenous leadership consecrated without a bishop?
They were in a bind. They had their leader, Archdeacon Thomas, but under the laws of apostolic succession, they needed a bishop to consecrate him as a new bishop.
And they didn't have one.
So they invented a solution. On May 26, 1653, 12 of their senior priests, the Catanars, gathered. They all laid their hands on Archdeacon Thomas and consecrated him as their bishop, giving him the title Martama I.
What's this valid?
By the strict rules of Roman Catholic or Orthodox canon law? Absolutely not. It was a radical revolutionary act, but it was an act of survival.
And this marked the formal split.
Yes. From this point on, the Thomas Christian community was fractured. Those who remained loyal to Rome, after some negotiations, became the Syro-Malabar Catholic Church. Those who followed Martama became the foundation for the various independent Orthodox and other Syrian bodies that exist today.
That concludes the main drama with the Thomas Christians, but the file moves to another part of the Catholic second-wave missions outside this ancient community.
Correct. We now shift focus to the pearl fishing coast, the Gulf of Mannar, and a community called the Paravas.
Challenge the motivation for the Parava conversion. Was this a spiritual movement or a political one?
The source material is unequivocal. It was entirely political. It was a matter of survival.
Explain their situation.
The Paravas were being squeezed. Their pearl fishing business was being exploited by Muslim traders, and they were militarily threatened by the powerful Hindu ruler, the Zamarin of Calicut. They were desperate for a protector.
So their leader made a strategic move.
Yes. The caste headman, the Jadi Thalavan, led a delegation to the Portuguese stronghold at Cochin. The text dates this to either 1535 or 1537.
And what was the deal?
It was a straightforward quid pro quo. The Paravas offered to convert to Christianity en masse in exchange for Portuguese naval protection.
So this was a group conversion, not an individual one.
Yes, some 20,000 Paravas were baptized all at once. The Portuguese provided the protection, and the Paravas provided the numbers for the church.
Describe the nativistic character of Parava Christianity that resulted from this.
Because it was a mass conversion of an entire caste group, their social structure remained intact. The Jadi Thalavan didn't lose his power, he simply became a little king within the church, managing its internal affairs. The missionaries were often just chaplains for a self-governing Christian caste.
And their worship practices.
Highly syncretic. The file gives the example of the cult of Our Lady of the Snows at Tuticorin. Her statue was treated much like a Hindu temple deity, a Mahadevi.
And the festival.
The Golden Car Festival. This is a classic Hindu Rath Yatra. They would place the statue of Mary on an enormous, elaborate chariot, or rath, and thousands of devotees would pull it through the streets in a massive procession. The form was Hindu, only the name of the deity was changed. Now contrast this mass movement approach with the Madurai mission. Introduce Roberto de Nobili. De Nobili represents the complete opposite strategy. He was an Italian Jesuit, an aristocrat, who arrived in Madurai in November of 1606.
And his specific strategy.
He observed that the Portuguese were despised by the high caste elites. He decided that to convert the Brahmins, he had to become a Brahmin. He adopted a strategy of radical enculturation.
Describe his persona.
He adopted the lifestyle of a Hindu holy man, a sannyasi. He wore the saffron or ochre robe. He became a strict vegetarian. He learned Sanskrit, Tamil, and Telugu to a scholarly level. He presented himself not as a Portuguese priest, but as a Roman Brahmin.
Quote his manifesto regarding his identity.
He wrote, to defend himself from critics in his own church, I am not a Faranga. I come from Rome, where my family holds a rank as respectable as any Rajas in this country.
He was claiming to be a high-caste foreigner.
Exactly. He was disassociating himself from the unclean, beef-eating Portuguese and aligning himself with the Indian aristocracy.
And this strategy was taken even further by his successor. Introduce Constanzo Giuseppe Besci.
Besci, who took the Tamil name Virumamunavar, arrived later and took de Nobili's model to its theatrical extreme.
Describe his lifestyle.
He didn't live like an ascetic sannyasi. He lived like a high Tamil lord, a guru. The sources describe him traveling in an ivory palanquin, seated on a tiger skin.
A tiger skin?
A tiger skin. He wore purple silk robes. He had attendants who fanned him with peacock feathers. His arrival was announced by drums and fifes. It was pure performance designed to project immense spiritual authority.
What was his literary contribution?
He was a master of the Tamil language. His great work was the Tembavani, an epic poem on the life of Saint Joseph, written in a high classical style that rivals the great Hindu epics. He is still regarded as a major figure in the history of Tamil literature.
This concludes the Catholic wave. We now move to the third wave, presented in the file, the Protestant or evangelical wave, beginning in the 18th century.
Yes, and this is a completely different world. We move from the Baroque Catholicism of Besci to the world of the German Enlightenment.
Identify the philosophical roots. The text says it's not just Protestantism.
It's a specific blend of two movements. German pietism, particularly the school of Spener and Frank, which emphasized personal conversion and deep piety,
And
and the Enlightenment. These missionaries were not anti-intellectual. They brought with them a belief in science, observation, and scholarship.
the file uses a specific German phrase for this concept.
Yes, the idea of the mission station as a kindergarten and Kunsthammer, a school and a room of wonders, a cabinet of curiosities. They saw science and education as integral to the mission.
The first missionaries of this wave and their arrival date.
Bartholomäus Siegenbalg and Heinrich Plitzschau. They were German pietists sent by the King of Denmark. They landed at the Danish colony of Tranquebar in July 1706.
And they immediately ran into conflict with the secular authorities.
Yes. The Danish governor, a man named J.C. Hassius, was actively hostile. He saw missionaries as destabilizing influences who would upset his trade relationships.
And he took action.
He threw Siegenbalg in prison for 4 months on the charge of meddling in local affairs. The first opposition they faced wasn't from Hindus, but from their fellow Europeans.
What were Siegenbalg's specific contributions to Indology?
Despite the opposition, he became a pioneering scholar. In 1713, he wrote his Genealogy of the Malabarian Gods.
What was significant about that work?
It was one of the first serious European attempts to understand and systematize Hindu beliefs, rather than just dismissing them as devil worship. He interviewed people, collected stories, it was ethnographic.
In his other major contribution.
He completed the first translation of the New Testament into Tamil, which was published in 1715. He laid the foundation for Protestant engagement with Indian languages and culture.
This leads to the next major figure of this period.
Christian Friedrich Schwartz, whose career spanned from 1750 to 1798.
Identify his political role. It was highly unusual.
Schwartz gained such a reputation for integrity and wisdom that he became a trusted advisor and diplomat for multiple local kingdoms. His most prominent role was serving as the Rajaguru, the royal preceptor, and regent for Sirfoji, the young Maharaja of Thanjavur.
So a German missionary was effectively the guardian and acting ruler of a major Hindu kingdom.
Yes. It demonstrates a level of trust and integration that is hard to imagine in the later colonial period.
The file emphasizes that Schwartz did not work alone. Lists the key Indian helpers or disciples mentioned and their specific roles.
This is crucial. First, Satyanathan Pillai. He was a convert from a high-born Vellalar family. In 1790, he was commissioned by the SPCK as its first ever Tamil missionary, ordained to work independently.
So the beginning of an indigenous clergy. Who was next?
David Sundaranandam. His background was very different. He was a Shanar from the Toddy Tapper caste, which was considered much lower.
And his role.
He was an evangelist who led a mass movement of conversions among his own people in the Tirunelveli region around 1799. He was known for establishing villages of refuge, like the famous one at Mudalur, for converts fleeing persecution.
And the third helper?
Vidanayakam Sastri, a brilliant poet who became the poet laureate at the court of Maharaja Sirfoji, the same court where Schwartz was regent.
Analyze Vidanayakam Sastri's Bethlehem Kurvanchi as described in the text.
It's a classic example of syncretic Christian literature.
Yeah.
He took a popular Tamil folk genre, the Kuruvanchi, which is a drama centered on a female fortune teller.
And he adapted it.
He adapted it to tell the Christian story. The characters have allegorical names. The fortune teller is Visavasa Kuruvanchi, which means faith foretold. Her companion is Yana Chinkan, or reason conveyed. He used a familiar cultural form to communicate a new message.
We are now moving into the 19th century and the period of the British Raj. The file notes a major shift in official British policy, from hostility towards missions to something called the Pious Clause.
Yes, for a long time, the British East India Company had the same policy as the Danish governor. They banned missionaries, seeing them as a threat to stability.
What was the date of the Pious Clause that changed this?
It was part of the Charter Renewal Act of 1813.
And what did it do?
Under intense pressure from the evangelical lobby in London, Parliament forced the company to permit the entry of missionaries into its territories in India. This opened the floodgates.
But this influx of new missionaries brought what the text calls the shadow issue of caste within the church to a boiling point. Give specific incidents of conflict.
The conflicts were constant. The new European missionaries, especially the Anglicans, were often appalled by the caste distinctions they found being practiced by Indian Christians.
Example 1.
In 1830, Bishop Wilson of Calcutta sacked a highly successful German missionary named Marinius.
For what reason?
Renius was too tolerant of caste, and, more importantly, he questioned the necessity of apostolic succession, which was a core Anglican doctrine.
Example 2.
In the 1850s, an SPG missionary named George Pope, a famous Tamil scholar, had members of his own congregation, Tanjore Christians, publicly flogged
For what?
for refusing to abandon their caste rules regarding communion and seating in church. He used colonial violence to enforce Christian equality.
The text describes the seating arrangements.
It uses the phrase sitting together separately. In a typical church, you would find the Europeans sitting on benches, high-caste Velolar converts sitting on mats on one side of the aisle, and low-caste pariah converts sitting on the bare floor on the other side.
Let's move to the clash of ideas in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Theological liberalism versus Indian nationalism.
Yes, as Indian nationalism began to rise, some Christian thinkers tried to bridge the gap. The most famous theory mentioned is Jane Farquhar's fulfillment theory.
Explain that.
Farquhar argued that Christianity wasn't meant to destroy Hinduism, but to fulfill it. He saw the Hindu scriptures and philosophies as a kind of Old Testament, a preparation that finds its ultimate completion or fulfillment in the person of Christ. But this more inclusive approach ran headlong into the politics of nationalism. Describe Gandhi's specific conflict with a Christian leader. This is a pivotal moment. The conflict was with Bishop Vedanyakam Azariah.
Who was he?
Azariah was a towering figure. He was consecrated in 1912 as the first native Indian bishop of the Anglican Communion. He was overseeing a mass conversion movement among Dalits in a place called Dornakal.
And Gandhi's reaction.
Gandhi publicly and harshly chastised Bishop Azariah. He accused him of using material inducements for conversion and, most significantly, of betraying the nation.
On what grounds was it betraying the nation?
Gandhi's view was that the problem of untouchability should be solved within the fold of Hinduism. He saw the mass conversion of Dalits to another religion as a vivisection of the Hindu community, which in turn weakened the Indian nation in its struggle against the British. The charge was that these conversions were fundamentally anti-national.
We're now in the final segment, post-independence.
1947. The British leave. The country is partitioned. This forces the Christian churches to reevaluate their own structures.
Which leads to the formation of United Churches. What is the formation date of the Church of South India, the CSI?
September 1947, just weeks after India's independence. It was a landmark ecumenical union of Anglicans, Methodists, Congregationalists, and Presbyterians. The Church of North India followed suit in 1970.
But one colonial structure remained. The end of the Portuguese Padroado.
It died a very slow death. The source notes that it was only fully resolved after the Indian Army occupied the Portuguese territory of Goa in 1961. Until then, the Vatican and Portugal were still appointing bishops under that ancient agreement.
And with the departure of the European powers, a new kind of hostility arose. The text cites a specific report from Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, in the years after independence, a government commission in Madhya Pradesh investigated missionary activities. Its report was highly critical and influential.
What was its conclusion?
It effectively labeled the Indian Christian community a foreign hand, suggesting it was a fifth column susceptible to American funding and influence, and a threat to national culture.
Bring us to the closing demographics.
The source estimates a total of around 50 million Christians in India today.
And the composition of that community.
It has shifted dramatically. While the ancient Syrian communities remain, the real demographic weight and growth is now among Dalit and Adivasi communities.
The text names one state with a Christian majority.
Nagaland in the northeast is listed as being 95% Christian. The center of gravity has moved from the high caste communities of the first wave to the marginalized groups of the third wave. There is a rise of powerful Dalit, Christian, and Adivasi movements.
Protocol dictates termination. Stop.
The document on the desk is Chapter 6, Africa, by Kevin Ward. It is a dense historical survey, but it opens with a statement that seems simple enough. Ward asserts that the continent is currently defined by three major religious traditions: Islam, Christianity, and African traditional religion.
Stop right there. We are not going to breeze past that categorization. It sounds like a standard list, but Ward is doing something very specific with his terminology in the first paragraph. He's drawing a distinction in the nature of these traditions. How does he characterize them relative to one another?
Well, he sets up a contrast. He characterizes African traditional religion as indigenous. He does admit that might be a bit of a simplification as a diverse phenomenon, so religions in the plural would be more accurate. But the core identity is indigenous.
So that's the baseline. And Islam.
He describes Islam as having an enculturated nature.
which implies it came from outside but settled in deeply, all right? And Christianity, that must be the point of contention.
That's the friction point. Exactly. Ward notes that African Christianity is often presented, or at least perceived, as alien to the continent. The narrative is that it's the religion of the West, specifically of European missionaries.
Which sets up the central counter-argument of the entire text. Ward is not accepting that alien premise. He is conducting a historical audit to disprove it. What is his specific rebuttal regarding the chronology?
He pulls the timeline back. He argues that Christianity has strong claims to be reckoned the oldest of the three traditions on the continent. He cites a continuous history of nearly 2,000 years.
Which is factually accurate, but often ignored. If you look at Egypt and North Africa, the church is there centuries before Islam arrives. But Ward doesn't just rest on, we were here first. He moves immediately to function. He introduces a critical theoretical framework here, the Sanneh hypothesis. Who is Lamin Sanneh, and what is this hypothesis?
Lamin Sanneh is identified as a West African historian and theologian. His argument, and Ward admits this is surprising, is that Christianity in modern Africa is actually a movement of affirmation and preservation of local culture.
That is a massive claim. It runs completely counter to the standard post-colonial critique. The standard view, the one most people probably learned in university, is that missionary Christianity was a despiser and destroyer of African cultural heritage, that it was an agent of cultural imperialism. Ward is saying the opposite. So we need to drill down into the mechanism. How does the destroyer become the preserver?
The mechanism is translation. Sanneh emphasizes the absolute priority missionaries placed on translating the Bible into the mother tongue. Ward writes that this served to enhance African culture and its particularity, regardless of the missionaries' actual intentions.
Regardless of intentions, that's the critical phrase. The missionaries might have intended to impose a Western stiff upper lip orthodoxy, but the method they used undermined that goal. Unpack the vernacular paradigm. What does that mean in practice?
By translating the scriptures, missionaries effectively handed over the keys. They gave local people a standard, the Bible in their own language, by which to question claims of Western cultural superiority.
How? What does having a book in your own language actually do to the power dynamic?
Ward notes that it didn't matter if this was a conscious decision by the missionaries. The shift into the vernacular paradigm excited local ambition and fueled national feeling.
Because once the Bible is in Yoruba or Tswana, God speaks Yoruba or Tswana. He doesn't just speak Latin or English. Ward makes a specific comparison here between the Christian scripture and other Western texts to explain why this is so potent.
He does. He compares the scriptures to Plato or Milton. He says you can translate Plato, but the scriptures are different because they are preserved in a community of memory and observance. In translated form, they continue to speak authoritatively to both the transmitter, the missionary, and the recipient alike.
So the missionary loses the monopoly on interpretation. The text becomes an independent authority that both the European and the African have to appeal to.
Exactly. And he contrasts this sharply with Islam. This is a vital distinction in the text.
How does the linguistic mechanism of Islam differ from Christianity in this context? Be precise.
Ward states that while Islam is inculturated, it is inextricably bound to Arabic. He calls Islam a religion of empire, or a universal civilization where the sacred text, the Quran, remains in the original language to be truly authoritative.
Whereas Christianity,
Conversely, adopts the lingua francas, or the local vernaculars of the region, Swahili, Lingala, Amharinya, Hausa.
or even Afrikanolans, as we'll see later, Ward is building an argument that Christianity's lack of a single sacred language, like Arabic, allows it to become indigenous in a molecular way that Islam, with its reverence for the Arabic Quran, operates differently from. All right, that's the theory. Now, the historical audit. Section 2, North Africa and Egypt, the first 600 years.
Ward takes us back to the Roman period. He describes the interplay between the local and the metropolitan. Christianity spread along the Mediterranean coast via the Pax Romana. It utilized the established imperial languages of trade and administration, Greek and Latin.
Be specific. The text creates a linguistic stratification between Egypt and the Maghreb, what we now call North Africa. It wasn't a monolith.
Right. In Egypt, the language of the church was Greek. The text lists figures like Origen, Athanasius, and Cyril. These were, heavy hitters in Christian theology.
And in North Africa, the West.
In the West, it was Latin. That's where you get Tertullian, Cyprian, and Augustine.
And the dissident traditions. Ward mentions them to show this wasn't just a smooth imperial operation, there was internal conflict.
He points out Arius, representing the Greek dissident tradition, the Arian controversy, and Donatus, representing the Latin dissenters, the Donatists.
But the text argues that despite using imperial languages, Christianity wasn't simply the religion of empire. It wasn't just the governor's religion. What's the evidence for that?
Correct. Ward cites the martyrs of the first centuries. He uses them as proof that African Christians could stubbornly and courageously resist the civil power. End well. He also notes that early on, Christianity began to be articulated in vernaculars, specifically in Egypt.
St. Anthony. He's the bridge figure here. Elaborate on Antony. Why is he the bridge?
Because St. Anthony himself knew no Greek. He was a Copt. He was part of the monastic movement that expressed Christian piety in terms of Coptic culture, the native culture of Egypt.
So this is Christianity moving out of the Greek-speaking cities and into the Egyptian countryside.
Yes, and Ward notes that Athanasius, the great Greek bishop of Alexandria, wrote the Life of Antony specifically to emphasize the common concerns of both Greek and Coptic believers. It was an attempt to hold the two worlds together.
So we have a Coptic vernacular foundation in Egypt. That's crucial for what comes next, the pivot point. The text gives a specific date.
641 CE, the capture of Alexandria by Islamic armies. Ward describes this as a disastrous period for Christianity globally. Islam spread over North Africa more rapidly and deeply than Christianity had 500 years prior.
Ward offers a comparative analysis here, collapse versus survival. He contrasts the fate of the church in the Maghreb, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, with the church in Egypt. The Maghreb church vanished. The Egyptian church survived. Why did the Maghreb collapse? What's the textual argument?
Ward suggests an internal weakness. He says the unity and moral fervor of a pristine Islam stood in stark contrast to a fractious and worldly Christianity in North Africa. Essentially, the Latin Church had argued itself into exhaustion with controversies like Donatism.
That's the internal weakness argument. But why did Egypt survive? It faced the same Islamic pristine fervor.
Ward argues the nature of the conquest was different. In Egypt, the Arab conquest came rapidly, but it was accepted pacifically by the population. The Copts were effectively already at war with their Christian overlords in Constantinople. They were alienated from the Eastern Roman Empire.
Why were they alienated? Unpack the theology. Do not gloss over the Christological schism. This is the definition of technical but necessary.
It was the persecution of the Copts for their adherence to one nature theology.
Monophysite. Use the correct term.
Yes, monophysite theology. They believed Christ had one nature, divine and human united. This had been condemned at the Council of Chalcedon in 451. The Eastern Empire was enforcing two-nature theology, or Chalcedonian.
Also called Melkite. The text uses that word.
Right, the Melkite or King's faction. So the Copts viewed the Byzantine rulers not as fellow Christians, but as oppressors. When the Muslims arrived, they offered Dema status protection for people of the book in exchange for attacks.
And to the Copts, that looked like a better deal than Melkite oppression.
Exactly. They saw the Muslims as a relief from persecution by other Christians.
Whereas in North Africa, the invasion was prolonged, bitter, and violent, and flight to Christian Europe was geographically easier. But Ward lists specific survival mechanisms for the Copts. It wasn't just theological luck, it was sociological adaptation.
The church ceased to be urban and Hellenic. It retreated and became incorporated into the native Egyptian culture of the Nile Valley. Monasticism was the vehicle for this. The Bible and liturgy were translated into Coptic. They dug in.
And professional utility. They made themselves useful.
Yes, Muslim rulers relied on the Christian Coptic community for their skills. They were the administrators, the traders, the fullers, the cabinet makers. They ran the bureaucracy.
However, Ward notes the ghettoization by the 10th century. It wasn't a paradise. What were the conditions?
No. By the 10th century, Copts were a clear minority. They were required to live in special settlements, wear distinctive uniforms, heavy crosses, specific colors, and were restricted from evangelizing. There were massive tax incentives to convert to Islam.
There is a specific institutional mechanism Ward mentions regarding the patriarch. The lot system. Explain it. This is a fascinating bit of governance.
The Coptic patriarch, or pope, was chosen by lot, random selection, from a list of monks, preferably young ones.
Why young? What's the strategic advantage?
To encourage long patriarchates. If you pick a young man, he rules for 40 or 50 years. This reduced the frequency of the disruption caused by the death of a leader, which in turn minimized the opportunities for the state to interfere in the succession.
Precisely. It was a defense mechanism against state capture, a very clever one. Now, move south. Section 3, Nubia. The text calls them the Forgotten Kingdoms.
Nubia lies south of the First Cataract at Aswan, in modern-day Sudan. It was never part of the Roman Empire, but was receptive to religious movements from Egypt. Christianity spread informally through trade and monasticism for, well, quite some time.
Until the 6th century, Ward details a diplomatic race for the conversion of Nubia. This plays out like a spy novel. Who were the players?
It was a rivalry between the Byzantine court factions. You had Emperor Justinian, who promoted the official Chalcedonian Christology. Then you had his wife, Empress Theodora, who had Monophysite leanings, sympathetic to the Copts.
So it's an internal power struggle in Constantinople playing out in Africa. They both sent mission teams to Nubia to convert the king, correct?
Yes, both sent missions.
Who won?
Theodora. Her party, led by Julian on Longinus, arrived first and preached at King Silko of Nobatia.
So Nubian Christianity aligns with the Coptic Monophysite tradition because the empress beat the emperor to the punch. Now, the relationship with Islam, Nubia remains Christian for centuries after Egypt falls. Why?
The Bat Treaty. It was a treaty between the Muslim rulers of Egypt and the Nubians. It was a strategic consideration to keep the southern border quiet. It wasn't just a ceasefire. It lasted for 600 years.
And that gave Nubia the space and freedom to develop a distinct Christian culture. Ward mentions archaeological evidence. What confirms the indigenous nature of this church?
Excavations by Polish teams in the 1950s and 60s. They found mural pictorial representations in churches along the Nile. Ward notes the presence of black, that is, Nubian priests and religious figures depicted in the art alongside Copts. It wasn't just an imported faith, the leadership was local.
But it eventually declines. Give me the timeline. Ward is very specific about the sequence of events.
Relations were cordial with the Fatimids, but turned aggressive with the Ayyubids in 1171. The pressure mounted. The last Christian king of Nobatia was defeated in 1323. A splinter kingdom, Dotawo, had a Christian ruler as late as 1494.
And by 1500?
By 1500, Christianity had all but disappeared from Nubia.
Section of 4th, Ethiopia, the Solomonic survivor. This is a different trajectory entirely. It survives. Start with the foundation.
It goes back to the 4th century. Two Syrian merchants, Frumentius and Adasius, were shipwrecked or captured and brought to the court of the Negus the king. They influenced King Ezana to convert.
And the ecclesiastical link to Egypt. This is important for the power dynamics later.
In 346 CE, Frumentius went to Alexandria and was consecrated by Athanasius as the first bishop, or Obana, of the Ethiopian Church. He became known as Abba Salama, the Father of Peace.
This establishes the structural dependency on Egypt. The head of the Ethiopian church was always an Egyptian appointee, but the text emphasizes a Judaic connection unique to Ethiopia. This is not just Christianity.
Yes. Ward mentions the Falasha, or Beta Israel, who obey the Torah and respect the Sabbath. But the church itself claims a lineage from Judah. The Zagwe dynasty, specifically King Alabella, tried to recreate a Zion in rock-hewn churches. They physically carved Jerusalem out of the Ethiopian rock.
But the Zagwe were usurpers. The restoration of the legitimate line in 1270 brings us the Kebra Nagast. Analyze that text function. It's a political document.
Absolutely. The Kebra Nagast, or the Glory of the Kings, legitimized the new dynasty by tracing their descent from King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, specifically through their son, Menelik I. It's a national epic designed to secure a political claim.
And the artifact, it's not just about bloodline.
The Ark of the Covenant, or Tablet. The myth claims Menelik brought the original Ark from Jerusalem to Ethiopia. Ward notes that replicas of the Ark tablets are placed at the center of all new churches. It is the central sacred object.
Ward outlines a specific power structure within the Ethiopian church that is quite complex. The Abuna versus the Abuns distinguish them.
The Abuna was always Egyptian, appointed from Cairo. He was a stranger to Ethiopia, usually didn't speak the language well, which limited his practical power. He was a figurehead for apostolic validity.
And the Eki.
The Eke was the abbot of Dabra Libanos, appointed by the Ethiopian crown. He handled the practical management of the church. He was the real power on the ground.
So you have a foreign spiritual head and a local administrative head. This tension between the foreign Orthodox authority and the local monastic power led to conflict. The Sabbath controversy.
This was a massive conflict. It pitted the northern monasteries, led by Abbot Iwas, who defended the Jewish tradition of observing the Saturday Sabbath, against the Egyptian Abuna, who insisted on Sunday observance as per general Christian practice.
How is it resolved?
A modus vivendi was reached at the Council of Mitmak in 1450. Both Sabbaths were honored, Saturday and Sunday, a uniquely Ethiopian compromise.
Now, the 16th century crisis, the Islamic threat.
The invasion by the Muslim general Graun, the left-handed, between 1529 and 1543. He devastated the highlands. Ethiopia was on the brink of annihilation. They sought help from the Portuguese.
Which brings the Jesuits, Father Pais and Father Mendez. Compare their approaches. The text presents a stark contrast.
It's a case study in how to do it and how not to do it. Father Pais arrived in 1603. He was sympathetic, generous, and learned the language. He interested the emperor in Catholicism through intellect and piety.
And his successor?
Alphonsus Mendez, a catastrophe.
List the errors. Ward is specific. What exactly did he demand?
Mendez insisted on the rebaptism of the laity, the reordination of the clergy, and the reconsecration of churches. Ward calls it extraordinary arrogance. He basically told an ancient Christian kingdom that they weren't actually Christians.
And the result of this arrogance?
Civil war. Emperor Susenyos tried to enforce Mendez's rules, but the country revolted. Susenyos abdicated in favor of his son, Fasciladas, who expelled the Jesuits in 1632.
In the legacy.
A deep, deep legacy of bitterness and suspicion toward foreign intrusion that lasted for centuries.
Before we leave Ethiopia, Ward mentions a specific class of church officials vital to the parish life. The Dabtara.
The Dabtara are lay cantors. Ward notes they were often better educated than the priests. They were responsible for the music and chant, but they also had a reputation as healers and, distinct spiritual intermediaries.
Moving to Section V, the Kingdom of Congo and the Portuguese. The text gives a date for first contact.
1482. The Portuguese arrive.
What is their motivation? It's not purely religious.
No. It was a mix of Reconquista zeal and an anti-Islamic crusade carried over from Europe and the quest for the wealth of the Indies. Baptism was used as a diplomatic gesture.
And a commercial one. Ward notes the specific link between baptism and the arms trade.
Yes. The King of Portugal condemned the sale of weapons to non-Christians. So if an African ruler wanted muskets, he had to get baptized. It legitimized the sale of arms. It was a prerequisite for military alliance.
But Congo is an exception to this shallow contact. The text treats it differently.
In Congo, yes. Under Medekongo Nzinga Nkua, and specifically his son Afonso Aya, who reigned from 1506 to 1543, there was an active, genuine attempt to build a Christian kingdom. Afonso studied theology. He sent his son Henrique to Portugal, where he was ordained as a bishop.
This sounds promising, so why did it fail? Ward blames the Padroado. Explain this legal instrument.
The Padroado was a concession from the Pope, giving the Portuguese crown exclusive rights of patronage and appointment to high office in the church overseas.
The problem, what was the practical consequence of this?
Portugal didn't have the resources to supply clergy. They were a small nation. But because of the Padroado, they refused to allow missionaries from other nations to enter. They played dog in the manger. They couldn't feed the flock, but they wouldn't let anyone else feed them either.
Until the Capuchins arrived in 1645 via propaganda fide, Rome's way of bypassing Portugal. But let's fast forward to the disintegration, the Antonian movement, early 18th century. Who is the central figure?
Donna Beatrice, or Kempavita. She was a prophetic figure who claimed to be possessed by St. Anthony of Padua.
What was her message? What was she trying to achieve?
She urged the restoration of the capital, San Salvador, which had been ruined by civil war. She claimed it was Christ's birthplace. She taught that Jesus, Mary, and the saints were all from Congo. It was a movement of national rejuvenation.
So why was she burned as a heretic in 1706? What was the charge?
The Capuchins were alarmed by your attack on traditional menkise, or fetishes. But she went too far for them. She included crucifixes in the category of fetishes to be destroyed. She saw the European symbols as just another form of idolatry.
So she was attacking the mission's symbols of power. And there was another issue, wasn't there?
Yes. She had a guardian angel partner, a man she called St. John, by whom she became pregnant. That sealed her fate.
Section 6, the 19th century revival, West Africa. Ward shifts to the Black Atlantic. What does he mean by that?
He's talking about the network of exchange and return across the Atlantic created by the slave trade and its abolition. He discusses abolitionism as a clash of worldviews. The slave trade versus Adam Smith's economic liberalism combined with the evangelical awakening.
Sierra Leone becomes the focal point. The colony of freedom. Explain its role.
Freetown was established for recaptives, enslaved Africans, liberated by the British squadron patrolling the Atlantic. The majority were Yoruba, nicknamed Aku because of their greeting. They became the nucleus of a new, educated Christian elite.
Ward creates a profile of the African Englishman here, Sir Samuel Lewis.
Lewis is the epitome of the Creole achievement. A lawyer, a Methodist, shaped by Western institutions like the English bar and the Legislative Council. He represented the success of the assimilationist model.
But there is a countercurrent. The return to Egbaland.
Many Yoruba recaptives didn't stay in Freetown. They returned to their homeland, specifically Abeokuta and Lagos. This sparked a massive cultural project translating scriptures and recording history. Samuel Johnson's History of the Yoruba is the prime example.
And the intellectual critique comes from Edward Wilmot Blyden. What is his argument in Christianity, Islam, and the Negro race? The text gives the date, 1887.
Blyden criticized Creole Christianity as artificial, a pale imitation of European culture. He contrasted it with Islam, which he saw as having an organic development in West Africa. He advocated for a native African church that wasn't just a copy of Europe.
This leads to the native pastorate controversy, Henry Venn's policy.
Henry Venn, secretary of the CMS, Church Missionary Society, proposed the three selves policy: self-governing, self-financing, self-propagating. The goal was the euthanasia of the mission. The missionaries should work themselves out of a job.
In theory. In practice, we have the tragedy of Samuel J. Crowther. Walk us through the audit of his episcopacy.
Crowther was a Yoruba freed slave, ordained bishop in 1864, a huge milestone. But Ward notes it was a structural setup for failure. He was given a missionary diocese on the Niger with no resources and no local financial base, breaking Venn's own rules about self-support.
And the 1889 purge. This is critical. Who are the agents of his downfall?
A group of young British missionaries led by Graham Wilmot Brooke. They were influenced by the Keswick holiness movement, very intense, very perfectionist.
What was their charge against Crowther? What was the specific accusation?
They attacked his nominal episcopate. They criticized the moral laxity of his agents. But Ward notes this was combined with harsh racial stereotyping. One missionary called the educated Creoles the dregs of society. They essentially bullied the elderly bishop into resigning. And the result of that, Crowther was replaced by a European. This betrayal, this reversal of Venn's policy, was a major catalyst for the Ethiopianism movement.
Define Ethiopianism. What's the reference?
Ethiopianism refers to independent churches led by Africans, inspired by Psalm 68.31. Ethiopia shall stretch forth his hand to God. It became a slogan for spiritual and ecclesiastical independence from European control.
And the text mentions James Holy Johnson. What was his significance?
Johnson was a leader of this movement, but he refused to secede from the Anglican Church. He was offered the position of half-bishop, an assistant with limited powers, which he saw as an insult. He represents the struggle within the mission churches.
Section 7, South Africa. A different dynamic.
Settlers. Ward notes the Afrikaner identity. By 1800, the Trekboer Manifesto was Ik ben een Afrikaner, I am an African. They saw themselves as a new white tribe of Africa.
And their religion. It wasn't just pure Calvinism. The text notes another influence.
No, he notes the influence of Scottish evangelicalism on the Dutch Reformed Church in the 19th century through figures like Andrew Murray, and later the Neo-Calvinism of Abraham Kuyper.
The primary conflict then arises between the missionaries and the Boers.
Yes, missionaries like Vanderkamp and Dr. John Phillip of the London Missionary Society campaigned for the rights of the Khoikhoi. The Boers resented this interference deeply. They saw the missionaries as agents of British imperialism undermining their social order.
And we see African leaders using this conflict. Moshushu of the Basotho.
He invited missionaries to his kingdom precisely as a shield against the Boers. He saw them as a diplomatic and technological resource.
Now, the Exosa response. Ward contrasts two figures, Nixley and Netsikana, a classic war and peace dynamic.
Nixley was a diviner, a war doctor. He saw mission stations as instruments of colonial espionage. He led an attack on Grahamstown in 1819 and drowned trying to escape Robben Island. He represents total resistance.
And Netsikana.
He was a counselor who advocated conciliation. He composed famous hymns that are still sung today. He represents the strand of accommodation and syncretism.
Then came the catastrophe, the cattle killing of 1857.
The prophetess Nonkwawis prophesied that if the Exosa killed their cattle, the wealth and food source, the ancestors would rise and the whites would be expelled into the sea.
The result was famine and the collapse of Exosa resistance. But from this debris, a new elite emerges.
The school people. Christians who embraced mission education is the only way forward. Tio Soga, who translated Pilgrim's Progress into Xhosa, and later Solomon Plaatje.
Plaatje's native life in South Africa, Ward quotes the opening. State the quote.
Awakening on Friday morning, June 20th, 1913, the South African native found himself not actually a slave, but a pariah in the land of his birth.
Referring to the 1913 Land Act, the legal foundation of apartheid. Section 8. East Africa. The scramble for Africa is in full swing. Ward contrasts Livingstone and Crap.
David Livingstone advocated commerce and Christianity, believing that legitimate trade facilitated by white settlers would end the slave trade. Johann Ludwig Kreff, a Lutheran, was much more skeptical of colonialism. He wrote, "Banish the thought that Europe must spread her protecting wing."
Now the Catholics. The text identifies two major orders with different strategies, the White Fathers versus the Holy Ghost Fathers.
The White Fathers, founded by Cardinal Livery, were designed to be self-supporting, living communities and adapt to local customs. They adopted the Gandura, the white cassock robe of the Arabs. They tried to blend in.
And the Holy Ghost Fathers.
They focused on establishing settlements for freed slaves, like the one at Bagamoyo near Zanzibar. They created Christian safe havens.
Uganda. This is a unique case study in the chapter.
Yes. Henry Morton Stanley's letter to the Daily Telegraph in 1875 invited missionaries to the King of Uganda's court. The result was a religious civil war between the Protestants, Bangureza or English Party, Catholics, Bafransa or French Party, and Muslims.
Ward calls it a holocaust of converts, the Namagongo martyrs.
Young pages at the court were burned to death for refusing to renounce their new faith. But the counterintuitive result was that the survivors seized power. The Christian converts actually took over the state structure in the aftermath.
And finally, in this section, Adwa, 1896. Why is this battle so important?
Emperor Menelik II of Ethiopia decisively defeats the invading Italian army. It was a stunning victory that reinforced the idea of Ethiopianism across the entire continent. It proved that an African Christian nation could defeat a European colonial power.
Section 9, Colonialism, Education, and Adaptation. The Phelps-Stokes Commission.
In the 1920s, this American-led commission, heavily influenced by Booker T. Washington and the Tuskegee Institute, recommended an education adapted to village life for Africans.
Which was controversial. What was the criticism?
The criticism was that adaptation was just a code word for an inferior education designed to keep Africans in a subservient role, to prevent them from becoming, lawyers and doctors who could challenge colonial rule.
Ward contrasts two Catholic approaches in Nigeria that illustrate this debate. Zappa versus Shanahan.
Carlos Zappa of the SMA refused to open secular schools because he feared producing detribalized clerks who would lose their faith. He wanted pure converts, not government workers.
And Shanahan.
Joseph Shanahan of the Holy Ghost Fathers took the exact opposite view. Those who hold the school hold the country. He embraced education as the primary tool of evangelization.
And the result confirms Shanahan's strategy.
Completely. By the mid-20th century, 40% of schools in Igbo land were Catholic. But this push for cultural change could backfire. The female circumcision crisis in Kenya, 1929. Missionaries, particularly from the Church of Scotland, attempted to ban clitoridectomy among the Kikuyu. The Kikuyu response was fiercely nationalist. Ward quotes a protester, "I am a Kikuyu and no water could wash away my Kikuyu nationality."
And the result.
A massive backlash. The formation of independent schools and churches outside of mission control to preserve the practice as a cornerstone of Kikuyu identity.
Section X, Independent Churches, the AICs. Ward highlights a cluster of prophets of 1913-1914.
Yes. William Wade Harris in Liberia and Ivory Coast. He preached in pidgin English with a gourd and a cross, baptizing tens of thousands. Isaiah Shembe in South Africa, founder of the Nazareth Baptist Church, who established a holy city called Ekufakameni.
And Simon Kimbangu.
In the Congo, 1921. He had a massive healing ministry. The Belgian colonial authorities were terrified of his influence and sentenced him to death. He was commuted to life imprisonment. He spent 30 years in prison and died there.
Ward offers a typology of these churches, Aladur and Zionist. Explain the difference.
Aladura means praying people, a term for churches prominent in Nigeria, like the Cherubim and Seraphim founded by Captain Abiodun. They focus on prayer and visions.
And Zionist.
The Zionist churches in southern Africa emphasize spirit healing, purification rituals, often involving water, and followers typically wear distinctive white robes.
What is the rationale Ward gives for their success? Why did people leave the mission churches for these?
He argues they overcome the dichotomy of worshiping the Christian God on Sunday and consulting a traditional diviner on Monday. They address the realm of spiritual powers, witchcraft, curses, and demons that mission churches often ignored or dismissed as superstition. They offered a holistic protection.
Section 11, movements of renewal within the mission churches.
The Bolokole.
The East African Revival. It started in the 1930s with an English missionary, Joe Church, and a Ugandan layman, Simeoni Nzabambi. Its central practice was walking in the light, which meant public confession of sin.
And a radical egalitarianism. That's a key feature.
Yes, black and white were seen as equals in their sin and in their salvation. The hierarchies of race and colonial power dissolved at the foot of the cross, at least in theory.
The Jama in Congo.
Founded by a Belgian Franciscan missionary, Placide Tempels. It was an attempt to blend Franciscan spirituality with what he identified as Bantu philosophy. It involved a deep family-like initiation for married couples as Baba and Mama. Women in the church. Ward mentions specific figures who often fall through the cracks of history.
He highlights Mater Lina Tikui at Genadendal in South Africa, a Khoikhoi woman who maintained the Christian faith alone in her community for 50 years after the missionaries were forced to leave, and Mary Slessor in Calabar, who famously fought against the killing of twins.
And the women's unions?
The Manano, or Ruatsano. These were powerful women's organizations within the churches. They focused on promoting ring marriage and Christian domesticity, but often clashed with the reality of urban life, polygamy, and migrant labor.
Section 12, decolonization, the politics.
Ward cites the Samkanj family in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, as a nexus of Methodism and nationalism. The mission-educated elite were often the first nationalists, and he quotes Kwame Nkrumah's famous dictum, a paraphrase of scripture, "Seek ye first the political kingdom."
Vatican II, 1960s. Why was its timing so significant?
It coincided almost perfectly with the wave of decolonization across Africa. It validated local culture, promoted the use of the vernacular in the liturgy, and accelerated the Africanization of the Catholic hierarchy. Ward mentions Joseph Kiwanuka becoming the first African bishop in 1939, but Vatican II made that the norm, not the exception.
Post-independence crises. The church becomes a zone of liberty.
Yes, under the one-party states and military dictatorships that followed independence, the church often became the only institution with enough moral authority and international connection to criticize the government. Ward cites Janani Luwum, the Anglican Archbishop of Uganda, who was martyred by Idi Amin in 1977 for speaking truth to power.
But then the dark side. Rwanda, 1994.
Ward is explicit. This is the great crisis for African Christianity. 103 Catholic priests were killed, but clergy were also accused of complicity in the killing. He confronts the terrible paradox of a Christian country committing genocide. It shattered any easy illusion that conversion equaled moral immunization.
Finally, theology. The intellectual response.
He starts with Temple's Bantu philosophy in 1945. Then J.B. Dankwa's Akan Doctrine of God, an attempt to articulate traditional African beliefs in theological terms. And John Mbidi's famous work, African Religions and Philosophy.
And South African Black Theology, Steve Biko.
Biko, though not a theologian, provided the philosophical critique of the mea culpa attitude of white liberalism. This fed into the Kairos document in 1985.
Unpack the Kairos document and makes a three-part distinction.
It distinguishes between state theology, which justified apartheid, church theology, which was the quiet, neutral, non-political response of many churches, and it demanded a prophetic theology that actively sided with the oppressed against injustice.
Section 13, conclusion. The contemporary landscape.
The Pentecostal explosion. It's the dominant theme of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, heavily influenced by American prosperity gospel and televangelism.
Who does it appeal to?
Primarily urban youth. It addresses their aspirations for health, wealth, and success in a way the older mission churches often did not. And crucially, it directly engages with the realm of spiritual powers. Demons, deliverance, healing that we talked about with the AICs.
And the final point in the text. The demographics.
The final statistical note is that Africa is rapidly becoming the numerical center of global Christianity in the 21st century. The center of gravity has shifted south.
The influence of the church in European society in the late 15th century was all-pervasive. Leading figures in the church hierarchy could have reflected on an institution with an unchallenged position at the heart of the community. It was robust, intellectually vigorous, and assured of a role in almost every aspect of human existence.
Stop. Unchallenged is a qualitative assessment. I need the statistical baseline. You are claiming the church was central to the community, but what are the specific metrics of power in the late 15th century? Quantify, all pervasive.
Okay, fair. If we look at the raw demographics, the penetration is substantial. In some regions of Europe, up to 10% of the total population were members of the institutional church.
10%, so 1 in 10 people.
1 in 10 people on the institutional payroll, yes. That includes the secular clergy, the parish priests, but also the monastic orders and the mendicants.
And in terms of capital asset holding, what's the land situation?
Collectively, the church was Europe's single biggest landowner. We are talking about vast estates, monastic lands, and urban property portfolios that dwarfed any single dynastic house.
So they have human capital and the physical capital. Go on. The social utility.
The clergy played a vital, irreplaceable role in the granular lives of all late medieval communities. They were the sole dispensers of the sacraments, which were the absolute checkpoints of life from birth to death.
Be specific.
Baptism, confirmation, marriage, last rites, everything. They were also the managers of hospitals and schools, and critically, they held a functional monopoly on writing and literacy. If you needed something written, you went to a cleric.
And politically. How does this power interface with the secular rulers?
No European ruler could ignore the church in their political calculations. The Pope was a major political force in his own right, not just a spiritual leader. He was a territorial prince in Italy and a constant, unavoidable fixture in the strategic alliances of the day.
So we have a hegemonic institution. Now, the standard narrative, the old textbook narrative, suggests a decaying, corrupt structure ready to collapse. You are suggesting the opposite.
Correct. The church on the eve of the Reformation gave every sign of being an institution in rude good health. That's the term revisionist historians now use.
And what's the evidence for this so-called health?
The evidence is that the century before the Reformation was characterized by a degree of engagement in matters of worship and theology, especially on the part of the laity, that was, well, it was unprecedented in medieval Christianity.
Rude good health is a rhetorical flourish. Engagement is vague. I need the architectural evidence. You claim there was investment. Where is the physical proof of this investment? Show me the receipts.
We see it in the physical infrastructure. This was an age of massive capital injection into church building. If you look at a specific region, say Suffolk in England, during the 15th century, something approaching 50% of parish churches were substantially remodeled.
50%. And the source of this funding? This wasn't a centrally directed program from Rome, was it?
No, and that's the key variable. It was not central funding. Citizens poured the new wealth generated by a successful wool trade directly into their religious lives. They were expanding naves, adding clerestories, commissioning intricate rood screens. This was local, popular investment.
So, voluntary capital injection from the merchant class. That's a strong indicator. Now, address the metaphysical economy. The cult of saints. You cannot discuss the 15th century church without the mechanics of relics.
Absolutely. This was the other major area of lay investment.
Give me the specific inventory of Albrecht of Brandenburg. Let's not talk in generalities.
Albrecht of Brandenburg, a Renaissance prince and patron of artists as much as a cleric, amassed a collection of such magnificence that the assiduous visitor could accumulate a remission from the torments of purgatory.
The specific number. I want the exact actuarial value of that collection. What was being sold?
A remission of exactly 6,000 days.
6 million days. That is the quantified value of the inventory. It's a spiritual spreadsheet. And his competitor in this market.
Ironically, one of his greatest rivals as a collector in Central Europe was the Elector of Saxony, Frederick the Wise.
The same Frederick the Wise who would later become Martin Luther's protector.
The very same. Which shows just how mainstream and pious this practice was considered at the time.
So we have a high-demand economy for salvation, fueled by private investment. Now move to the intellectual audit, the seeds of dissent. You mentioned lay engagement.
Right. The 15th century witnessed a great expansion of lay literacy and education. University education was no longer a clerical monopoly. In urban communities and at princely courts, it was no longer necessary to rely on clerics to act as clerks, scribes, and schoolmasters. A literate laity was emerging.
And what is the specific mechanism of criticism that arises from this new literacy? It's not just that they can read, it's what they're reading and how they're reading it.
It's humanism. While humanism wasn't primarily concerned with church reform in its wider sense, the rediscovery of classical civilizations proposed a worldview at variance with that of the church. More importantly, it acknowledged the growing self-confidence of a newly articulate Christian laity.
Cite the primary text for this new self-confident sentiment.
The Enchiridion Militis Christiani, or Handbook of the Christian Soldier, by Desiderius Erasmus of Rotterdam. It's a call for an informed interior piety, less reliant on external ceremony.
And the philological challenge, the Vulgate controversy, this is where the scholarship becomes genuinely dangerous to the institution.
Exactly. Humanist scholarship championed new standards of critical analysis. They applied rigorous scrutiny to restore uncorrupted texts of Greek and Latin authors, when this same method was applied to Scripture.
Specifically when they tested the 4th century Latin translation of St. Jerome, the Vulgate.
Yes, when they tested the Vulgate against the original Greek texts, it set the new scholarship on a collision course with the hierarchy.
Which specific doctrine was put at risk by this textual analysis?
Penance, the entire sacramental basis for penance. Erasmus's new translation of the New Testament seemed to challenge it directly. The Vulgate translated the Greek word menoite as do penance, which is penitentiam agit in Latin, a transactional verb.
And Erasmus showed?
Erasmus showed that the Greek actually meant repent, or more accurately, change your mind. It's an internal transformation, not an external sacramental action.
Which, if accepted, completely eliminates the theological basis for the transactional system of indulgences we were just discussing.
It undermines it completely.
That is the audit of the pre-existing condition. Now, open the file on Luther. I want the biographical specifics. Do not generalize him as just a monk.
Martin Luther was in many ways a Catholic success story. He wasn't from the margins. He was the son of a successful mine owner in Saxony. He attended the cathedral school at Magdeburg and then the prestigious University of Erfurt.
His father had a career path planned for him, correct?
Yes, his father, Hans, wanted him to study law. It was the path to success and status. But Luther, famously after a crisis during a thunderstorm, entered the Augustinian monastery at Erfurt instead. This was a decision taken directly against his father's will.
And within the order. Was he a dissident from the start?
Quite the opposite. He rose steadily through the ranks. He was a model monk. He became a lecturer at the new University of Wittenberg in 1507.
Did he have any exposure to the central machinery of the church in Rome?
Yes, a crucial trip. He represented his order on business in Rome in 1510. He saw the heart of the church firsthand.
And his academic credentials?
By 1512, he was a doctor of theology. He held a chair in biblical studies at Wittenberg.
Stop. Let's fix that point. 1512, doctor of theology.
Yep.
This is not an outsider. This is a professor, an insider, a product of the very system he will challenge. Now, the theological pivot. Luther is often described as prone to depression. Unpack the theological resolution to this personal crisis.
Luther found the concept of God as judge almost unbearably oppressive. He suffered from what he called Anfechtungen, which is a deep spiritual distress or trial. He felt that no matter how much he fasted or prayed or confessed, he could never satisfy the demands of a righteous God. He was terrified of damnation.
And the breakthrough text, the specific verse that changed his thinking.
The breakthrough came from his lectures on the book of Romans, specifically from a reading of Romans 1.17.
Quote, the relevant passage.
For in it the righteousness of God is revealed from faith, for faith, as it is written, the just shall live by faith.
And the doctrinal shift that he derived from the single verse, what did he discover?
Luther came to see that this offered the prospect of mercy, not damnation. He realized that the righteousness of God was not a standard that men had to meet through their own efforts, but a gift that God gave freely. The suffering Christian was rescued by God's free gift and Christ's sacrifice on the cross.
Which is the core of justification by faith.
Justification by faith. It's not about earning salvation, it's about accepting a gift.
We will return to the theology. I want the financial forensic of the 1517 crisis. The indulgence scheme. This was not just a spiritual issue. It was a complex banking transaction. Lay out the architecture of the deal. Who are the players?
The central figure is Albrecht of Brandenburg again. In 1514, he had been raised to the Archdiocese of Mainz. However, he intended not to surrender his previous diocese of Magdeburg.
Pluralism. Holding multiple offices, which was illegal under canon law.
Exactly. And to make matters worse, he was under the canonical age to be a bishop, so he needed a papal dispensation for 2 serious infractions. The Pope was willing to grant it, but he insisted on a considerable fee.
What was the funding mechanism for this fee? Albrecht didn't have that kind of cash on hand.
No, he didn't. The deal was structured as follows. The Pope agreed that 50% of the monies raised from the preaching of the St. Peter's indulgence in Albrecht's 2 dioceses could be set against the sum he owed.
And the other 50%.
The other 50% went to Rome for the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica.
But Albrecht needed to pay the fee up front. Who fronted the capital for this arrangement?
The transaction was underwritten by the Fuggers of Augsburg, who were Germany's principal banking house. They lent Albrecht the full amount to pay Rome immediately.
So the indulgence sale was, in essence, a debt-servicing instrument for a loan from the Fugger Bank.
Precisely. It gets even more direct. Agents of the Fugger Bank actually traveled with the indulgence preachers to supervise the collection chests.
So they were there in person.
Yes. When a coin was thrown in, the Fuggers took their 50% cut on the spot to repay the loan, and the other 50% was remitted to Rome for St. Peter's. It was a three-way split between Albrecht's debt, the bankers, and the Pope.
And the agent on the ground, the preacher leading this campaign.
The Dominican friar Johann Tetzel, he preached the indulgence with incredible vigor and a notable lack of theological sophistication.
He's associated with a particular jingle, isn't he?
He is. As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs.
Which triggered the reaction.
Yeah.
October 31st, 1517.
Luther published his 95 Theses against indulgences. It was intended as a call for academic debate, a set of propositions to be discussed, which was perfectly justified by his position as a university professor.
But it did not stay academic. Track the escalation. I want the specific legal and disputational milestones between 1517 and 1521.
Well, the theses were printed without his permission initially, and they spread rapidly. They were reprinted in Leipzig, Nuremberg, and Basel within weeks.
And the hierarchy's response.
The church hierarchy was actually slow to perceive the full implications. They were partly distracted by a major political event, the death of Emperor Maximilian in November 1518, and the subsequent imperial election to choose his successor.
The Heidelberg meeting. What happened there?
In March 1518, there was a meeting of the Augustinian chapter at Heidelberg. Luther was expected to be disciplined by his own order, but instead he spoke effectively, defended his position, and actually gained supporters from within his own order, including future reformers like Martin Bucer.
So he survived the internal review.
Yeah.
Then comes the confrontation with Eck. This is the moment the mask slips and the real argument is revealed.
Yes. In 1519, Luther confronted the Ingolstadt theologian Johannes Eck at the Leipzig disputation. Eck was a very skilled debater. He skillfully backed Luther into a corner. He forced Luther to concede that the Pope did not have the final authority to interpret Scripture. And then he pushed him further, forcing him to admit that even church councils could err. As Luther argued, the Council of Constance had erred in condemning Jan Hus.
So who did Luther claim held the ultimate authority?
Scripture itself. Sola Scriptura.
And at that moment, he's rejected the entire institutional authority of the church. The condemnation must follow.
It does. The papal bull Exsurge Domini was issued in May 1520. It condemned his teachings and gave him 60 days to recant.
And Luther's response, he didn't just burn the bull, he responded in print. The 1520 tracts. List them. They are critical.
He published 3 monumental works in 1520. First, the Babylonian Captivity of the Church, which was a direct assault on the sacramental system, reducing the 7 sacraments to just 2 or 3.
Next.
Second, on the freedom of a Christian man, which outlined his core theology of faith and the priesthood of all believers.
And a third.
And third, to the Christian nobility of the German nation. This was a call to arms, urging the German princes to take up the cause of reform themselves, since the clergy had refused to do so. In these tracts, he openly refers to the Pope as an agent of the Antichrist.
The point of no return. This leads to the legal culmination. April 1521.
The Diet of Worms. The new emperor, Charles V, a devout Catholic, presided. Luther appeared personally to answer the charge of heresy.
What was he asked?
He was shown a pile of his books and asked 2 questions. Were they his, and would he recant their contents? He acknowledged the books were his. On the second question, he asked for a day to consider.
And his final answer.
He famously replied that unless he was convinced by Scripture or by clear reason, he could not and would not recant. His conscience was captive to the Word of God.
He was granted safe conduct to attend. Was that safe conduct honored?
It was. Luther was permitted to leave Worms, though Charles subsequently proclaimed the imperial ban, making Luther a political and religious outlaw.
And on his way back to Wittenberg.
On his way back, Luther was kidnapped by agents of his protector, Frederick the Wise, and taken secretly to the Wartburg castle for his own safety.
What did he do while in hiding in the Wartburg?
He began one of the most significant works of the Reformation. He started the new German translation of the New Testament from the original Greek.
Meanwhile, back in Wittenberg, the movement radicalizes without his direct leadership. The social fallout. You cannot discuss Luther without addressing the Peasants' War. Who was filling the power vacuum in Wittenberg?
Andreas Karlstadt, his colleague, he introduced a new German Mass and ensured the momentum of reform continued, but he moved much faster and more radically than Luther wanted. He encouraged the destruction of images, for instance.
And there were others, weren't there? More radical voices.
Yes, the so-called Zwickau prophets. They were self-appointed lay apostles who arrived in Wittenberg preaching a much more radical reform, claiming direct revelation from the Holy Spirit, which challenged Luther's scripture alone principle.
And how did this theological ferment translate to the rural population?
The call for reform found many admirers among the rural population who began to apply Luther's teaching of the freedom of a Christian to their own socio-economic reality. They linked the gospel to their long-held grievances about harsh conditions, serfdom, and crushing labor services.
The year is 1525. The Peasants' War begins. I want the specific grievance language they used. They framed their demands in evangelical terms. Quote, the document regarding property and serfdom.
The 12 Articles of the Swabian Peasants is the key document. Regarding serfdom, they wrote, Christ redeemed and bought us all with his precious blood, the lowliest shepherd as well as the greatest lord.
A direct theological claim for social equality based on the redemptive work of Christ. What was Luther's reaction to this?
He was absolutely horrified. At first, he tried to mediate, but when the revolts became violent, he denounced the peasants in a vitriolic tract titled Against the Robbing and Murdering Hordes of Peasants.
Quote from it.
He called on the princes to suppress them without mercy, writing, Therefore, let everyone who can smite, slay, and stab, secretly or openly.
Why such a violent reaction?
He was terrified that the entire movement for theological reform would be abandoned by the socially respectable nobility if it became associated with social revolution and anarchy. He had to sever the connection.
The military result.
The Battle of Frankenhausen, it was a massacre. The poorly armed peasant forces were annihilated. The revolt was put down with extreme brutality across Germany,
Resulting in a fundamental split.
Yes, the permanent separation of social revolution from theological reform. Luther decisively aligned his movement with the princes.
Which establishes the model for the magisterial Reformation reform led by the magistrate, the prince, as the dominant Lutheran model.
Correct. The more radical elements, like the Anabaptists who survived, were driven underground and persecuted by both Catholics and Lutherans.
Let's move to Chapter 3, International Contagion. We are leaving Germany. The model of reform changes depending on the location. Start with Switzerland. Zwingli.
Right. The Swiss Reformation had its own independent leader in Ulrich Zwingli. He's a very different figure from Luther. He was appointed Leutpriester, or people's priest, in the great cathedral of Zurich in 1518.
And the action taken there. How was reform implemented?
In Zurich, it was done through a series of public disputations, orchestrated by Zwingli and authorized by the city council. In 1525, the Zurich Town Council formally abolished the Mass based on these debates.
Zwingli's reform was more thorough than Luther's, wasn't it?
Much more. Zwingli operated on what's called the regulative principle. If it wasn't explicitly commanded in Scripture, it had to go. So he removed all images, organs, and vestments. Luther was more conservative, allowing things not explicitly forbidden.
And the political conflict. It wasn't a peaceful transition for all of Switzerland.
No. The rural forest cantons remained staunchly Catholic, and they went to war twice to defend their independence and faith against Zurich's perceived expansionism.
And the outcome of the Second War.
The Second War resulted in a crushing defeat for Zurich at the Battle of Kappel on October 11, 1531.
And a significant casualty.
Zwingli himself was killed on the battlefield. He was serving as a chaplain but was armed. He died holding a sword, a fact that Martin Luther noted with grim satisfaction, seeing it as God's judgment on a reformer who took up arms.
Now, Scandinavia. This is a distinct typology of reform. You call it the state takeover. Contrast this with the popular movements or the city council-led reform in Zurich.
In Scandinavia, the Reformation was generally established top-down through the direct agency of a sympathetic state power, often a king looking to consolidate power.
Denmark, for instance.
In Denmark, kings Christian IV and subsequently Frederick I were involved. But it wasn't simple. A civil war in 1536 was required to overcome the opposition of the Catholic landed nobility and the bishops, who were major political players.
And after the war?
After the war was won by the pro-Reformation forces, Johannes Bugenhagen, who was Luther's own lieutenant, was brought up from Wittenberg to sign a new church order in 1537. It was an imported Reformation, essentially.
Sweden. Gustavus Vasa. This looks much more like asset stripping.
It was. Gustavus Vasa had just won Sweden's independence from Denmark and was building a new state. He clearly discerned the potential of the new evangelical teaching to assist his attack on the enormous wealth and political influence of the church.
How much wealth are we talking about?
The church held a very significant portion of all Swedish land. So a parliament convened in 1539 granted the king full control over all Swedish church properties. It was a massive transfer of assets from the church to the crown.
But there was a delay in the full theological promulgation.
Yes, it was primarily a fiscal reformation at first. The theology came later. A full Protestant church order was not officially promulgated until 1571, long after the assets had been seized.
England. The dynastic shift. Again, a state act, but with a different trigger.
Right. Henry VIII. He was initially a staunch papalist. He was even titled Defender of the Faith by the Pope for writing a treatise against Luther.
So the break wasn't theological.
Not at all initially. The break occurred due to his desperation to secure a divorce from his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, in order to marry Anne Boleyn, and, he hoped, secure a male heir for the Tudor dynasty. The Pope refused to grant the annulment.
So Henry used the legislative mechanism.
He used what's known as the Reformation Parliament. A series of acts of parliament from 1532 onward systematically curbed papal influence and revenue in England, culminating in the Act of Supremacy in 1534, which declared the king the supreme head of the Church of England.
Who were the key agents on the ground executing this change?
Two main figures. Thomas Cromwell, his chief minister, who handled all the legal and administrative details, including the politically and financially crucial dissolution of the monasteries.
And the theological agent.
Thomas Cranmer, the new Archbishop of Canterbury, who granted Henry his divorce and provided the theological and liturgical justification for the new English Church.
Now move to Edward VI, 1547 to 1553. The theology shifts dramatically here.
Yes, because Henry remained largely Catholic in his personal doctrine, apart from the papal supremacy issue. But under his young son, the boy king Edward VI, the regime, led by Protestant counselors, attempted to introduce a full-blown Protestant church polity, modeled much more on the Swiss and German Reformed churches.
What did that involve?
It involved the introduction of two increasingly Protestant books of common prayer in 1549 and 1552, and a nationwide campaign of stripping the altars and removing Catholic imagery from parish churches.
Then the reversal. Mary I.
Mary I, who reigned from 1553 to 1558. As Catherine of Aragon's daughter, she was a devout Catholic. She attempted a complete restoration of Catholicism, married Philip of Spain, and repealed all of the Edwardian and Henrician legislation, formally reconciling England to Rome.
Chapter 4, the second wave, Calvinism. We need a profile on John Calvin. Biometrics. Who was he?
John Calvin was born in Noyon, Picardy, in 1509. He's a figure of the second generation of reformers. He was trained as a lawyer and a humanist, not as a monk like Luther, a very different background.
Why did he leave France? What was the specific triggering event?
The affair of the placards in 1534. Radical evangelicals posted broadsheets denouncing the Mass all over Paris and other cities, and one was even posted on the door of the king's own bedchamber. The resulting royal persecution was so fierce it forced Calvin and many others to flee the country.
And his major text.
The Institutes of the Christian Religion. First published in 1536 as a small handbook, he expanded it throughout his life until it became a massive, systematic explanation of Protestant theology. It became the single most influential text of the Second Wave.
The Geneva timeline. He didn't just arrive and take over.
No, it was a complicated relationship. He arrived in Geneva in 1536, intending only to stay a single night. He was detained by Guillaume Farel, the fiery local reformer, who basically threatened him with God's curse if he didn't stay and help organize the church there.
And he was then expelled.
Yes, he and Farel were expelled in 1538 due to conflicts with the city council over issues of church discipline. He went to Strasbourg, where he ministered to a congregation of French refugees. Then in 1541, the political situation in Geneva changed, and he was invited back.
The Genevan system. Describe the mechanism of social control that he established upon his return.
The key institution was the consistory. It was a mixed body composed of the city's ministers and 12 lay elders. It met every Thursday to regulate the morals and religious life of the entire community.
What kind of things did it regulate?
Everything from dancing, gambling, and blasphemy to domestic disputes, business practices, and, of course, theological error. It had the power to excommunicate.
And the assessment of this system by its admirers. John Knox, for example.
John Knox, the Scottish reformer who spent time in exile there, famously called Geneva the most perfect school of Christ that ever was on the earth since the days of the apostles. For him, it was the model of a truly Christian society.
Expansion into France.
Yeah.
This was a centrally directed logistical operation, not just a random diffusion of ideas.
Yeah.
How was it organized from Geneva?
It was highly organized. From 1555 onwards, the Genevan Company of Pastors began to dispatch ministers-trained missionaries back into France to assist the emerging secret Protestant churches, or Huguenot churches.
What do they provide?
They sent trained pastors, books printed in Geneva, and a model for church organization. By 1559, the movement was strong enough that the first national synod of these churches met secretly in Paris to draw up a common confession of faith.
The political context in France shifts dramatically in 1559.
Right.
King Henry II died suddenly in a jousting accident. This left a political vacuum as his sons were young and weak. This vacuum was filled by the ultra-Orthodox Duke of Guise and his family, who controlled the young king, Francis II.
And who opposed the Guise faction?
The Bourbon and other noble houses who saw an opportunity. They combined their political ambition with a conversion to the Huguenot cause, creating a powerful aristocratic leadership for the Protestant movement.
The wars of religion. What were the key milestone events that marked this conflict?
A key early failure was the Colloquy of Poissy in 1561, an attempt to find a theological settlement which failed spectacularly over Theodore Besse's Eucharistic theology. The first shot was the Vassy massacre in 1562, where the Duke of Guise's retainers killed a congregation of Huguenots worshipping in a barn.
And the most notorious event.
The St. Bartholomew's Day massacre in 1572, which began in Paris. It was a targeted assassination of the Huguenot leadership gathered for a royal wedding, which then spiraled into a citywide massacre that spread to other towns, killing thousands.
The resolution. How did the wars finally end?
They ended when Henry of Navarre, a Huguenot leader, legally succeeded to the throne as Henry IV. However, he quickly realized he could not govern a staunchly Catholic country as a Protestant.
So he converted.
In 1593, he converted to Catholicism, supposedly remarking that Paris is worth a mass, in order to secure his throne. He then issued the Edict of Nantes in 1598.
What did the edict do?
It was a compromise. It granted limited rights of worship and legal protection to the Huguenots and gave them control of a number of fortified towns for their own security. It ended the civil wars.
The Netherlands. The Dutch Revolt. What's the context there?
A very different context. We're talking about a highly urbanized commercial region, part of the vast empire of the fiercely Catholic Philip II of Spain. Persecution of Protestants there was intense.
The Wonder Year. Explain that.
1566. It's the year of the iconoclasm, or the Beeldenstorm in Dutch. It was an explosion of popular fury where Calvinist mobs descended on churches to cleanse them of Catholic images and statues, which they saw as idols. It began in Flanders and swept north like a firestorm.
This leads to a political split.
Yes. The Spanish response was brutal military repression under the Duke of Alva. William of Orange led the revolt against this. By 1579, the 17 provinces had formally split.
Into what?
The southern provinces, which had been recovered by the Spanish general, the Duke of Parma, formed the Union of Arras and remained Catholic. This would become Belgium. The northern provinces, led by Holland, formed the Union of Utrecht, which became the Calvinist Dutch Republic.
Chapter 5. Lutheran Stagnation and Confessionalization. We return to Germany. 1555. The Peace of Augsburg. Give me the legal principle it established.
The principle was quis regio, eius religio.
Translate and explain.
Whose realm, his religion. It meant that the religion of the prince or ruler of a territory determined the official religion of the people living in that territory.
What was the fundamental flaw in this treaty?
It had two. First, it only recognized Lutheranism and Catholicism. It completely excluded Calvinists, who were becoming a significant force in Germany. Second, it contained the ecclesiastical reservation.
What was that?
It stated that if a prince-bishop, who was a ruler of a church territory, converted to Protestantism, he had to resign his office and the territory would remain Catholic. He couldn't take his territory with him, which Protestants saw as deeply unfair.
Now, the internal Lutheran war. It wasn't a unified theological front after Luther's death.
No. After Luther died in 1546, a bitter conflict broke out within Lutheranism. On one side were the Philippists, followers of Philip Melanchthon, Luther's more irenic successor. They were willing to compromise on adiaphora, in different matters to survive politically.
And the other side.
The Gnesio-Lutherans, or true Lutherans, they were hardliners entrenched in the universities of Jena and Tübingen, and they regarded any compromise with Catholics or Calvinists as a betrayal of Luther's legacy.
This infighting was resolved with a purge.
Yes. In 1574, Elector Augustus of Saxony, who had previously favored the Philippists, turned against them and violently purged them from the University of Wittenberg and the Saxon Church.
And the final doctrinal resolution,
Yeah.
1580.
The Formula of Concord. It was a massive, comprehensive theological document that synthesized the Gnesio-Lutheran position, established a strict orthodoxy, and completely sidelined the Philippists. It defined what it meant to be Lutheran for centuries.
Define the broader societal process of confessionalization that this leads to.
Confessionalization refers to the process where these competing confessions, Lutheran, Calvinist, Catholic, consolidated their identities and used the state to enforce them. It involved the professionalization of the clergy.
How so?
They became university-trained, state-salaried agents of the prince. They used tools like parish visitation records to monitor the population's beliefs and behavior. It was a key way for the early modern state to extend its reach into the day-to-day life of the village through religious discipline, social prestige, and education.
Chapter 6. The Catholic Counterstrike.
Yeah.
First, correct the historiography. Was Catholic reform purely a reaction to Luther?
No, that is the old, outdated view. There were significant pre-existing reform movements within the church long before Luther.
For example,
Cardinal Ximenes de Cisneros in Spain was vigorously reforming the monastic orders and founded the Humanist University of Alcalá at the turn of the century. Bishop Ghiberti in Verona was pursuing agendas of clerical residence and education before Luther ever posted his theses. The Catholic Reformation had its own internal momentum.
the Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563. This is the centerpiece. You must distinguish between what it did with doctrine and what it did with the institution.
A crucial distinction. The council met in 3 long sessions over 18 years. It made no compromises on doctrine, but it passed major reforms for the institution.
Lists the specific doctrinal affirmations. What did it double down on?
It uncompromisingly affirmed transubstantiation, the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. It affirmed the existence of purgatory, the efficacy of indulgences, though the corrupt selling of them was curbed, and the validity of venerating saints, relics, and images. It also affirmed that authority rested in both scripture and tradition, a direct refutation of sola scriptura.
And the specific refutation of Luther's core doctrine, Canon 12 on justification.
Regarding justification, it stated, and this is a direct shot at Luther, if anyone should say that justifying faith is nothing other than trust in the divine mercy which remits sins for Christ's sake, or that we are justified by such trust alone, let him be anathema, cursed.
So doctrinally uncompromising. What about the institutional reforms? What was mandated?
It attacked clerical corruption like absenteeism and pluralism. Bishops were strictly required to reside in their dioceses. But most importantly, it mandated the establishment of diocesan seminaries in every diocese to ensure a properly qualified and educated clergy, replacing the old informal apprenticeship model.
The new orders. The Jesuits are the most famous. What's their founding date?
The Society of Jesus was founded by the Basque nobleman Ignatius Loyola and approved by the Pope in 1540. They took a special 4th vow of direct obedience to the Pope regarding missions.
And others.
There were many. The Theatines in 1524 focused on reforming the secular clergy. The Ursulines in 1535, a new order for women focused on female education. And the Capuchins, an austere reform of the Franciscans who sought a return to primitive simplicity.
And missions.
The new orders achieved tremendous success overseas, which coincided with Spanish and Portuguese expansion. Francis Xavier, one of the original Jesuits, operated across Asia, opening up missions in India and eventually China and Japan.
Militant Catholicism. Philip II of Spain. I want the quote that encapsulates his personal commitment.
Philip II saw himself as the secular arm and sword of the Counter-Reformation. He famously said, "I would lose all my states in 100 lives, rather than be the ruler of heretics."
And his military actions reflected this.
Absolutely. He deployed his immense military might across the board. The great naval victory at Lepanto against the Ottoman Turks in 1571 was hailed as a Catholic crusade. The failed Armada campaign against Protestant England in 1588. And the constant financial and military support of the ultra-Catholic League in France against the Huguenots.
Chapter 7. The 17th Century Resolution. The tone of these conflicts shifts.
It does. Europe moves from the white-hot heat of religious fervor and wars of annihilation to a sort of exhausted coexistence, or at best, a grudging toleration born of stalemate.
England. Give me the timeline of the 17th century religious conflicts.
The century began with the Stuart kings, James I and Charles I, whose suspected Catholic sympathies and high church Anglican policies caused constant tension with the Puritan element in Parliament. This was a major contributing factor to the outbreak of the English Civil War.
The interregnum.
The war led to the execution of Charles I in 1649 and the rise of the Republic under Oliver Cromwell, who was a committed Calvinist of the independent variety.
And the Restoration and so-called Glorious Revolution.
The monarchy was restored in 1660. However, when the Catholic James II attempted to reintroduce Catholicism as a state religion, he was deposed in the bloodless Glorious Revolution of 1688. The settlement that followed permanently established a Protestant succession to the English throne.
The 30 Years' War. 1618 to 1648. The Great European Conflagration. What was the spark?
The spark was the Bohemian Revolt. The largely Protestant Bohemian estates, seeking to preserve their religious liberties, rejected the incoming Habsburg king, Ferdinand, and elected Frederick, the Calvinist Elector Palatine, as their king instead.
But the war evolved. It stopped being purely about religion.
Correct. It began as a German confessional conflict, but morphed into a great power struggle for the mastery of Europe. Lutheran Sweden, under its king Gustavus Adolphus, intervened to save the Protestant cause. And crucially, Catholic France, under Cardinal Richelieu, entered the war on the Protestant side.
Why would Catholic France do that?
To pursue its traditional anti-Habsburg foreign policy, Richelieu's goal was to break the Spanish and Austrian Habsburg encirclement of France, and he was willing to ally with Protestants to do it. Raison d'etat trumped religion.
The treaty that ended it.
The Peace of Westphalia in 1648. It essentially rewrote the map of Europe. It expanded the Peace of Augsburg to finally include Calvinism. It also recognized the sovereignty of the German princes, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire as a centralized political state.
France. The final act of the century regarding religious minorities. Louis XIV.
Louis XIV, the Sun King, pursued a policy of absolute monarchy summarized as one king, one law, one faith. He viewed the Huguenot minority, tolerated since the Edict of Nantes, as a threat to his absolute authority and a stain on his kingdom.
What did he do?
In 1685, he issued the revocation of the Edict of Nantes.
The result.
It declared Protestantism illegal in France. Protestant churches were destroyed and schools were closed. Over 100,000 Huguenots, many of them skilled artisans and merchants, fled the kingdom, taking their skills and capital to Protestant havens like England, the Netherlands, and Prussia.
Conclusion. There's a shift in judicial focus as the century ends.
It's a telling one. By the late 17th century, the era of the great religious wars was fading, and as the execution of heretics became increasingly rare, the fires of official justice turned to consume a different target: witches. The great witch hunts peaked as the religious wars waned.
And in international relations.
The decoupling of international relations from confessional identity was complete. States now acted almost purely on raison d'etat reason of state, not theology. The confessional age was over. There is a line running through Europe. It is not the Iron Curtain, and it is not the border of the European Union. It is older, deeper, and arguably much more significant. We are looking at a religious fault line, a scar on the map that separates East from West. And Philip Walters, in his analysis of Eastern Europe since the 15th century, argues that you cannot understand the geopolitics of the region without understanding this specific division. It's not just a vibe, it's a hard border.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's not get poetic about scars and vibes just yet. Walters doesn't leave this as a conceptual abstraction. He draws a map. If we're going to audit this text, we need the coordinates. Where exactly does this line sit?
It is a vertical incision. It starts in the north, tracing the eastern border of Finland. It cuts down along the eastern borders of the Baltic states, that's Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, then slices south through Belarus and Ukraine.
Okay.
But here's where it gets messy. It doesn't just separate nations, it bisects them. It shears Transylvania off from the rest of Romania. It drives a wedge between Croatia and Serbia.
And continues south.
Correct. It meanders through Bosnia, cuts through Albania, and finally terminates on the Adriatic coast. Everything to the east of this line, that is our subject today. The Eastern Orthodox world.
But Walters makes a distinction immediately that I want you to clarify. He claims this isn't just about geography or even the theology in the academic sense. He claims it's phenomenological. How does he distinguish the religious experience of the East from the West?
It comes down to where the weight of the faith is placed. In the West, Catholicism and later Protestantism, the evolution of faith became heavily centered on doctrine, on teaching, on the intellectual framework of beliefs.
Yay.
Walters posits that in the Orthodox East, the center of gravity is worship. The liturgy isn't just a service, it is the faith.
That sounds like a romantic simplification. The West thinks, the East prays. Challenge that. Does Walters provide a materialist justification for this, or is he just engaging in Orientalism? Why would worship supersede doctrine?
It wasn't a choice, it was a survival mechanism. That is the crucial insight here. For centuries, the Orthodox world existed under what Walters calls harshest oppression or privation.
Versus the Ottoman yoke?
And then later, the communist totalitarian systems. In both cases, the intellectual institutions of the church were, well, they were decimated. Seminaries closed, printing presses stopped, public preaching banned.
So the liturgy was the bunker.
Exactly. When you cannot teach and you cannot organize politically, the only thing left is the act of gathering to perform the ritual. Walters argues that the liturgy served to bring something of heaven to earth for the humblest believer. But functionally, it was the binding agent.
It held the people together.
It held them together when every other sign of their national or social identity, their flags, their kings, their laws, had been obliterated. The text notes that education and social service were often banned, and signs of common political or social identity were obliterated. The liturgy was the sole remaining vessel of identity.
Which leads us directly to the political problem. The church becomes the nation in waiting. Walters uses a very specific term to describe the organizational structure of these churches: autocephaly. We need a strict definition here because this term is often misused. Okay, let's unpack it. In this context, autocephaly refers to the Orthodox churches being self-governing, running their own affairs, but specifically identified with one particular nation-state or ethnic group: the Russian church, the Serbian church, the Bulgarian church.
And the consequence, because this structure creates a paradox.
It creates dual loyalty. On one hand, the believer is loyal to the nation, which is preserved by the church. On the other, they are subjects of a secular power, often a hostile one, like the Sultan or the Commissar. Walters points out that this relationship is inherently ambiguous. How far can the church go in supporting political freedom against an authoritarian or totalitarian state without bringing down the wrath of the state upon the liturgy? It forces the church into a position of constant compromise to preserve its existence.
Let's test that nation equals church theory. There is a massive assumption usually made that the Orthodox world is synonymous with the Slav world. Walter spends the second section dismantling this.
Right, it's a false equivalence. The Orthodox world is not coextensive with the Slav world.
And he gives examples.
He does. You have the Romanians, for instance. They possess one of the richest, most vibrant Orthodox traditions in Europe, yet they are Latin people, not Slavs. Their language is a Romance language.
Will be an inverse.
The Poles. They are Slavs, arguably one of the most significant Slavic powers in history, yet they are staunchly, fiercely Catholic. And this isn't incidental. Poland defined itself against the East.
Unpack the Polish exception. Walters frames Poland's religious identity as a tool of political survival, similar to the Orthodox model but with a different allegiance.
Poland ceased to exist as a state for over a century, partitioned right off the map. Crucially, Catholicism is what kept the idea of Poland alive. Because the church was supranational, answering to Rome, it couldn't be fully co-opted by the Russian or Prussian occupiers.
So it provided a framework for resistance.
Exactly. It provided the moral framework for resistance right up into the 20th century.
And Walters gives us a specific date to cap that resistance, the ultimate validation of the Polish Catholic identity.
He does. 1978. The election of Karol Wojtyła as Pope John Paul II, the first non-Italian pope since, 1523? It signaled that the spiritual center of gravity in Europe was shifting east, even if the political map was still frozen.
Let's go back to the fault line territories, the messy areas. Walters identifies Bosnia and Albania as distinct anomalies. Why?
Because the fault line fractured there. Due to centuries of what the text calls religious mixing and the heavy hand of Ottoman conversion, no single faith successfully identified itself with the entire nation.
So you end up with a patchwork.
A patchwork Muslim, Catholic, Orthodox living in the same valleys.
But further north, we hit a different phenomenon, the Eastern Rite Catholics. In the source material, these are often referred to as uniates. Stop here. This is a source of massive historical friction. I want a forensic definition. What makes a uniate a uniate?
A uniate, or Eastern Rite Catholic, is a Christian who is Orthodox in every visible way. They use the Orthodox liturgy, the spirituality, the discipline, the theology. But and this is the key, they are in communion with the Roman Catholic Church and accept the authority of the Pope.
It's a hybrid, and it wasn't organic, it was engineered. Walters lists two primary unions where this was formalized. I want the dates and the territories.
The first is the Union of Brest, 1596. This was the big one. It brought the majority of the Orthodox populations in the Belarusian and Western Ukrainian territories into the fold of Rome.
Okay, so 1596. And who was behind this?
This was largely driven by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, exerting pressure on its Orthodox subjects.
And the Second Union.
The Transylvanian Union, which happened a century later, between 1697 and 1700. In this case, the Habsburgs were the driving force, bringing the Romanian Orthodox hierarchy in Transylvania under the Pope.
Political pressure from the dominant non-Orthodox power. That is the recurring theme. Which brings us to the elephant in the room. The power that defined this entire region for half a millennium. The Ottomans. We start with a catastrophe. The fall of Constantinople.
May 29, 1453.
Yeah.
The end of the world, as far as the Greeks were concerned. The Byzantine Empire is extinguished.
And the Ottomans didn't stop there. Walters outlines the expansion. Construct the timeline for us.
It was rapid. By about 1475, just 2 decades later, they had swallowed the remains of Byzantium and almost the entire Balkan Peninsula.
Almost the entire thing. Any holdouts?
The only holdouts were the Dalmatian coast and a tiny enclave in Montenegro. Within another 50 years, they crossed the Danube. They were at the gates of Vienna by 1529.
But they didn't take Vienna.
No. There was a peace treaty in 1533 that essentially froze the conflict lines. They tried again, the famous siege of 1683, but were driven back.
Now, here is a fascinating causal link Walters proposes. He argues that this Ottoman threat was actually the fuel for the Protestant Reformation in the West. Explain the mechanism. How does a Turkish army in Hungary help Martin Luther in Germany?
It distracted the police. The Catholic powers, specifically the Habsburgs, were terrified of the Turks. They needed political stability and military support from the German princes, many of whom were turning Protestant. They couldn't afford to launch a full-scale crusade against the Protestants because they had the Ottomans breathing down their necks.
Right.
Furthermore, in places like Hungary and Transylvania, the Habsburgs were terrified that if they persecuted their Protestant subjects too hard, those subjects would actually turn to the Ottomans for protection.
Better the turban than the tiara.
Exactly.
Let's look at how the Ottomans actually ran this massive Christian empire. It wasn't simple brutality, it was a system. First, the Div Germain. This is often romanticized in some revisionist histories as a civil service draft. Walters is much more explicit. Detail the reality.
It was a blood tax. It was the compulsory, regular enrollment of Christian boys into the Sultan's service. They were taken from their families, forcibly converted to Islam, taught Turkish, and forbidden to marry.
And they became the Janissaries?
The elite shock troops, or administrators. It was a way of severing the best and brightest from the Christian population and weaponizing them for the state.
However, Walters notes the paradox. It was a path to power.
It was. For a poor peasant family, it was the only way their son could reach high office. The text cites Mehmed Sokolovich. He was a Bosnian boy, taken in the Div Germain, who rose to become Grand Vizier in the 16th century.
And why does a historian of the church care about a Grand Vizier?
Because Sokolovich didn't forget where he came from. He used his position to persuade the Sultan to allow the revival of the Serbian Orthodox See of Pech. He effectively resurrected the Serbian church from inside the Ottoman palace.
Which leads to the second system, the millet. Define militarum.
The Roman nation. The Ottomans didn't care about ethnic differences between Christians. If you were Orthodox, you were part of the militarum. Greeks, Bulgars, Serbs, Arabs, Albanians, all lumped together.
And they were placed under whose supervision?
The direct supervision of the ecumenical patriarch in Constantinople.
This leads to a counterintuitive claim in the text. Walters argues that the administrative power of the church was actually greater under the Sultan than it had been under the Christian emperors.
It makes sense when you look at the structure. Under the Byzantines, the emperor was supreme. Under the Ottomans, the patriarch became a civil leader. He handled justice, inheritance, and crucially, taxes for the entire Christian population. He was a state within a state.
But absolute power corrupts. This created the Phanariot problem. Explain who they were and why the Slavic churches despised them.
The Phanariots were the wealthy Greek merchant class living in the Phanar district of Constantinople, around the Patriarchate. Because the church was now a tax farming institution, these offices became incredibly lucrative.
So they bought them.
The Phanariots would buy the positions. Buy is the operative word. Walters describes a cascade of corruption.
How did it work?
It was a marketplace. To become patriarch, you bribed the Grand Vizier. To pay back that bribe, the patriarch sold bishoprics to the phanariates. To pay for their bishoprics, the bishops taxed the village priests, and the village priests squeezed the peasantry.
It turned the hierarchy into a financial extraction machine.
And culturally, it led to Hellenization. The Greek phanariates tried to erase the Slavic traditions, imposing Greek liturgy and language on Bulgarians and Serbs.
Let's drill down into those regions. Walters does a tour of the Balkans under this system. Let's start with Bulgaria.
Bulgaria probably suffered the most cultural damage. Because they were geographically closest to the capital, they were under tight control. Their churches were closed, the monks and scholars fled. Walters notes that the entire educated class vanished.
So where was Bulgarian identity preserved?
Almost exclusively in the villages, in folklore and hidden traditions.
Contrast that with Serbia. They developed a specific national religious mystique. Sveta Savzi.
The veneration of Saint Sava. The Serbian experience under the Ottomans was defined by martyrdom. They interpreted their suffering through a messianic lens, the heavenly Serbia. It endowed their nation with a mystical purpose that survived the political erasure.
You mentioned the Patriarchate of Peć earlier, restored by Sokolović. I need the dates. It wasn't permanent.
Restored in 1557. But as the phanariates gained power, they wanted that revenue stream. It was suppressed again in 1766 and placed back under the direct control of Constantinople.
Montenegro, the exception.
The geography saved them. The mountains were too expensive for the Ottomans to conquer fully. So Montenegro developed a unique theocracy. After 1516, the bishops actually took over secular leadership.
They became what?
Prince-bishops, ruling as both military commanders and spiritual fathers.
Romania. A different path again.
Romania, or the principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia, maintained a vassal status, so they weren't directly occupied like Bulgaria. The most significant development there was linguistic. In the 17th century, they managed to kick out the old Slavonic liturgical language and replace it with the vernacular Romanian. They published the first complete Romanian Bible in 1688. This solidified their Latin identity in a sea of Slavs.
And finally, Armenia. This is a theological divergence. They aren't just Orthodox in the sense of the Greeks or Russians.
No, the Armenian Apostolic Church is distinct. They rejected the Council of Chalcedon in 451.
Yeah.
Technically, they are monophysites believing Christ has one nature, not two.
Right.
But Walters makes an interesting point. He suggests this rejection was largely political. It was a way for Armenia to assert independence against the hegemonic power of the Byzantine Empire. Theological dissent as political rebellion.
There were rival Catholicates mentioned in the text. This speaks to the fragmentation of the Armenian experience.
Yes. The text identifies two primary rival centers, one at Ekmiadzin in the Armenian homeland, and one in Cilicia, which was the seat of the Kingdom of Lesser Armenia.
All right, we leave the Balkans and move north. The center of gravity shifts. Section V, the rise of Russia and the Third Rome.
The original center of Russian Christianity was Kiev. But Kiev was annihilated by the Mongols in 1240. The power vacuum was eventually filled by a small trading post called Moscow.
And Moscow began its rise when?
In the second half of the 13th century.
It wasn't accidental. Walters attributes this rise to specific moves by the church hierarchy. Name the players.
It was Metropolitan Peter. He died in Moscow in 1326, which made the city a shrine. Then Ivan Oklida, the Prince of Moscow, persuaded Peter's successor, Feognost, to permanently settle there. That was the moment Moscow became the spiritual capital.
As Moscow rises, we see two rival forms of monasticism emerging. This is crucial for the Russian soul.
You had the worldly style, where monasteries were central to princely cities, rich, politically connected, advising the czars.
And the reaction to that.
In reaction to this, you had the forest monasticism,
Championed by
Saint Sergi of Ravenez, who lived from 1314 to 1392. He retreated into the deep forest to practice self-denial. This movement is linked to the theology of hesychasm.
Define that. And don't say meditation.
Hesychasm is the theology of silence. It taught that through rigorous physical discipline and prayer, a monk could achieve inner peace and actually perceive the uncreated light of God, the same light the apostles saw at the Transfiguration. The key proponent cited is Gregory Palamas from 1296 to 1359.
This mystic tradition clashed with geopolitics at the Council of Florence in 1439. This is the moment Russia psychologically breaks with the Greeks. What happened?
The Byzantine Empire was desperate. The Turks were closing in. The emperor agreed to reunite with the Catholic Church in exchange for military aid. The Russian representative, Metropolitan Isidore of Moscow, attended and agreed. He signed the union.
And when he got home?
He was chased out of Moscow. The Russians condemned the union in 1443. They viewed it as a betrayal of the truth. So when Constantinople fell to the Turks in 1453, 14 years later, Moscow interpreted it as divine judgment,
God had punished the Greeks,
punished them for submitting to the Latin heresy.
which paves the way for the Third Rome theory. I want the source document, who wrote it and to whom.
It was a letter written in 1510 by the monk Philophe, an abbot, addressed to Tsar Vasily III.
Quote, the doctrine.
2 Romes have fallen. The first Rome fell to heresy. The second Constantinople fell to the Turks. The third Rome is Moscow, and a fourth Rome there would never be.
That brings us to the internal conflicts of this new Third Rome, Section 6, the Russian Schism. We have the debate of the 16th century between the possessors and non-possessors.
This was the battle for the soul of the Russian Church. On one side, Nils Sorsky and the Transvolga elders, representing the non-possessors. They argued the church should own no property, stay out of politics, and focus on spirituality.
And on the other side,
Yosef of Volkolomsk and the Josephines are possessors. They wanted a strong, rich church supporting a strong, centralized autocracy.
who won?
The Josephines. The Council of 1503 decided in their favor. This aligned the church directly with the rising power of the czars.
Which culminates in Ivan the Terrible. Walters compares Muscovy under Ivan to a religious house. It was a totalitarian theocracy. He cites a specific manual for how people were expected to live.
The Domostroi, or Household Management, published in 1556 by the monk Silvestre. It's a fascinating, terrifying book. It gave detailed instructions on everything from how to pray to how to beat your servants. It codified a rigid, ritualistic, patriarchal society.
But that ritualism became brittle. In the 17th century, it snapped. The rascal, the Great Schism, we have two antagonists.
Patriarch Nikon, who ruled from 1652 to 58, and the archpriest Avvakum.
Nikon was the reformer, but he wasn't a liberal.
Far from it. Nikon was an authoritarian. He wanted to align Russian practices with the Greek models so that Russia could lead the entire Orthodox world internationally. He looked at the Russian books and realized errors had crept in over the centuries of copying. He wanted to fix them.
And Avvakum?
Avvakum represented the nativist tradition. He believed that the Russian way was the holy way. If it differed from the Greeks, that was because the Greeks were corrupt. He viewed Russian traditions as intrinsically correct and Greek models as tainted.
To a modern ear, the things they fought over seem insane. Walters calls them superficial. List the differences.
The most famous one is the sign of the cross. The old believers used 2 fingers, symbolizing the dual nature of Christ. Nikon ordered the use of 3 fingers for the Trinity.
And the other one?
They also fought over the spelling of the name of Jesus, Isis versus Isis.
People died over that extra I.
Thousands.
The outcome.
The Council of 1666-67, a pivotal date. They condemned Nikon for his arrogance and political ambition. He was too powerful for the Tsar's liking. But they accepted his reforms. Simultaneously, they condemned Afum and the Old Believers.
And the fate of Avvakum.
He was burnt alive in a log cabin in 1682. His followers, the Old Believers, fled to the forests of Siberia, some burning themselves to death rather than submit to the Antichrist Church.
This broke the back of the church's independence, which leads us to Peter the Great. Section 7, Peter the Great to the Synodal period. Peter didn't just reform the church, he decapitated it.
Literally, when Patriarch Adrian died in 1700, Peter the Great just didn't appoint a successor. He left the seat empty. He hated the state-within-a-state power of the patriarchs.
He replaced it with a bureaucracy, the Duchovny Reglement.
Spiritual regulation of 1721. He abolished the patriarchate entirely and replaced it with the Holy Synod. Walters notes this was explicitly modeled on Protestant synodal bodies. It was a committee of bishops, but the head was the chief procurator, a layman, a bureaucrat appointed by the Tsar.
So the church became a department of the Ministry of the Interior.
Essentially, yes.
Fast forward to the 19th century. We see a spiritual revival trying to break through this bureaucracy. Walters mentions saints like Saint Tikhon Zadonsky and Saint Seraphim of Sarov.
Seraphim lived from 1759 to 1832.
But I'm interested in the intellectual bridge. How did the church reconnect with the educated classes?
That came through the startsi, the elders. Specifically the figure of Paisy Velichkovsky. He revived the Hesychast tradition we talked about earlier. This blossomed at the Optina Pustin Monastery.
And this wasn't just a retreat.
No, it became a salon. The great writers, Gogol, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, they all went to Optina to talk to the elders.
And outwardly, the church was expanding.
Massively. By 1899, Walters cites that the Russian church had 20 internal missions and 5 foreign missions, ranging from Siberia and Alaska to Japan, China, Korea, and Persia. It was a global imperial faith.
While Russia was expanding, the Balkans were exploding. Section 8, 19th century nationalism in the Balkans. The 19th century is when the nation-state idea hits the Ottoman Empire, Greek independence.
The revolt starts in 1821. The Ottoman response was immediate and brutal. They hanged Patriarch Gregorios V from the gates of the Patriarchate in Constantinople.
Even though he had actually condemned the revolt.
Yes, but the church in Greece didn't want to answer to a dead patriarch in Turkish territory. They declared autocephaly in 1833. It was recognized by the Patriarchate in 1850.
This fuels the Megali idea. What was that?
The great idea. The irredentist dream of uniting all the Greeks of the Ottoman Empire into a single state, with Constantinople as the capital, a resurrected Byzantium.
But this nationalism caused theological problems. The Bulgarians wanted their own church, separate from the Greeks. This led to a new heresy, Philotism. Define it strictly.
Philotism is the heresy of maintaining that ecclesiastical jurisdiction is determined ethnically rather than territorially. Traditionally, if you live in a place, you belong to the church of that place. The Bulgarians argued that if you are a Bulgar, you belong to the Bulgar church, regardless of where you live.
And the Patriarch condemned this.
Condemned it in 1872, but it didn't stop the trend. The Romanians followed suit.
What are the dates for them?
Declared autocephaly in 1864, recognized in 1885. But notice the pattern. The new Romanian state immediately confiscated monastic lands to diminish Greek influence. Nationalism was often bad news for the church's property, even if it flattered the church's ego.
Let's move to the twilight of the Russian Empire. Section 9, the Russian religious renaissance and intelligentsia. Walters argues that in Russia, literature was theology.
Because censorship blocked political debate. The big questions were fought out in novels. Tolstoy is the giant here, but he went rogue. He rejected the state, he rejected the organized rituals, and he rejected violence.
And the church rejected him. Excommunicated in 1901, Dostoevsky took the other path.
Dostoevsky championed the church, but specifically the mystical suffering church of the people.
His character, Father Zosima, in The Brothers Karamazov, is the literary embodiment of the Optina elders.
Then we have philosophy. Vladimir Soloviev.
And then Veki, 1909, Signposts.
This was a collection of essays by intellectuals who had converted from Marxism back to orthodoxy. It was a desperate warning. They called on the intelligentsia to repent of their maximalist egoism.
Yeah.
They predicted that if the intellectuals didn't find a spiritual grounding, their revolution would end in absolute destruction.
They were right. 1917, the council restores the Patriarchate. They elect Tikhon.
And 3 days later, the Bolsheviks are shelling the Kremlin. Tikhon takes the throne just as the executioners arrive.
Section X, the 20th century. Collapse and communism. First, the end of the Greek dream, the Asia Minor catastrophe.
1922, the Turkish army seizes Smyrna. The Christian population is massacred or expelled. This is the death of the Megali idea. There is no new Byzantium.
And then the population exchange. In 1923, yes, a massive population exchange. Muslims moved to Turkey, Christians moved to Greece. The cosmopolitan Ottoman world is dead.
Now, the Soviet Union. The assault on the Russian church. Walters describes the living church. This wasn't just persecution, it was subversion.
The Living Church was a puppet organization created by the Bolshevik secret police in the 1920s. It was staffed by red priests, opportunists who wanted to modernize the church and align it with communism. The text calls it a tool of divide and rule.
Tikhon dies. His successor, Metropolitan Sergei, makes a deal with the devil. 1927, Sergei's declaration.
Sergei issued a proclamation of loyalty. He stated that the church's joys were the Soviet state's joys, and its sorrows were the state's sorrows. He thought that by submitting, he could save the institution from total annihilation.
Did it work?
No. The persecutions continued. But then came the pivot. 1943. Stalin changes his mind. Why?
Because the Germans were at the gates.
Exactly. Stalin needed patriotism. You can't motivate people to die for dialectical materialism, but you can motivate them to die for Holy Russia. He summoned Sergei to the Kremlin in September 1943. He allowed them to elect a patriarch and open seminaries.
A de facto recognition of the church as a tool for the war effort.
Precisely. But Walters notes this truce didn't last. Khrushchev.
Khrushchev was a true believer in atheism. Between 1959 and 1964, he launched a new, vicious campaign. Walter cites the statistic. 2/3 of the churches that had been legally operating were forcibly closed.
Let's look at the Balkans under communism. Romania, The Lord's Army.
a revival movement, banned in 1947. But the Romanian story is dominated by Ceausescu. He co-opted the church completely. Walters mentions the funerals of Ceausescu's parents. These were broadcast as state events, complete with full Orthodox clergy and ritual.
It showed the world that the church was the lapdog of the dictator.
And the dissident voice was georgapcal, but he was the exception.
Yugoslavia. The communists there used the church for divide and rule. The Macedonian Schism of 1967.
The Macedonian clergy declared autocephaly from the Serbian church. Walters points out this was actively encouraged by Tito's communist government. They wanted to weaken Serbian nationalism, so they split the Serbian church.
Section 11. Post-communist transition, the 1990s. The wall comes down. The laws change.
The 1990 Soviet law on freedom of conscience replaced the 1929 laws. The shackles are off.
But Walters doesn't present a happily ever after. He lists a catalog of new problems. The freedom was chaotic. Lists the challenges.
First, property disputes. Specifically in Ukraine, where the Uniats who'd been banned by Stalin came back and wanted their churches back from the Orthodox. Second, a massive shortage of trained clergy generations had been lost.
Right.
Third, what the text calls sheep stealing, an influx of wealthy American evangelicals and sex-poaching believers, and internal schisms, such as in Bulgaria.
And the internal rot.
Triumphalism. The churches felt vindicated. They had outlasted communism. But Walters warns that this led to arrogance. They expected to be reinstated as state churches, often ignoring the pluralistic reality of modern democracy.
The text ends with a diagnosis of the Serbian church under Milosevic. It's a chilling quote that summarizes the danger of that fault line we started with. Read it.
Lately, Serbians have taken their Serbian identity far more seriously than their Orthodox identity. Leaders of the Serbian Orthodox Church generally promote a close identity of the two terms, seeing that they feed upon each other.
Feeding upon each other, not serving each other. Feeding, that is the final word. The audit is complete. The history of Christianity in South America begins not with the discovery, but with the transposition. It was, primarily, a precise transportation of the Catholicism of the Iberian Peninsula in the age of the Catholic kings Isabella and Ferdinand, Charles V, Philip II. The American conquests became an adjunct of the Crown of Castile, and it is in Castile.
Hold on. Stop. You are invoking the Iberian matrix as if it's a static background. We need to audit the specific parameters of that transportation before you move to the boats.
Okay.
You mentioned the Catholic kings. The year is 1492. Do not gloss over the convergence of events here. The text specifies 3 distinct events in that single year that forged this specific religious identity. List them.
Well, obviously, it was the year Columbus discovered America, though the record is clear he died believing it to be the eastern side of Asia.
That is the exploration vector. That is 1. What are the other 2?
It was also the year the Jews were formally expelled from Spain.
That is 2. The end of the convivencia, the so-called coexistence, and the 3rd. The final piece of the puzzle for 1492.
The conquest of Granada. It was the fall of the last Iberian Muslim kingdom, which was then annexed to Castile.
Precisely. This is the context. This isn't just some commercial enterprise or a cartographic mission. What you're looking at is the culmination of a crusade.
Right.
The spirit of the conquest is intolerant, aggressive, and insistent upon a uniform political religious orthodoxy. Why? Because that is what was happening at home.
It's a direct export of that domestic policy.
Exactly. And this brings us to the enforcement mechanism mentioned in the source, the Inquisition. Give me the date and the specific target.
The Inquisition was established in Castile in the 1480s, and its initial purpose, according to the source, wasn't originally focused on, say, Protestants or witches.
No, it was much more specific.
It was to pursue secret Jews or Judaizers among the conversos.
Define conversos.
Those were Christians of Jewish blood who were suspected of relapsing into their old faith.
And its efficiency was such that Protestantism never really made an advance south of the Pyrenees. This closed society is the model that gets exported.
But the text warns against viewing this as purely anti-intellectual.
It does, which is why you cannot discuss this era without mentioning Cardinal Ximenes de Cisneros.
Cisneros is a pivotal figure in the record. A Franciscan, he was the Archbishop of Toledo and also Queen Isabella's confessor.
So he's at the absolute center of power.
Yes, and he used that power to reform the religious orders and to encourage scholarship. He famously founded the University of Alcala.
And the artifact. The text mentions a specific scholarly achievement commissioned by him. It directly contradicts the idea of Spain as some kind of theological backwater.
The Polyglot Bible.
What was it?
It was the first of modern times. It featured parallel texts in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, a massive work of Renaissance humanism.
Which demonstrates that while this society was, let's say, medieval in its lack of tolerance, it was simultaneously reviving theology and philosophy using the most advanced philological tools of the day.
A paradox.
It is. And this leads to Salamanca. The text notes a revival of Thomism, who is the key theorist mentioned there regarding international law.
That would be the Dominican theologian Francisco de Vitoria.
And his contribution.
He developed a theory of international law. It was based on the Thomist concept of natural law, arguing that there are rights inherent to human beings regardless of their religion.
A crucial point. We will return to him when we discuss the justification for conquest. But first, we must establish the legal basis of the enterprise itself, the papal donation, date and figure.
Pope Alexander VI in 1493.
The text describes him as, and I'm quoting here, a Spaniard and a rogue if ever there was one. What explicitly did he grant to the kings of Spain and Portugal?
He granted both sovereignty over the lands discovered and to be discovered, and crucially, the Patronato.
Define Patronato. This is the operating system of the entire colonial church. If you don't unpack this concept, the next 3 centuries make no sense.
The Patronato refers to the patronage. In essence, it meant the crown accepted total responsibility for the evangelization of all the new lands.
And in exchange for that responsibility.
In exchange, the Pope effectively excluded the papacy from administration. The crown appointed the bishops, the crown collected the tithes, the crown built the churches. The church in America was controlled by the king, not the Pope.
Total responsibility. The Pope signs away the management rights. That is the baseline for everything that follows. Now, move to the implementation. The Caribbean phase, 1493 to 1519.
The focus here is on the Antilles. Hispaniola, with its capital of Santo Domingo, and then the conquest of Cuba in 1515.
The demographic impact. The text uses a specific charged term that historians often debate. What is the term used in the source?
Genocide. Does the text claim it was intentional?
This is a forensic distinction we need to be clear on.
It explicitly states, and I quote, "Seldom has genocide, actually in no way intended, been so rapid or so complete."
In no way intended. Why does the author make that qualification?
Because the depopulation was entirely counterproductive to the Spanish. They needed labor. The collapse was caused by brutal treatment, yes, but also extreme social disorientation and a wave of European-imported illnesses to which the natives had no immunity.
So the population simply faded away.
It ruined the entire economic model of the islands.
And this collapse triggered the first major protest. This is a critical forensic data point in the history of human rights, the date and the name.
The Sunday before Christmas, 1511, the Dominican friar Antonio de Montesinos.
He is in the pulpit at Santo Domingo. What is the text of the audict? Quote his words.
He denounced the settlers directly to their faces. He asked, "Are they not men? Have they not rational souls?
Go on.
You are all in a state of mortal sin because of the cruelty and the tyranny you are inflicting on these innocent victims."
Are they not men? That is the ontological question that plagues the next century. It seems obvious to us now, but in 1511, that was a radical, explosive theological challenge.
It certainly was.
Now, shift the geographical focus. It's 1519, the mainland. We are moving from the hunter-gatherers of the Caribbean to the sedentary empires. The text categorizes the indigenous world into 3 distinct groups. Define them.
First, you have the sedentary empires, the Aztecs, or Mexicas, in Tenochtitlan, and the Incas in Tawantinsuyu, centered in Cusco.
The high civilizations.
Correct. Second, the developing civilizations, primarily the Mayans in Central America and the Yucatan. And third, the non-sedentary peoples, the hunter-gatherers and fishers of the Caribbean and South America.
Let's stick to the theological analysis of the sedentary empires. The Spanish were simultaneously horrified by them, yet impressed. Why?
They were people of the sun. Both the Aztecs and Incas worshipped the sun as a primary deity. In the Aztec case, the sun god Huitzilopochtli required continuous human sacrifice to keep moving across the sky.
A theology that demanded blood.
On an industrial scale.
But the text mentions specific moral structures that amazed the invaders. What were they?
They found strict moral laws, no alcoholism, common property, and very sophisticated systems of collective organization. The text notes the Spanish were perplexed to find such, civilized social structures tied to what they viewed as demonic ritual violence.
So a highly ordered society, but one centered on a practice they found utterly abhorrent. Now, the conquest of Mexico, 1519, Hernán Cortés versus Montezuma. The text cites a specific psychological factor that weakened the Aztec response.
It was the myth of Quetzalcoatl.
Unpack that.
The source indicates that Montezuma actually welcomed Cortés, at least initially, because he believed him to be the legendary feathered serpent god Quetzalcoatl returned from the east to reclaim the land.
A fatal theological error.
Absolutely.
Tenochtitlan falls in August 1521. The text lists two primary factors for the collapse, beyond the direct military engagement.
First, smallpox. It absolutely ravaged the population and killed the Emperor Cuitlahuac, who had succeeded Montezuma.
And the second factor.
The fact that the Spanish persuaded indigenous peoples who were subject to the Aztecs, like the Tlaxcalans, to rise in revolt against them.
Indigenous allies were key. It wasn't just a few hundred Spaniards against an empire. It was a civil war with Spanish direction and European disease as a biological weapon.
A perfect storm.
Now, the demographic collapse on the mainland. I want the specific data point provided for the late 16th century. What was the population change?
The Indian population of Spanish-ruled America was less than a quarter of what it had been 100 years earlier.
Less than a quarter. That is a collapse on a civilizational scale.
Mm-hmm.
And the text notes major plagues hitting specifically when.
The source highlights the period between 1575 and 1577 as particularly devastating.
With the population collapsing, a new structure is imposed.
Mm-hmm.
The crown has to manage a dying world. We need to audit the hierarchy of that management.
The structure depended entirely on the crown, through the Patronato. Locally, it was controlled by two viceroys, one in New Spain, which is Mexico, and one in Peru.
And beneath them.
Beneath them were provincial governors and the audiencias, which were high courts that also held significant administrative powers.
And the church numbers. Give me the count by 1620.
By 1620, the record shows there were 5 archbishops, 27 bishops, and 36 bishoprics in total across the Americas.
Which brings us to the paradox, the Patronato paradox. Explain it as the historian in the source describes it.
The Patronato excluded the Pope, but it established royal authority in strictly papalist terms.
What does that mean, papalist terms?
It means the king acted with the kind of absolute, unquestionable authority that was usually reserved for the pontiff himself. The church in the Americas was, in effect, a branch of the Spanish civil service.
With one very significant exception. There was one order that maintained a direct line to Rome, bypassing the crown.
The Society of Jesus, the Jesuits.
And their principle.
They remained faithful to the principle of absolute obedience to their general resident in Rome.
Which will eventually be their undoing, but we are not there yet in the timeline. We need to look at the spiritual conquest that accompanied the military one. Let's start with Franciscan millenarianism in Mexico.
The first 12 apostles, a group of 12 Franciscans, arrived in 1524.
And they saw this as a biblical event. They believed they were entering a new Israel. Who is the primary figure here?
Toribio de Benavente. But he is much better known by his Nahuatl name, Motolinia.
Translate it. The name is significant.
It means the poor one. He adopted it after the indigenous people called him that, seeing his tattered Franciscan robes.
And his major text.
The Historia de los Indios de la Nueva España, which was written in 1541.
What is the central theological theme of this text? How did he view the conquest?
He saw it as deliverance. He interpreted the whole conquest through a biblical lens, seeing it as the passing of the indigenous people from the Egypt of Aztec idolatry into the promised land of the church. He genuinely believed the end times were approaching.
A complete biblical transposition onto American soil. But there was another Franciscan, a scholar, who took a more, let's say, scientific or ethnographic approach, Bernardino de Sahagún.
Yes. His work is the Historia General de las Cosas de Nueva España.
Methodology. How was it written? This is crucial for understanding the depth of their engagement with the culture they were trying to convert.
It was written in Nahuatl first. He didn't just observe from the outside. He worked with a team of his own indigenous disciples to construct a comprehensive account of Indian history, religion, and culture from the inside out. It's a foundational text of modern anthropology.
And the publication date. There's a forensic discrepancy here that's very telling.
Well, it was completed in the 1570s, but it was not printed until the 19th century.
Why not? Why the suppression?
Because Sahagún was deeply pessimistic about the entire colonial enterprise. Unlike Motolinia, he didn't see a new Israel taking shape. He saw the Indian population declining, their culture being destroyed, and them becoming a permanent underclass.
So the authorities buried it.
Yes. The text was considered too sympathetic to the pre-Christian past and far too critical of the present reality of colonial rule.
Pessimism in Mexico. Now, contrast this with Peru, Resistance.
In Peru, there was no early wave of enthusiasm for Christianity as there was among some groups in Mexico. Pizarro captured the Inca capital of Cusco in 1533, but the Incas maintained a state of resistance that Mexico simply didn't see.
The Neo-Inca state, where was it located?
In the remote mountain fortress of Vilcabamba, it was established by Manco Inca and later led by his son Titu Cusi.
And it lasted until 1572. That is a significant duration, almost 40 years after the initial conquest of the capital. Who ended it?
The Viceroy Francisco de Toledo. He was a ruthless organizer. He ordered the final campaign to destroy Vilcabamba and authorized the execution of the last Inca ruler, Tupac Amaru First.
The location of the execution.
The public square of Cusco in front of his own people, a very deliberate act of political theater.
Now, the text mentions a symbolic marriage that followed this, an attempt to fuse the two worlds, Spanish and Inca. Unpack the genealogy for me.
Martin Garcia de Loyola, who was the nephew of St. Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, married Beatriz Nusta, who is the daughter of the Inca ruler Seri Tupac.
The nephew of the founder of the Jesuits marrying the Inca princess. A powerful symbol. But the text notes a grim irony regarding Loyola's own death.
Yes, Loyola was later appointed governor of Chile, and he was beheaded by Araucanian Indians there in 1598. His head was paraded on a spear.
A violent end to a symbolic union. It demonstrates that resistance was not just confined to the Inca heartland in Peru. Now let's look at the settled church in the viceregal capital, Lima, saints and synods.
The central figure here is Archbishop Toribio de Mogrovejo, appointed in 1580. The text calls him a model Tridentine bishop.
Tridentine, meaning he was an implementer of the reforms from the Council of Trent. So he was an organizer, a disciplinarian enforcing European standards of orthodoxy.
Exactly. He was relentless. He organized 13 synods and provincial councils, but he also reached out. He published the Catecismo Mayor in Spanish, Quechua, and Aymara, standardizing the doctrine in indigenous languages.
This is also the era of the great saints of Lima, St. Rose.
St. Rose of Lima, who lived from 1586 to 1617, she was the very first canonized saint of the New World. A Creole woman, not Spanish-born, known for her severe asceticism and mystical experiences, very much in the Iberian spiritual tradition.
And her contemporary, Martin de Porres.
A mulatto and illegitimate. He was a voluntary servant, a lay brother at the Dominican Priory because the rules at the time excluded blacks from becoming full friars.
The canonization audit.
Most.
Compare the dates. When was Rose canonized and when was Martin canonized?
St. Rose was canonized in 1671. St. Martin de Porres was not canonized until 1962.
1671 versus 1962, a nearly 300-year gap. That speaks volumes about the racial hierarchy of the institution, even in sainthood.
It's a stark contrast.
Now, the indigenous voice of protest from this period in Peru, Guaman Poma de Ayala.
He wrote an extraordinary text. It was a letter to the King of Spain, over 1,000 pages long, 1,190 pages, with 496 of his own illustrations. It was sent around 1614, but it disappeared into the archives.
Where was it found? And when?
It was rediscovered in the Royal Library in Copenhagen in 1908.
And the argument. The core of his message. Read the specific indictment of Spanish rule that the source quotes.
He wrote, "There is no God or king here. They are in Rome and Castile.
There is no God or king here. The total absence of moral or temporal authority on the ground." This leads us directly to the great debate, the intellectual clash over the nature of the conquest, Las Casas versus Acosta.
Bartolomé de las Casas is the supreme figure of the religious history of this period. He started as a settler, an encomendero in Cuba, which meant he held a grant of Indian labor.
So he was part of the system.
Deeply. Then he had a profound conversion of conscience. He became a Dominican in 1524 and later the Bishop of Chiapas.
And his most famous text.
The Brevísima Relación de la Destrucción de las Indias, the short account of the destruction of the Indies, published in 1542. It's a blistering catalog of Spanish atrocities.
We know he denounced the violence. But I want his specific theological argument regarding the indigenous people. It is radical, even for today.
He argued for full indigenous sovereignty, and he even audaciously defended the practice of human sacrifice.
Wait, unpack that logic. How does a Catholic bishop defend human sacrifice?
His argument was based on natural law. He argued it was a natural duty of humankind to offer the highest and most precious gift available to God. Life is the highest gift. Therefore, the Aztecs, by offering human life, were demonstrating an intense religious fervor and a correct rational understanding of natural law, even if their specific theology was misguided.
So he's saying their reasoning was sound even if their conclusion was wrong.
Precisely. He argued they were more pious than the gold-hungry Spanish, just in error about who the true God was.
A defense based on the rationality of the intent. He is granting them full, unadulterated humanity. Now, the counter-argument from the same period, José de Acosta.
A Jesuit. He wrote the Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias in 1590. His view was far more pessimistic and, you could say, pragmatic.
Did he believe in the legal justification of the papal donation?
No. He dismissed it. He believed the conquest was simply an act of brute force, a fait accompli. It happened, it was violent, it was probably unjust, but now they had to deal with the reality on the ground.
And the status of the pre-conquest Indians, in his view. The text references the Council of Lima in 1581.
The council, which Acosta attended, pronounced that pre-conquest Indians were children of Satan and sentenced to eternal damnation for their idolatry.
So Las Casas argues for their innate rationality and potential for salvation, while Acosta and the official church accept their damnation but work with the practical reality of evangelizing them. This tension brings us to the most successful bridge between the two worlds, the Virgin of Guadalupe.
The narrative, as it's known, centers on Juan Diego, an indigenous convert, at the hill of Tepeyac on December 9, 1531.
The forensic discrepancy. The text challenges this timeline. When was this story actually popularized?
There was little to no mention of it for over 100 years. It was only in 1648, with the publication of a book by a Creole priest, Miguel Sanchez, that the cult was popularized and began to spread.
1531 to 1648. A silent century. That's a significant gap. And the syncretism involved.
The shrine was built at the exact site of a former temple to Tunentzin, the Aztec mother goddess.
A direct replacement.
A classic case of religious syncretism.
In the image itself, the text notes a key deviation from European Marian apparitions.
It was not claimed to be of Spanish origin or, painted by St. Luke like many European icons. It was claimed to be uniquely American, uniquely Indian, imprinted on the cactus fiber mantle, the tilma, of a poor man.
Which made it acceptable, even essential, to the Creole identity later on. It gave them their own virgin, distinct from Spain's. Now we move to the Baroque era and the Jesuits, roughly 1650 to 1780.
This era is defined by the growing tension between the Creoles, who were Spaniards born in the Americas, and the Peninsulares, who were Spaniards born in Spain and sent over to rule.
And how was this tension managed within the powerful religious orders? The text gives a specific term for the power-sharing agreement. It's the alternativa.
The alternativa was a rule whereby every position of importance in a religious order, the provincial, the prior, had to alternate between a Creole and a peninsular.
Organized deadlock to keep the peace. Now, the Jesuits. They are operating on the frontiers away from the Creole peninsular squabbles of the cities, the reductions of Paraguay.
They were begun in 1603. These were unique mission villages where the Jesuits and the Guarani Indians lived in a kind of theocratic communal society, isolated from the Spanish colonists and their labor demands.
The text mentions a significant military aspect. They weren't pacifist communes.
Not at all. The Jesuits built up well-disciplined Guarani militias armed with firearms, primarily to defend against Portuguese slave raiders, the Bandeirantes, coming from Brazil.
A state within a state. An autonomous Jesuit Guarani Republic, which of course leads to its end, the expulsion date.
1767 in Spanish America. It happened slightly earlier, in 1759, in Portuguese Brazil under the Marquis de Pombal.
The numbers. How many were removed from Spanish territory?
The text states that 2,500 Jesuits were arrested and deported overnight.
2,500 of the most educated educators, scientists, and missionaries removed from the continent in one fell swoop. The text calls it the collapse of the frontier missions. It left a massive intellectual and spiritual vacuum.
Speaking of vacuums, let's look at what the text calls the neglected apostolate. Slavery and Brazil.
Who are the figures mentioned who are trying to address the horrors of the slave trade?
Alonso de Sandoval and Pedro Claver. Sandoval wrote a key text, De Instauranda Ethiopium Salute, in 1627.
And where were they operating?
In Cartagena, which was one of the main slave ports of the Spanish Empire, they ministered to the African slaves arriving in the docks, often in horrific, dying conditions.
But they were the exception, not the rule. Shift the focus to Brazil. Why is the church's development so different there?
Brazil was a sugar economy, and sugar was completely dependent on a massive and continuous slave trade from Africa. The Portuguese crown and the Portuguese church had a much weaker missionary fervor compared to Spain.
Verify that with a data point regarding the ecclesiastical hierarchy.
There was no diocese in all of Brazil until 1676 at Salvador de Bahia.
A single diocese for the entire territory until 1676. That explains the lack of institutional structure and why popular religion there became so deeply syncretic with African traditions.
Yes, the institutional presence was very thin.
Now, independence and schism, roughly 1780 to 1900.
The precursors to independence were violent uprisings. The Tupac Amaru's Second Revolt in Peru in 1780 and the Haitian Revolution in 1791.
But the final trigger was a European event, 1808.
Napoleon invaded Spain and installed his brother Joseph as king. This created a crisis of legitimacy that spread to the colonies. If the king in Spain is illegitimate, who has authority?
Mexican independence. The text presents it as beginning as a clerical civil war. Who led the initial revolt?
Miguel Hidalgo, a parish priest. He issued the Grito de Dolores on September 16, 1810.
Visuals. What was his banner? This is symbolically crucial.
His banner was the Virgin of Guadalupe.
And who led the opposition? The royalist forces.
Bishop Cabañas of Guadalajara. He led royalist troops against Hidalgo's peasant army.
Priest against bishop. Virgin of the Americas against the King of Spain. The result for Hidalgo.
He was captured, defrocked, and beheaded. His head was then displayed in a cage in Guanajuato as a warning.
Independence eventually comes to the new nations, but at a huge cost to the church's hierarchy, the vacuum. Give me the stats on the empty bishoprics in Mexico.
The Archdiocese of Mexico was vacant from 1824 to 1839.
15 years without an archbishop in the most important see in the country. How was this finally fixed? Who broke the deadlock?
Pope Gregory VI, he decided to bypass Spain entirely and appoint bishops directly to the new republics, effectively recognizing their independence.
This is the moment the Patronato finally dies. The king is gone, so the Pope steps back in to reclaim direct authority. This leads to the next major conflict, liberalism versus the church.
The new liberal states wanted to modernize. For them, this meant abolishing the fuero.
Define fuero.
It's shorthand for ecclesiastical privilege, specifically the exemption of clergy from being tried in civil courts.
In Mexico, this conflict was total war, the Constitution of 1857.
It led to the 3 Years' War. The liberal president, Benito Juarez, confiscated all church wealth and suppressed the monasteries.
And the church's reaction to this assault from the new states. The text uses the term ultramontanism. What does that mean?
It means over the mountains. The church turned to Rome, specifically to Pope Pius IX, for protection against the liberal state. It became more Roman, more centralized, more dependent on the papacy, because the local state was now the enemy.
So while the hierarchy looked to Rome, the common people looked elsewhere. We have 3 case studies of popular religious uprisings. First, Peru, 1885.
The Atasperia Rising. The key point the text notes is that it was not an anti-religious movement.
Proof.
The rebels paused their insurrection for several days to properly celebrate the festival of the Lord of Solitude. Their piety was central to their identity.
Second case. Brazil, 1893. Canudos. This is a massive event, often overlooked outside of Brazil.
It was led by a lay preacher, Antonio Conselheiro, who was known as the Pilgrim.
What was his theology? Was he a heretic?
No, his theology was described as orthodox but unauthorized. He preached from a popular devotional text, the Missam Abbreviata. He built a community of followers in the backlands that the new Brazilian Republic saw as a monarchist, fanatical threat.
And the outcome for the 25,000 residents of Canudos.
The Brazilian army was sent in. They destroyed the settlement on October 5, 1897. The entire population was killed or dispersed.
25,000. A massacre. Third case, Mexico in the 1920s, the Cristiada.
This was directly triggered by President Plutarco Elias Calles aggressively enforcing the anti-religious articles of the 1917 Constitution.
The specific action that lit the fuse?
The Mexican bishops ordered the suspension of all religious services on July 31st, 1926. The priests effectively went on strike.
And the cry of the rebels, the Cristeros.
Viva Cristo Rey. Long live Christ the King.
The 20th century revival. After these traumas, how does the institutional church begin to regroup?
The turning point identified in the text is the 1899 Plenary Council for Latin America held in Rome. It was an attempt to impose order and discipline.
Then the founding of the modern coordinating body, CELAM. Date and location.
1955 in Rio de Janeiro, the Latin American Episcopal Conference.
But there was a persistent structural weakness. The text calls it an invasion of foreigners. Audit the numbers for the clergy in 1960.
By 1960, 37% of the clergy serving in Latin America were foreign. In a place like Guatemala, it was as high as almost 85%.
85% foreign clergy. A church dependent on imports cannot sustain itself. This weakness on the ground leads directly to the next major shift, Vatican II and liberation theology.
The key event was the Second General Conference of Selim at Medellin, Colombia in 1968. It was the moment the region absorbed the message of Vatican II.
And the key phrase that came out of Medellin,
Preferential option for the poor.
the seminal text that gave this movement its name.
A Theology of Liberation by the Peruvian priest Gustavo Gutierrez, published in 1971.
And the structure this theology took on the ground.
The base ecclesial communities, or CEs, these were small, lay-led groups, often in poor neighborhoods, that met to read the Bible and apply it to their social and political reality. They were necessitated by the chronic shortage of priests.
Influenced by whom in terms of methodology?
By the Brazilian educator Paulo Freire and his work, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It was about raising consciousness.
The reaction. Who represented the conservative pushback against this movement?
Archbishop Afonso Lopez Trujillo of Medellin was a key figure in organizing the opposition, and later the appointments of Pope John Paul II, who was deeply suspicious of any Marxist elements he saw in the theology.
And the cost in blood. The era of martyrs.
Archbishop Oscar Romero of El Salvador, shot while saying Mass in 1980. The 6 Jesuit intellectuals and their 2 helpers murdered at their university in El Salvador in 1989.
Finally, the Protestant explosion. This is the demographic shift that changes the entire religious map in the late 20th century. We need the statistics audit.
In Guatemala, Protestants were just 2% of the population in 1960. By 1990, they were 35%.
Drill down to the specific example given. The township of Almolonga. The 1988 stats.
99% Maya population. The split was 52% Catholic, 48% Protestant, and almost even division.
And the political context in Guatemala at the time.
The military dictator, General Rios Montt, was a born-again evangelical, a member of the California-based Church of the Word.
The text notes a grim coincidence of genocide and mission work.
Yes, the period of the most intense genocide of the Maya Indians coincided with a massive influx of funding from American televangelists and missionary groups.
Rizzo stats.
20 million Protestants by the 1990s, which was about 15% of the population at the time.
The shift in the type of Protestantism. This is the final, crucial distinction the text makes.
The shift was from the historical Protestants, Methodists, Baptists, Presbyterians, to Pentecostalism.
Why was Pentecostalism so successful?
Because it was much more compatible with popular religiosity. It emphasized divine healing, direct experience of the Holy Spirit, and prosperity. And critically, it allowed ordinary people to become pastors, unlike the Catholic insistence on a highly educated male celibate clergy.
And the future projection. The final sentence of the analysis.
The text concludes that the religious development of the next 30 years from Mexico City to Buenos Aires may quite strikingly determine the entire balance of the Christian world. The introduction of Christianity into Eastern Asia proved exceptionally difficult.
Stop. Let's define the terms. Why exceptionally difficult? What's the core reason given in the text?
Because it encountered highly sophisticated and culturally stable societies.
And these societies were based on what?
On different ideological and organizational principles, entirely different from what the missionaries were used to.
Okay. Now, the text immediately draws a contrast with another region.
It does. It contrasts East Asia with Southeast Asia.
And what was the situation in Southeast Asia? What made it different?
It had long been exposed to cultural and religious influences, primarily from India.
Which created what kind of environment?
A much more diverse one. The text mentions significant ethnic diversity and a blend of existing beliefs.
Right. So the East Asian world presented a different kind of challenge. It wasn't as, let's say, porous.
Exactly. The text defines this bloc as the large Confucianized high cultures.
And we need that list.
Yeah.
Which specific polities are included in that definition? Be precise.
The text explicitly categorizes China, Japan, Korea, and Vietnam as making up this Confucianized bloc.
So we have a clear geographical and cultural zone. Now, the reason for the resistance, you said the Southeast Asian island world had animist traditions, Hinduism, and then Islam from the 12th century.
Yes, a very fluid religious marketplace.
But the East Asian polities were, you say, structurally dense. Unpack that.
Yeah.
What does structurally dense actually mean in this context?
It means they were resistant to these alien religious systems from Western Eurasia for a very specific reason.
Which was?
They already possess their own fully formed religious infrastructure.
List the components of that infrastructure as described in the text. This is the core of the argument.
Okay. They had 1, organized religions, 2, established hierarchies of priests and monks,
Go on.
3 sophisticated scriptures, and 4 well-endowed temples and monastic institutions.
So there's no vacancy. The ideological and institutional space was already occupied?
That's the point. Precisely.
Good. Now let's move to the pre-1500 context in China. We're looking for the very first entry of Christianity.
Right, and it wasn't a Western variant that first arrived.
What was it then?
It was an Eastern variant of the Christian faith, specifically Nestorian Christianity.
And what was its vector of transmission? How did it get to China?
It spread eastward from its heartland in Persia, moving among the Turkic nomads of Central Asia.
And the text gives a speculative date for first contact.
It suggests it likely came into contact with Chinese civilization sometime in the 6th century.
But that's just a likelihood. What's the first piece of hard, reliable evidence that the text relies on?
That would be the Nestorian monument, the stele,
Erected when?
in the year 781.
And when was it rediscovered? The gap in time here is critically important for the historiography.
It was rediscovered much, much later in 1625.
So for over 800 years, this primary source was lost. Now, let's go to the inscription on the stone itself. It provides a specific arrival date and an individual's name. I want those details.
Okay. The inscription states that a certain Alopen,
Aolope.
yes, Alopen, he arrived in the Tang dynasty's capital,
Which was?
Chang'an, modern-day Shan.
And the year.
The year was 635.
And the reigning emperor at that time?
This was during the reign of Emperor Taizong.
The text characterizes this specific period of the Tang dynasty. What's the phrase it uses?
It calls it a period of remarkable cultural openness.
Meaning other foreign creeds were also present. The text should list them.
It does. It lists them as existing alongside the state-sponsored Confucianism.
Read the list.
Buddhism, of course, was the most prominent, but also, to a lesser extent, Manichaeism, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, and Islam.
A very cosmopolitan environment. Now, I want the forensic, quote, audit. The emperor issued a decree after examining Alopen's teaching. The text provides a translation from the inscription. I want you to read the emperor's direct evaluation of the doctrine. Do not paraphrase it.
Okay, the inscription reads, "Having carefully examined the scope of his teaching, we find it to be mysteriously spiritual and of silent operation."
Mysteriously spiritual and of silent operation. That's very telling phrasing. It doesn't sound like a legal or doctrinal assessment.
No, it suggests he's viewing it through a, well, perhaps a Taoist or mystical lens.
It's an aesthetic or philosophical judgment. What's the rest of the quote?
Having observed its principal and most essential points, we reach the conclusion that they cover all that is most important in life.
A very positive, if vague, endorsement. And based on this, what action did the emperor take?
He permitted the translation of their scriptures and the dissemination of the teaching.
And what was the very first Christian book produced in Chinese as a result of this?
It was titled The Sutra of Jesus the Messiah.
Sutra. Note the use of Buddhist terminology. When was it completed?
It was completed in 638. Alopen worked on it with the help of Chinese collaborators.
So this initial success was real, but the text makes it clear it was temporary. A decline followed. Who initiated the first persecution mentioned in the source?
The text points to persecution under the pro-Buddhist Empress Wu.
And her reign. Dates.
She reigned from 690 to 705.
So that was the first blow. What was the next, more disastrous event?
The Great Persecution under Emperor Wenzong in the year 845.
And that was aimed at all foreign religions, not just Christianity.
Correct. It was a general crackdown.
However, the text then introduces a counter-argument. It cites a specific scholar, Samuel Moffat, on the definitive cause of the collapse of this first Christian era in China.
Yes.
And Moffat argues it was not primarily about religious persecution. What is the specific argument he makes? What does he identify as the decisive factor?
Moffat's conclusion, and I'm quoting here from the text's summary, is that the collapse was neither religious persecution, nor theological compromise, nor even its foreignness,
So he discounts all the obvious reasons. What was it then?
but rather the fall of the imperial house on which the church had too long relied for its patronage and protection.
So it was a structural weakness,
Yeah.
a political dependency. Expand on that. What happened when the Tang dynasty finally fell?
The dynasty fell in 907.
And the church?
It simply vanished in the subsequent chaos.
Why so completely?
Yeah.
According to Moffat's logic.
Because it had relied entirely on the patronage of the court. It never established roots among the common people, the gentry, or any other segment of society.
So when its sole patron disappeared, the entire structure collapsed.
It had no root system to survive.
A fatal flaw. Dependency on imperial patronage. This becomes a recurring theme. Now let's move to part 2, the Mongol interlude, the Yuan dynasty.
Right. So after a long absence, Nestorianism returns to China.
Under what circumstances?
In the wake of the Mongol conquest of North China, which the text dates to 1260,
And what did the Mongol expansion create that was so conducive to this return?
the Pax Mongolica, the Mongol Peace. It created unprecedented stability along the Silk Road and other trade routes,
Which facilitated direct contact
between China and Europe for the first time in a meaningful way.
And during this period, a myth was circulating in Europe. What was it?
The story of a benevolent, powerful Christian ruler in the East, a figure known as Prester John.
And this myth, this rumor, prompted action from the church in Europe.
Yes. It led directly to the Council of Lyons.
Give me the date and the purpose of that council.
The Council of Lyons met in 1245. The idea, promoted by Pope Innocent V and other European rulers, was to investigate these rumors,
Until what end?
to see if they could form an alliance with the Mongols against their common enemy, which was Islam.
So they decided to send missions, fact-finding missions.
Great.
The text focuses on one in particular, a mission led by a Franciscan friar,
John Appiano Carpini.
and he arrived at the Mongol capital.
Karakorum, yes.
The text notes he arrived at a very specific and opportune moment. What event did he witness? And what was the exact date?
He arrived just in time to witness the enthronement of Gyuik as the third great Khan.
The date.
August 24, 1246.
So he had access to the new supreme leader. What was the outcome of this mission?
It was entirely negative.
Why?
The papal letters he carried urged the Khan to convert to Christianity and, more importantly, to cease his military campaigns against Europe.
And how did Gyu Khan react to that?
He was angered by the tone. He saw it as a demand for submission.
So Carpini's mission was a failure.
He returned empty-handed in November of 1247.
There was another mission, a subsequent one, in 1253.
Yes, by William of Rubruck.
And the text uses Rubruck's account to illustrate a specific tension. What is the Franciscan friction mentioned in the outline?
It refers to the friction between the newly arrived Roman Catholic Franciscans and the long-established Nestorians.
Right, and Rubruck's account gives a concrete example of this. He describes a group of Christians he encounters.
He does, in connection with Easter celebrations in 1254.
And he gives a demographic breakdown of this Christian crowd. Who were they?
He noted they were composed of Hungarians, Alans, Russians, Georgians, and Armenians.
A diverse group of displaced or captured Christians. And the text says they hadn't seen a sacrament. Why not? What was the issue?
The issue was the Nestorians. They would not admit these other Christians into their church.
On what grounds?
They insisted that unless these individuals were rebaptized by Nestorian priests, they couldn't receive the sacraments.
So, sectarian conflict, even at the ends of the earth. This sets the stage for the first formal Roman Catholic entry into Beijing. Who was the key figure?
John of Montecorvino.
He reached Khan Balik, which is Beijing, in what year?
In 1294.
And was he received by the emperor?
Yes, he was received by Temür Ojitu, who was Kublai Khan's successor.
And did he have success?
He did, despite significant opposition from the Nestorians who were already there. He managed to build a church in 1299.
The text mentions a letter he wrote, date and key statistics.
He wrote a letter in 1305. In it, he reported having made some 6,000 converts.
And he includes a personal detail. What does he say about his own condition?
He notes, "I have already grown old, and my hair is white from the labors and tribulations rather than years, for I am 58 years old."
A poignant detail. Now, he was later appointed Archbishop of Cambaluc, but this Catholic mission, like the Nestorian one before it, was tied to the dynasty.
And so it declined with the Yuan dynasty.
The text gives a final, violent example of this decline. The fate of the fifth Bishop of Zaytun, his name and cause of death.
That was James of Florence.
And his fate.
He was killed by Chinese patriots in 1362.
The use of the term Chinese patriots is significant. What does it imply about how these Christians were viewed?
It implies they were seen as collaborators, as being aligned with the foreign Mongol occupiers.
So when the Mongols were overthrown by the Ming dynasty, which the text describes as isolationist.
Christianity disappeared from China once again.
Which brings us to part 3, the Portuguese and Spanish era, from 1500 to 1800.
This era is different. It begins with the maritime expansion of European colonial power, specifically Portugal.
And the text grounds this expansion in specific legal and religious documents from the papacy.
Yes, it cites a bull of Pope Alexander VI in 1493,
Well,
the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494.
and together, what system did these documents establish?
They established the Padroado, which is the royal patronage arrangement. The Portuguese crown was essentially given spiritual jurisdiction over newly discovered lands.
To demonstrate the scope of this enterprise, the text lists the string of trading stations Portugal established. Read that list geographically.
It extended from Goa, established in 1510, to Malacca in 1511, then Ternate, Tidor, and Ambon in the Spice Islands,
And further east.
Phaifo in Vietnam, and finally Macau in China
When was Macau granted to them?
in 1557.
Now, the text notes that, for the most part, the Portuguese were not particularly successful in converting Southeast Asia. There was one exception mentioned.
The Moluccas, under Francis Xavier, for a brief time.
But the real outlier, the one place where this model succeeded spectacularly, was somewhere else.
The Philippines, under the Spanish.
Yes, King Philip II began the colonization and Christianization in earnest. When?
In 1570.
And the number is given in the text.
By 1595, so just 25 years later, there were 134 missionaries and an estimated 288,000 baptisms.
A huge success compared to anywhere else. The text provides an explanation for this, rooted in the local culture. It explicitly states the Spanish did not have to confront what?
High cultures like those in the Confucian bloc.
Right. So let's unpack the theology of this folk Catholicism, as the text describes it. How did the local Filipino culture absorb and reinterpret Catholic rituals?
The text suggests that many Christian practices were seen as being vaguely akin to indigenous rituals they already had.
Just a specific example.
For example, the sprinkling of holy water or making the sign of the cross. These were seen as providing a powerful alternative to existing animistic healing rites.
So as a functional substitution. Go further. How were saints incorporated into this belief system?
The names of saints essentially replace the role of ancestors.
In what way?
They could be invoked for assistance and protection, just as ancestral spirits were.
What about physical objects? Rosaries, crosses?
They became, in effect, potent talismans or amulets.
A classic case of religious syncretism. Now, let's contrast this success in the Philippines with the very different story in Japan, which the text calls the Christian century.
Okay. The mission to Japan begins with Francis Xavier.
His landing, where and when?
He landed at Kagoshima on August 15th, 1549.
And he wasn't alone. Who was the crucial Japanese companion with him?
A man named Paul Yajiru.
The political context at this time in Japan is absolutely vital to understanding the initial success. What was the political situation?
It was the Sengoku period, the country at war.
Meaning the central government was weak and local lords, the daimyo, were fighting for power.
Yes, and the Western daimyo in particular feared for their independence. They were looking for an edge.
And what did the Portuguese offer them? It wasn't just theology.
It was trade. And more importantly, it was European weapons, specifically firearms.
So the Jesuits were successful initially, particularly in Kyushu, because the local daimyo saw a strategic advantage.
Precisely. Some daimyo ordered their subjects to convert en masse specifically to secure this trade relationship.
So again, it's a top-down conversion reliant on elite patronage. But then Japan was unified.
Under the Tokugawa shogunate, and that led to a crackdown.
The text quotes from the official edict of expulsion. I need the date and the specific accusation made against the missionaries.
The edict was issued on January 27, 1614.
And the quote, what did it accuse the Kirishitan band of doing?
It states, the Kirishitan band have come to Japan, longing to disseminate an evil law, to overthrow true doctrine, so that they may change the government of the country and obtain possession of the land.
A political accusation, not a theological one. They were seen as a fifth column.
This is the germ of great disaster and must be crushed.
This persecution culminated in a major uprising.
The Shimabara Rebellion.
I need the dates and the casualty count provided in the text.
The rebellion took place in 1637 and 1638.
And the human cost.
Some 37,000 peasants are said to have lost their lives.
After this, the Tokugawa regime established a formal system for rooting out any remaining Christians. The Office of Inquisition. What was the specific mechanism of control it used?
It was a ceremony called ifumi.
The fumi.
Ifumi translates as picture stepping.
Explain the process.
Sacred pictures of Christ or the Virgin Mary were laid on the ground.
And then?
The local inhabitants were ordered one by one to trample on them.
In order to do what?
To publicly and physically demonstrate their rejection of the Christian faith, a loyalty test.
And the text notes this practice continued for a very long time.
Until 1857.
Let's move to part 4. Late Imperial China. The Jesuits return.
Yes, a new phase. This begins with two key figures, Matteo Ricci and Michele Ruggieri.
Their arrival, where and when?
They arrived in Zhaoqing in September of 1583.
And Ricci's strategy was fundamentally different from the earlier Franciscans. What was it?
His strategy was one of accommodation and indigenization. Top-down, but cultural, not political.
Meaning he didn't try to convert the masses first.
No, he strove to win the respect of the Chinese scholar officials, the literati.
And how did he do that? What tools did he use?
He used Western science, astronomy, mathematics, cartography. His world map was apparently a huge sensation.
And was he successful in converting some of these high-ranking officials?
He was. The text names three of them, calling them the three pillars of the early Chinese church.
Name them.
Xu Guangqi, who was a very high-ranking minister, Li Zizao, and Yang Tingyun.
But this very strategy of accommodation led directly to a major conflict within the church.
The rights controversy.
This is a critical theological drill down. The text highlights the conflict over a very specific issue, the correct Chinese terminology for God.
That's right.
What were the two main terms at the center of the debate?
On one side, there were the terms Ricci himself adopted, Shangdi, which means sovereign on high, and Tian, meaning heaven.
And what was Ricci's argument for using these pre-existing Chinese terms?
He argued they were evidence of an ancient Chinese monotheism, a belief in a single deity that predated Confucius and Buddhism.
So he was trying to graft Christianity onto an ancient Chinese root. What was the alternative term?
The term Tianzu, which means master of heaven.
Which Ricci himself had used originally.
Yes, in 1583, but he later came to prefer Shangdi.
But this was heavily contested by other missionary orders, like the Dominicans and Franciscans.
Yes, they argued that Shangdi and Tian were irredeemably pagan terms.
And there was a decision made. When was the term Shangdi officially rejected by the mission?
It was rejected at a missionary conference in 1628.
And from that point on, Catholic Christianity in China became known by a specific name.
It became known as Tianzu Jiao, the religion of the Lord of Heaven.
This controversy didn't stay local. It escalated all the way to the Pope.
It did. The Kangxi Emperor himself actually supported the Jesuit interpretation.
But the Vatican disagreed. The text cites two specific papal bulls that definitively ruled against the Jesuit position on the rights. Name them and date them.
The first was the Constitution ex Illidii, issued in 1715 by Pope Clement XI.
And the second, more definitive one.
The Bull ex quo singulare, issued in 1742 by Pope Benedict XIV.
And what was the practical effect of these rulings?
They effectively cut Chinese Christians off from their own Confucian tradition. They couldn't participate in ancestor veneration or other civic rites.
This enraged the Chinese state. Emperor Yongzheng took action.
Yes, he issued an edict in 1724 expelling most missionaries.
Yet, despite the expulsion of priests and the official ban, the Catholic Church in China survived underground.
Yeah.
How? The text mentions specific lay roles that were crucial.
Yes, in the almost total absence of priests, the mission relied on lay leadership.
Specifically.
Catechists and congregational leaders who were called huisang.
And there's another group mentioned, single lay women. What were they called?
They were known as virgins.
Expand on their role. Who were they and what did they do?
These were women who consecrated their lives to God but continued to live with their families, not in convents.
And their function.
They taught other women and children the faith. And during times of persecution, the text says they became the true pillars of the faith within the hidden communities.
Let's move to part 5. Vietnam. The origins there, from 1624 to 1800.
The key figure here is the Jesuit Alexander de Rhodes.
When did he arrive?
He arrived in 1624.
And the text credits him with two massive, lasting contributions, one to Vietnamese culture generally and one to the church specifically.
That's right.
Specify them.
First, the creation of Quichgu,
Which
the modern Vietnamese script. It's the Vietnamese language written using the Latin alphabet, which he standardized.
a huge cultural footprint, and his second contribution to the church organization.
The creation of the Domus Dei organization.
Explain the Domus Dei. What was its structure and purpose?
It was an organization of celibate male catechists.
And what made it so successful?
They received elementary medical training and worked in villages. Critically, Rhodes based the structure on existing Buddhist institutions to make it feel more indigenous and less foreign,
Rhodes's influence didn't end there. He later went to Paris.
which led directly to the founding of the MEP, the Missions Étrangères de Paris, in 1659.
And we see another intersection of religion and politics later with Bishop Pino de Behan. What was his specific role in Vietnamese politics?
Towards the end of the 18th century, Bishop Pinot de Béhan provided crucial military assistance to Nguyen Hinh
Who was trying to do what?
to reunite Vietnam under his rule. He eventually succeeded and became the Emperor Gia Long in 1802.
And the text notes the long-term political implication of this church-state alliance. What was it?
It laid the foundations for more aggressive French imperialist and missionary penetration in the next century.
An ominous foreshadowing. This leads us directly into Part 6, the 19th century, colonialism and reaction.
In Vietnam, the favorable situation under Gia Long didn't last.
What happened?
His successor, King Minh Mang, initiated a fierce persecution of Christians after 1825.
And during this period of persecution, French priests on the ground began advocating for military intervention. The text mentions the specific justification they used. What was their argument to the French government?
It was a quid pro quo argument. They argued that a military intervention to force regime change would benefit France directly. They asserted that a new, friendly ruler would not only grant concessions to the missionaries, but would also give the French Navy what it wanted: naval bases.
Which is, of course, eventually what happened. Now, let's turn to China during the same century, the era of the unequal treaties.
Yes, following the Opium Wars, the treaties of 1842-44 and later 1858-60 forced China open.
And these treaties included clauses protecting missionaries. But the text calls out one article in particular as notorious.
The notorious Article 6 of the French Treaty of 1860.
Why was it notorious? What did it do?
Because it contained rights that were, and the text uses the phrase surreptitiously inserted only in the Chinese version of the text, not the French.
A deliberate deception. And what did this fraudulent article permit?
It permitted missionaries to purchase land and erect buildings anywhere in the interior of China, not just in the designated treaty ports. A massive expansion of their rights.
This period of expansion coincided with a huge internal upheaval in China.
The Taiping Rebellion from 1851 to 1864.
And how did the Qing state view the Taiping Rebellion in relation to this new wave of Christianity?
This is a key point. The Qing court viewed the Taipings as dangerous ideological heretics.
And because the Taiping ideology had a syncretic Christian veneer.
The ruling class conflated the two. They identified the rebellion with Christianity in general.
And the result?
It massively tarnished the reputation of the foreign religion and intensified official and popular opposition to all missionaries.
Let's jump forward to the Boxer Uprising of 1900, another wave of violence. After that was put down, what was the rate of growth for the missionary enterprise? The text gives a statistic for Protestant missionaries.
By 1925, there were over 8,000 foreign Protestant missionaries in China.
And how does that compare to the number before the Boxer Uprising?
It was nearly 4 times as many as there were in 1900.
But perhaps the more significant development during this period was not foreign-led.
No, it was the rise of independent indigenous Chinese churches.
The text lists 5 specific groups. I want a roll call. Name the group, the founder if mentioned, and the date.
Okay, first, the Chinese Christian Independent Church. It was founded in Shanghai in 1906 by Yu Gozhen, the True Jesus Church. This was a Pentecostal church founded in 1917.
Third.
The Assembly Hall, which was also known as the Little Flock. It was organized in the mid-1920s by the very influential Watchman Nee.
Fourth.
The Jesus Family. This was started by Jing Dianing in Shandong province in the 1920s.
And the fifth mentioned.
The Spiritual Gifts Church, which emerged in Shandong in the 1930s.
So a real flowering of indigenous Chinese Christianity. At the same time, the Catholic Church was finally, if slowly, moving toward indigenization. What was the catalyst from the Vatican?
A specific apostolic letter issued in 1919.
The name of the letter.
Maximum Elude.
And the text description of it.
It calls it the Magna Carta of the modern Catholic missions.
And what did it call for?
It strongly called for the transfer of church administration from foreign missionaries to a native Chinese clergy.
And what was the most tangible, high-profile result of this new policy? I want the specific event and date.
The consecration of the first Chinese bishops in Rome.
The date.
October 28, 1926. 6 Chinese bishops were consecrated by the Pope himself.
Part 7. Japan and Korea in the 19th and 20th centuries. Let's start with Japan.
Japan reopens to the West after Commodore Perry's arrival in 1853. And in 1865, a remarkable discovery was made near Nagasaki.
The hidden Christians. The Kakura Kirishitan.
Yes, descendants of those who had survived the Tokugawa persecutions.
And the text mentions their unique syncretic Bible. What was the title of this document?
It was called Tenchi Hajimari no Koto.
And what elements did it incorporate?
It incorporated Shinto and Buddhist elements alongside Christian stories.
The text also mentions a modern, elite Japanese Christian movement.
The non-church movement, or Mukikai.
Who founded it and when?
It was founded in 1901 by Uchimura Kanzuz. It was specifically a religious community for the intellectual elite, rejecting formal church structure.
Now, Korea. The text claims the origin of the Korean church is unique. Why?
Because it was essentially self-evangelized. It wasn't started by foreign missionaries.
Explain that mechanism. How did it begin?
It began with a group of Korean Confucian scholars known as the Sirhakpa, the School of Practical Learning.
And what did they do?
As part of their annual tribute missions to Beijing, they encountered Jesuit missionaries and brought back Christian texts written in Chinese. They studied them on their own.
The text names the specific founders of this lay-led movement.
Yi Pyuk and Yu Seung-hun.
And one of them was formally baptized.
Yes, Yi Seung-hun traveled to Beijing and was baptized there in 1784, becoming the first Korean Catholic.
This indigenous movement quickly ran into trouble with the state.
Yes, the Sinyi persecution of 1801.
And during this persecution, a famous incident occurred involving a letter. Explain the silk letter.
It was a letter written on a piece of silk by a Catholic leader named Huang Saiyong.
Who was it addressed to and what did it ask for?
It was addressed to the Bishop of Beijing, and it was a desperate appeal for Western powers to send naval forces to Korea to compel the government to grant religious freedom.
And what happened to the letter?
It was intercepted.
And the consequence?
It confirmed the government's worst fears that Catholicism was a subversive, foreign allied plot. The persecution intensified dramatically.
Now, let's jump to the Japanese colonial period, 1910 to 1945. A clear distinction emerged between how Catholics and Protestants responded to Japanese nationalism. What was the specific point of conflict?
The conflict was over the issue of compulsory attendance at state Shinto shrines.
What was the Catholic position?
The Catholic Church, following a ruling from Rome, tended to acquiesce. It viewed bowing at the shrines as a purely civil, patriotic ceremony, not a religious one.
And the Protestants?
Many Protestant denominations and individuals refused to bow.
On what ground?
They saw it as an act of idolatry, a violation of the First Commandment. Many were imprisoned, tortured, or deported as a result.
Let's move to the final period, Part 8, 1945 onwards. First, China under communism.
After the communist victory in 1949, the suppression of religion began almost immediately. The text cites a specific government decree.
The date and title of that decree?
It was the decree of June 23, 1950, on the suppression of counter-revolutionary activity. Religion was targeted under this banner.
And this led to the mass expulsion of foreign missionaries and the state-led creation of official religious bodies.
Yes, the Three Self-Patriotic Movement for Protestants and the Chinese Catholic Patriotic Association.
The text then quotes a scholar, Bob White, regarding the long-term unintended consequences of the Cultural Revolution. What was the specific effect of the persecution that White describes?
White notes that the shared suffering in labor camps and manual labor created unexpected bonds.
Bonds between whom?
Between religious figures, bishops, pastors, and disgraced Communist Party officials who had also been purged. He argues this shared experience influenced official attitudes in the more tranquil times that followed.
Interesting. Now the Korean explosion.
South Korea, after the war, saw one of the most massive and rapid growths of Christianity anywhere in the world.
The text gives a figure.
Nearly 1/5 of the population became Protestant.
And during the struggle against military dictatorship, a specific theological movement emerged.
Minjung Sinhak.
Define it.
It's translated as theology of the people.
And what is its focus?
It focuses on the politically oppressed and the economically exploited. It's often compared to Latin American liberation theology.
But this growth in Korea was also characterized by fragmentation. The text cites a specific number of factions for just one denomination.
Yes, it mentions that the Presbyterian Church alone had split into 87 different groups.
Remarkable. Part 9. Conclusion and statistics.
The text concludes by summarizing the state of Christianity in China as of its writing, around 1996.
Give me the numbers. The text provides both official government figures and unofficial estimates for the house church movements.
For Protestants, the unofficial estimate was around 33 million versus an official figure of 19 million.
And for Catholics?
An unofficial estimate of 18 million members of the underground church versus an official figure of 6 million in the Patriotic Association.
So the unofficial numbers were substantially larger in both cases. Now, for the final argument. The text quotes a scholar, Eriko Hansen, to offer a concluding explanation for why the modern Chinese state opposes independent religious organizations. Read that final quote.
Hansen writes that the difficulties of the Catholic Church in the People's Republic are not primarily due to Peking's Marxist ideology,
So it's not about communism per se. What is it about?
but to the reemergence of a strong Chinese state with a continental political ideology.
A continental political ideology, an imperial mindset that cannot tolerate rival centers of authority or transnational loyalties.
That is the argument presented.
Robert Bruce Mullen's analysis of North America opens with a very distinct and driving thesis. He argues that the story of Christianity on this continent is defined by two overarching challenges.
Stop right there. Two challenges. Let's not float an abstraction. When Mullen identifies these factors, he's grounding them in a specific historical context. What is the driver? It's not just geography.
No, it's a specific mechanism. He states that Christianity entered North America primarily through a great folk migration of Europeans.
And the consequence of that, why does a folk migration, as opposed to a state-sponsored mission or a military conquest, matter so profoundly for his entire argument?
Because in the Old World, the supports of Christian culture were, they were architectural, they were legal. You had the physical cathedral, the ancient parish boundaries, the laws.
I don't know, baked into the landscape.
Exactly. And in the New World, Mullen notes that those supports were, quote, eerily absent. The landscape didn't reflect centuries of Christian civilization. It bespoke the awesomeness of nature.
The awesomeness of nature. And in the 17th century, that is not a comforting phrase. It's a terrifying one. It implies the environment itself is hostile to the faith you're trying to plant.
Right. It means the first challenge isn't just spreading the gospel. It's a fundamental transformation of the natural order itself. It's a moving target, too. As the frontier shifts, the crisis of Christianization just moves with it.
Okay, so that's the first challenge, the vastness. Now, the second factor you mentioned, diversity. Be specific. What kind of diversity?
It wasn't one monolithic Christianity that arrived. It was, as he puts it, many Christianities. The settlers brought their specific inherited faiths, their particularities, and these became central to their self-identification in this new chaotic environment.
And there's a key citation in the text that explains the persistence of this diversity. It explains why America didn't just immediately melt into some generic civil religion. Who is he quoting?
He's quoting the British observer James Bryce. This is much later in the early 20th century.
I need the exact phrasing. This is a foundational observation for the whole chapter. Quote him.
Bryce noted, quote, "Each race has, as a rule, adhered to the form of religion it held in Europe."
Precisely. Adhered to the form. That sets up the central tension that will run through the next 300 years. How do you forge any kind of religious unity in the face of that deep structural diversity?
This is a recurring theme.
It is. Now, let's move to the 17th century beginnings. The text doesn't start with Jamestown or the Puritans. It starts with Columbus. We tend to frame him as an economic or political figure, but Mullen insists we have to start with the theology.
He does. He describes Christopher Columbus landing on San Salvador and viewing it not as a mere discovery of land, but as the inauguration of a completely new era in sacred history.
What is the specific theological language Columbus uses in his journal? It has an almost eschatological ring to it.
The quote is, "Let Christ rejoice on earth as he rejoices in heaven in the prospect of the salvation of the souls of so many nations hitherto lost."
Salvation of the souls. So from day one, it's conquest and conversion. Mullen calls them interlocking themes.
Yes, and he notes Spain, France, Britain, Sweden, the Netherlands, all laying claims. But the text moves quickly to a comparative analysis of three specific plantations to illustrate how the founding vision and the local environment shaped what grew there.
Virginia, New France, and New England. Let's take them in order and contrast them sharply. Begin with Virginia. What were they trying to build?
The Virginia colony was a deliberate attempt to reconstitute the English Protestant Church of the early Jacobean period.
Define that theology. English Protestant Church is far too vague. Was this Laudian High Church? Was it Crypto-Puritan? What was it?
It was a very particular combination, a theological loyalty to the Reformed faith, so it's Calvinist in its soteriology, combined with a strong fealty to the liturgical practices of the prayer book tradition.
Okay. So Reformed doctrine in a traditional liturgical package. And how did they try to enforce this vision in the wilderness? What were the legal mechanisms?
The instructions to an early governor were explicit. They were to ensure the true worship of God, the preaching of the word, and the correct administration of sacraments, all according to the rites of the Church of England.
And the penalties for noncompliance.
The text quotes the instruction, all atheism, profaneness, popery, or schism be exemplary punished.
And Mullen gives a very specific, almost shocking example of this discipline under Governor Thomas Dale. This really pushes back against the later stereotype of the South as irreligious from the start.
Yes, Dale's laws, divine morality, and martial. Under those laws, blasphemy wasn't just a fine. It was a capital offense.
The capital offense. Yet there's a contradiction here, isn't there, between the severity of the law and the reality on the ground?
There is. Mullen notes that despite these attempts, colonial Virginia was, quote, never to be known as a particularly godly commonwealth.
So what was the point of the established church then, if not to enforce godliness? What other function did it serve?
It was about overcoming the sheer vastness of the continent. They maintained the ceremonies and dignities of the old religion to fight off the psychological chaos of the wild. It was a link to home.
There's a powerful visual for this in the text, a contemporary account of the Lord Governor attending church. Paint that picture. It's not a humble affair.
No. The account describes the Lord Governor processing to the church, accompanied by his counselors, his captains, other officers, and, quote, a guard of 50 halberdiers in the lordship's living fair red cloaks.
50 halberdiers in red cloaks to go to church. Mullen wants us to see this as more than just pomp. It's a mechanism. It's state theater designed to connect the settlers back to the sacred authority of their homeland. But it had a fatal flaw.
A huge structural flaw.
And this is critical for understanding the entire future of Southern religion, leading to the vestry system. Why did this top-down model ultimately fail?
The flaw was the absence of a resident bishop. The church was established by law, but without a bishop physically present in America, there was no one to ordain, no one to confirm, no one to enforce discipline from the top.
So authority had to go somewhere. Where did it devolve?
To laypersons. This vacuum of authority created the vestry system.
What were the specific legal powers of the vestry? This is the very root of American lay control over the church.
Well, officially, they were charged to elect ministers, levy tithes to pay them, and care for the parish poor. But Mullen points out they very quickly took upon themselves the authority of hiring and, crucially, firing the clergy.
Which leads to a unique legal status for the Virginian church, right?
Yes. Although it was religiously and technically under the jurisdiction of the Bishop of London, it was, in practice, legally subservient to the Virginia Assembly.
A critical distinction. The laity, through their political representatives, ran the show. Now, contrast that entire model with New France. The text immediately challenges a common simplification here.
The simplification is that the story of Catholicism in New France is just a story of French immigrants bringing their religion with them. Mullen argues it was never just about immigrants. It included, from the very beginning, extensive missions to the native peoples.
And how did the French missionary approach differ from the English or the Spanish? The text highlights a key anthropological distinction.
The French, particularly the Jesuits, showed what the text calls a surprising cultural sensitivity.
Unpack that. What does it mean in practice?
While the English and Spanish generally believe that Christianization and enculturation making indigenous people act like Europeans had to go together, the French Jesuits didn't. Especially among the Huron, they responded more positively to native religious sentiments. They were more willing to separate the core of the faith from its European cultural packaging.
The text cites specific names. Who are the key missionary figures mentioned?
Claude Laus, Jacques Marquette, and of course the group known as the North American Martyrs.
Now, let's look at the timeline. Was New France an exclusively Catholic project from the absolute start?
No, it wasn't. Initially, under Henry IV, there was a degree of toleration. He wanted to transport the spirit of the Edict of Nantes to the New World. For a time, Catholics and Huguenots lived in relative harmony.
And what year does that change? What is the pivot point that turns New France into a Catholic fortress?
The 1620s. Cardinal Richelieu reorganizes the Company of Quebec with the explicit goal of ensuring Catholic dominance. Official toleration for Huguenots ends, and the missions are formally entrusted to the Jesuits.
This brings us to the internal Catholic power struggles, Gallicanism versus Ultramontanism. The text identifies one towering figure who cements the conservative Ultramontane identity of Quebec for centuries. Who is he?
François de Montmorency Laval. He arrives in 1659 not as a bishop at first, but as a vicar apostolic.
Right, and his impact was immense. The text lists 4 distinct areas of his influence. I want you to walk through them. Don't gloss over them.
1. First, His long struggle to get his position regularized. He finally becomes the first bishop of Quebec in 1674, with his authority coming directly from Rome, not Paris.
Which is the essence of Ultramontanism. Okay.
Okay, 2. Second, he fiercely maintained the independence of the church against the authority of the state, the royal governors.
3.
Third, he launched what Mullen calls a tireless crusade against the trade of alcohol, particularly brandy, with the native peoples, a major moral campaign.
And the fourth point, the long-term result of all this.
His endeavors gave the church in New France a rigor, a discipline, and a deep spiritual conservatism. Mullen makes a fascinating point that while Catholicism back in 18th century France was becoming attracted to Enlightenment ideas, Catholicism in New France remained united, conservative, and resistant.
Which becomes absolutely crucial when the British conquer Canada later. They're not dealing with a lax French church. They're dealing with Laval's hardened, rigid creation. Now, the third plantation, the Puritan experiment in New England. The text demands we define Puritan properly. It's not just a caricature of people with buckles on their hats. What were they, theologically and ecclesiologically?
They were British Protestants who believed the Church of England was, at best, incompletely reformed. They wanted to purify it.
What were their specific grievances as cited in the text?
They found the continuance of old Catholic practices, things like priestly vestments and the observation of saints' days, to be, quote, debilitating to true Christianity.
Okay, that's what they were against. What was their positive vision for the church, their ecclesiology?
The church was to be a disciplined community, a visible body of saints, governed rigorously and exclusively by the rules laid down in Scripture.
And their soteriology, how did one know one belonged in that community?
They placed a huge emphasis on the transformed heart. The inner conversion experience, a moment of regenerating grace, was the definitive mark of the saint. This provided personal assurance of one's predestined status.
Now, the migration itself. It's critical to distinguish between the two main groups. Plymouth and Massachusetts Bay, people conflate them all the time.
Plymouth was settled first, in 1620. These were the separatists, or pilgrims, led by William Bradford. But Mullen is clear they were, quote, never a significant factor in terms of numbers. They are symbolically huge, but statistically small.
The real demographic weight was the other group.
Yes, the Massachusetts Bay Migration, which starts in 1630.
And the numbers.
Between 1630 and 1643, what's called the Great Migration, over 20,000 Puritans arrived in New England.
And they had a vision articulated by their leader, John Winthrop.
The famous City Upon a Hill sermon. Winthrop explicitly told them, the eyes of all people are upon us. They saw themselves as nothing less than God's new Israel, entering into a covenant with God in the New World.
This concept, the Holy Commonwealth, let's dissect how it actually worked. How did it structure the relationship between church and state? This is often misunderstood as a simple theocracy. Was it?
Not exactly, no. It was more complicated. To be a citizen, a voter, you had to be a full member of the church. And that required a convincing public narration of your experience of regenerating grace.
So religious status determines civil status? That sounds like theocracy.
But, and Mullen calls this a paradox, church and state were also separated to a degree that was unheard of in England at the time. There were no church courts. Excommunication from the church carried no civil penalties. Ministers were barred from holding public office.
So the holiness of the Commonwealth came from the fact that the magistrates, the civil rulers, were themselves saints who viewed their secular duties as a religious calling.
Precisely.
But not everyone accepted this vision of a new Israel. The text immediately pivots to the great dissenter, Roger Williams. Why is he the anti-Winthrop?
Because Williams's entire thesis was that no earthly society can ever be a new Israel. That covenant was unique. Therefore, no state ought to enforce godliness. He helped establish Rhode Island as a, quote, shelter for persons distressed for conscience.
The first true experiment in religious freedom. And the middle colonies.
That's where religious pluralism really took root as a practical matter, not just a theoretical one, primarily in Pennsylvania, founded by William Penn and the Quakers.
And their theological justification for this pluralism was different from Williams's, wasn't it?
Yes. It was rooted in their concept of the inner light, the idea that a piece of God exists in every human soul. That, combined with their radical commitment to nonviolence, led them to embrace toleration.
Okay, let's move into the 18th century, segment 4. The text describes a significant shift in mood, a kind of temperature change, from the heat of Reformation fervor to the cool light of reason and moralism.
Yes, a definite shift. In Anglicanism, for instance, this meant an eschewing of the old high and dry Reformation theology in favor of arguments based on reason, balance, and a kind of practical humanitarianism.
And the text gives a prime example of this new mood in action, the founding of a new colony.
Georgia in 1733, founded by James Oglethorpe.
What was the specific moral vision for Georgia? It wasn't just another land grab. It was a social experiment born of this new Enlightenment sensibility.
It was established as a debtor's colony, a philanthropic venture. And initially, both slavery and spirituous beverages were completely outlawed. Mullen notes that the experiment failed by mid-century, but it stood as a powerful symbol of this new emphasis on natural philanthropy.
At the very same time, Puritanism in New England was seen to be in decline. We get the famous Jeremiads.
Right, a whole genre of sermons where preachers just denounced the decline in spiritual vitality from the founding generation.
And what was the key institutional compromise that signaled this decline?
The Halfway Covenant of 1662. It was a major compromise that allowed the baptism of children of unconverted but still morally upright church members. It diluted the original saints-only ideal.
Then the Salem witch trials in 1692. How does the text connect that to these broader shifts?
Mullen suggests that the social and political tensions from the shifting conditions for voting, which had just changed from church membership to property ownership in 1691, may have been a contributing factor to the hysteria of the trials a year later.
And then comes the rise of what's called the New Learning, or Arminianism. Now, we need to be careful here. Define American Arminianism as the text presents it. This is not precisely the same as the Dutch theological debate.
No, it's not about the technicalities of the Synod of Dort. In the American context, it was a movement centered at Harvard and later Yale to elevate the role of reason, conscience, and human freedom in matters of faith. It softened the edges of hardline Calvinism.
And this intellectual shift, this cooling off, is the direct precursor to the explosive reaction against it.
The Great Awakening.
Exactly. But the text immediately complicates the narrative. Was it even one single unified movement?
Mullen says it's, quote, unclear if it was a unified movement or just a series of disconnected, spontaneous events. But, he says, the cumulative effect was truly great.
Okay, let's walk through the phases he lays out. Phase 1, where did it start?
The Frontier Revival. This is in the 1730s, rooted in rural New England, particularly the Connecticut River Valley. Jonathan Edwards is the key figure, and he recorded it in his work, A Faithful Narrative of the Surprising Work of God.
And phase 2, this is when it goes from a local revival to a continental phenomenon.
George Whitefield. He was an Anglican priest, the friend of the Wesleys, and basically the first transatlantic celebrity in American history.
His 1739-41 tour, the text includes a famous anecdote about his preaching style.
Yes, it was said that he could bring a crowd to tears by simply pronouncing the word Mesopotamia.
But Whitefield didn't just preach. He created enormous controversy. He didn't respect parish boundaries. He attacked the standing order.
He did. He publicly lamented the spiritual darkness he saw at Harvard and Yale. And this emboldened more radical preachers like Gilbert Tennent.
Tennant's sermon, The Dangers of an Unconverted Ministry. This was a direct assault on the established clergy. What was his final conclusion? What did he tell people to do if their minister was unconverted? Quote him.
Tennant's conclusion was that, quote, it is both lawful and expedient to go from them and hear godly persons.
Which is the theological justification for schism. It breaks the church apart. Now, phase 3, the awakening in the South.
Here it was even more revolutionary. It wasn't just a spiritual revival. It was a direct challenge to the Anglican social and political hierarchy. The Baptists, in particular, became the apostles of revival, offering a democratic, egalitarian critique of the aristocratic social order.
And phase 4, it even reached Canada.
Yes, through the figure of Henry Alline, the New Light Evangelist of Nova Scotia.
So what were the long-term results of all this? Why does the awakening matter so much for the future of the nation?
It created, for the first time, a kind of unified evangelical Protestantism that transcended colonial boundaries. It bound the colonies together in a shared religious experience. It also sparked a new wave of missions, like David Brainerd's work among the native peoples.
And its impact on the slave community.
This is crucial. It began the large-scale evangelization of the African slave community, which had largely been ignored by the Anglican establishment. The faith shifted from Anglicanism to a more evangelical Baptist and Methodist expression.
Finally, the text introduces a key ideological concept that comes out of the awakening. Civil millennialism. Define that. It's the theological fuel for the American Revolution.
It was a powerful blend of post-millennialism, which is the belief that a golden age of righteousness will occur before the final return of Jesus, with the ideals of political liberty. The advance of freedom was seen as a sign of the coming kingdom of God.
which connects directly to the colonial wars. Segment 5. The fall of the French fortress at Louisbourg in 1745. How did the New Englanders interpret that victory?
They saw it in purely theological terms. It was God triumphing over his anti-Christian enemies, the French Catholics.
But then after the 7 Years' War, the British have a new problem. They've conquered Canada. How do you incorporate a massive, deeply conservative French Catholic population into the British Empire?
This leads to a pivotal piece of legislation, the Quebec Act of 1774.
What did it do?
It granted the free exercise of the Catholic religion, and it recognized the right of the Catholic hierarchy to collect tithes. It was a remarkably pragmatic piece of statecraft.
But what was the reaction to it in the 13 colonies to the south?
Utter paranoia. They viewed it as sinister. It was seen as proof of a conspiracy in London against Protestant liberty. That fear, combined with the long-standing terror of having an Anglican bishop appointed for America, helped fuel the revolutionary fire.
So the revolution, when it comes, inevitably divides the faithful.
Deeply. The patriots tended to be from the Puritan and Presbyterian traditions. The loyalists to the crown were very often Anglicans.
What was the immediate impact of the war on Anglicanism in the South?
A total collapse. With the loss of public tax support, the church just disintegrated. The text says the number of clergy shrank from over 90 before the war to only 13 after.
And who filled that vacuum?
The Methodists and the Baptists, who had been on the outside and now surged into the mainstream of Southern life.
Meanwhile, in Canada, the opposite happens.
Exactly. The influx of about 35,000 loyalists from the colonies dramatically bolstered Canadian Protestantism. This led to the Constitutional Act of 1791, which formally established the Church of England in Canada.
The text mentions Henry Alline's theology during the war, which was unique. He didn't pick a side.
No, he preached a kind of maritime exceptionalism. He argued for neutrality, claiming that the war was a divine judgment on the sins of both Britain and the American colonies.
After the war, the scattered denominations had to reorganize. The Catholics, now free from British penal laws, needed a leader.
And they got one. John Carroll was consecrated as the first bishop of Baltimore in 1790.
And the African-American community began to form its own independent churches. The text describes the precipitating incident at St. George's Methodist Episcopal Church in Philadelphia. Describe what happened, the physical action.
African-American worshipers, including the minister Richard Allen, were physically pulled from their knees while praying because they were occupying a section of the gallery now reserved for whites.
And the result of that?
The formation of the first independent black denominations, the African Methodist Episcopal, or AME, and the AME Zion churches.
Segment 6. The new republic has to solve the problem of its religious foundation. The First Amendment forbids a national establishment. So what happens next is the Second Great Awakening. The text calls it a paradox. Why?
Because it was really two very different movements happening at the same time. It had both conservative and radical elements.
Okay, explain the Eastern phase. What was its character?
It was conservative, intellectual, and centered at institutions like Yale under Timothy Dwight and his student Lyman Beecher. It was about shoring up the social order. Its goal was moral reform, fighting dueling, promoting temperance to create a stable Christian republic.
And the Western phase, this is the one that gets all the attention.
This was the radical, populist, and highly emotional phase. The key event is the Cane Ridge Revival in Kentucky in 1801. Maybe 25,000 people gathered. The text describes the physical exercises that broke out, people barking, jerking, falling into trances.
This period sees a massive denominational explosion. Give me the Methodist statistics. They are the growth engine of the entire 19th century.
In 1784, they had about 14,000 members in the U.S. By 1844, they had over 1 million.
And there's that striking comparison to the federal government's infrastructure.
By the 1840s, there were more Methodist churches in the United States than there were federal post offices.
That really gives you a sense of the scale. This explosion bred what the text calls an ecumenism of competition. What did the observer Philip Schaff notice about this?
He compared church attendance in Berlin and New York. Berlin, the capital of a state with an established Protestant church, had 40 churches for 450,000 people and very low attendance. New York had 250 churches for 600,000 people, and they were all well attended.
And how did the legal system interpret this? Justice Joseph Story's reading of the First Amendment is key. Was the goal to promote religious neutrality?
Not according to Story. He argued the First Amendment's purpose was not to, quote, countenance, much less to advance Mahometanism or Judaism or infidelity, but rather to exclude all rivalry among Christian sects.
It was meant to manage Protestant competition, not create a secular state. Now, this era is often called the Methodist Age, and the archetypal figure is Charles Finney. Unpack his theology. The text notes he was a lawyer, not a formally trained theologian.
Right, and it showed. He had a very low emphasis on traditional Calvinism and a very high emphasis on human freedom and ability to choose salvation. It was a lawyer's appeal to the jury.
And his technique was just as important as his theology.
His new measures, things like the anxious bench, where those under conviction could sit for targeted prayer. He famously said that revivals are not miracles to be prayed down, but are spiritual machines that can be worked up.
All right, let's pivot to Canada, segment 7. Canadian divergence. The story there is different.
Very different. Canada was defined by its two founding cultures, French and British. In Lower Canada, which is Quebec, Bishop Joseph Octave Plessis proved the loyalty of his Catholic flock during the War of 1812. This convinced the British to relax their control over the Catholic Church.
And in Upper Canada, English-speaking Canada, the major controversy was the clergy reserves. Explain that.
The 1791 Act set aside 1/7 of all land in the province for support of a Protestant clergy. The powerful Anglican bishop, John Strachan, insisted this meant solely for the Church of England.
And that caused conflict.
Massive strife with the Methodists, Presbyterians, and others. The controversy raged for decades until the reserves were finally secularized in 1854.
Now back to the U.S., the Catholic challenge. This is driven by massive immigration. The number.
The Irish potato famine is the big driver. Between 1846 and 1851 alone, 1 million Irish Catholics arrived.
This created huge internal tensions within the American Catholic Church, specifically the trusteeism controversy. Define that conflict.
It was a classic Old World versus New World clash. Lay trustees of parishes, adapting to American democratic norms, claimed the right to hire and fire their own clergy. The hierarchy, led by the bishops, insisted this is contrary to Catholic tradition and order.
And the reaction from the Protestant majority? Nativism.
It was fierce and often violent.
Yeah.
You had lurid, fabricated anti-Catholic propaganda like the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, and then actual violence like the burning of the Ursuline Convent near Boston in 1834.
This nativism had a political arm, didn't it?
Yes, the Know Nothing Party, which was officially the Order of the Star-Spangled Banner. They were incredibly successful for a short time. In the 1854 elections, they elected 75 members of Congress.
Segment 8. We now arrive at the issue that will break the nation and the churches. Slavery, the peculiar institution.
The early approach among many moderate church leaders was colonization. The American Colonization Society was founded in 1817 to send freed slaves to Africa. But the text calls it a failure. It transported fewer than 2,000 people in its most active years.
Then what was the shift that happened in the 1830s?
The rise of abolitionism and the demand for immediate, not gradual emancipation. The theological argument shifted.
How so? What was the new theological claim?
The claim that slavery was malum in sin in itself. Not just a social problem, but a fundamental moral evil.
And what was Charles Finney's stance on this?
Finney argued that active opposition to slavery was a necessary fruit of genuine Christian conversion. For him, you couldn't be truly saved and still support slavery.
Now, the theological counterargument, this is critical. How did educated Orthodox Christian leaders in both the North and South defend the institution? The text uses Charles Hodge of Princeton as the key example.
Hodge's argument was essentially one of biblical silence. His principle was, quote, nothing is obligatory upon the conscience but what the Bible enjoins. And since the Bible regulates slavery but doesn't explicitly condemn it as a sin, he argued that the church had no authority to call it a sin.
An argument from silence. This theological impasse was unbridgeable, and it led to schism. The dates of the denominational splits.
The Presbyterians split first, in 1837, over slavery and other issues. The Methodists formally split north and south in 1844, and the Baptists split in 1845.
When the Civil War finally comes, how did each side frame it theologically?
The South framed it as a defense of a Christian social order. The Confederate Constitution, unlike the U.S. one, explicitly recognized the favor of Almighty God.
And the North?
As a holy war, the Armageddon of the Republic. Julia Wardhowe's Battle Hymn of the Republic captured this perfectly, framing the Union Army as God himself, trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored.
Segment 9. The Late Victorian Crisis. The Gilded Age.
Mullen describes it as the best of times and worst of times. On one hand, incredible growth. Methodists were, quote, building 2 churches a day. But on the other hand, a series of profound intellectual crises were hitting the church.
Challenge 1. Evolution.
The response here was often accommodation. Prominent liberal pastors like Henry Ward Beecher and Lyman Abbott preached a form of Christian evolution. The Catholic scientist John A. Zahm at Notre Dame did something similar.
Challenge 2. Biblical criticism. Higher criticism coming from Germany.
This was a more direct threat to traditional Protestant theology. The historical critical method challenged the Bible's historical reliability and traditional authorship. The response came from the theologians at Princeton, especially A.I. Hodge and B.B. Warfield.
And what was the specific doctrine they formulated to defend the Bible? It's still hugely influential today.
The doctrine of inerrancy, the belief that the Bible is completely free from error, not necessarily in its English translations, but in its original manuscripts, the autographs.
Challenge 3. How to anchor faith in this new, uncertain world.
One answer was mass revivalism, which continued with Dwight L. Moody and his simple 3 R's gospel: ruin by sin, redemption by Christ, regeneration by the Holy Spirit.
But the text presents a significant alternative to that crisis conversion model, Horace Bushnell.
Yes, his book Christian Nurture, published in 1861, it was a complete paradigm shift. Bushnell argued that the goal should be that a child grows up a Christian and never knows himself as being otherwise. Nurture over dramatic conversion.
Challenge 4. A renewed hunger for the supernatural.
This gives rise to Pentecostalism. It starts with Charles F. Parham's school in Topeka, Kansas in 1901, and then explodes globally with the Azusa Street Revival in Los Angeles from 1906 to 1909.
And the defining feature.
Speaking in tongues, or glossolalia, as the evidence of the baptism of the Holy Spirit.
The text notes a parallel set of controversies happening within Catholicism at the same time.
The Americanism controversy. You had liberals like Archbishop John Ireland of St. Paul, who advocated for adapting the church to American democratic culture,
And the conservatives.
represented by figures like Archbishop Michael Corrigan of New York, who feared that adaptation would mean compromise and dilution of the faith.
And how is this resolved?
By Rome. Pope Leo III issued the encyclical Testem Benevolentiae in 1899, which condemned the tendencies of Americanism. A few years later, in 1907, Pope Pius X condemned the broader intellectual movement of modernism,
Finally, in this period, the rise of the social gospel.
led by figures like Walter Rauschenbusch. He recentered theology away from individual salvation and onto the kingdom of God on earth. The goal was the salvation of the, quote, super-personal life of the race from social sin.
Okay, segment 10. The early 20th century.
In Canada, the big story is church union. The United Church of Canada was formed in 1925, a massive merger of the country's Methodists, Congregationalists, and about 2/3 of the Presbyterians.
But in the U.S., the story is division. World War I is a major watershed.
It leads to widespread disillusionment. This is compounded by the 1920 census, which showed for the first time that more Americans lived in urban areas than rural ones.
And the reactions to this new, modern America.
A series of conservative, often nativist reactions. Prohibition is enacted in 1919, the Restrictive Immigration Act is passed in 1924, and the Ku Klux Klan sees a massive resurgence.
The 1928 presidential election becomes a flashpoint.
Yes, with the nomination of Al Smith, the governor of New York. He was a Democrat, a Catholic, and an opponent of prohibition. A perfect storm.
This all culminates in the fundamentalist controversy. What were the fundamentals, the 5 core doctrines?
The inerrancy of Scripture, the virgin birth of Christ, his substitutionary atonement, his bodily resurrection, and the reality of his miracles.
And the text presents 2 key combatants who represent the 2 poles of the debate.
J. Gresham Machen of Princeton, the intellectual champion of fundamentalism, who argued that liberalism was a different religion entirely and refused any compromise. And on the other side, the liberal Baptist preacher Harry Emerson Fosdick, who pleaded for toleration in his famous sermon, Shall the Fundamentalists Win?
The controversy then shifts, particularly in the South, to a focus on one issue.
Evolution. This leads to the Scopes monkey trial in Dayton, Tennessee, in 1925, with William Jennings Bryan arguing for the prosecution. Though they won the case, the text argues that the public ridicule led fundamentalism to retreat into separatism for a generation.
Segment 11. The Great Depression and World War II.
The Depression utterly shattered the optimistic, business-friendly faith of the 1920s, the idea of a magnificent Rotarian God.
And this vacuum was filled by more radical voices.
Yes, on the left, you had figures like Harry F. Ward at Union Seminary, who was sympathetic to communism. On the populist right, you had Father Charles Coughlin, the radio priest, and in Canada, William Eberhard's social credit movement in Alberta.
The Catholic Church also saw an intellectual rise during this period.
A major revival of Neo-Thomism, the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, and you have the powerful witness of Dorothy Day and the Catholic worker movement serving the poor in the cities.
This period also sees the rise of a new, dominant theological movement, Neo-Orthodoxy, associated with the Niebuhr brothers.
Reinhold and H. Richard Niebuhr, they mounted a devastating critique of liberal optimism. They brought back the classic Protestant themes of sin and grace. Their slogan was, "Let the church be the church."
And Reinhold Niebuhr famously broke with his fellow liberals over one issue.
Pacifism. Faced with the rise of Hitler, Niebuhr abandoned his earlier pacifism, arguing that Christian realism demanded that justice sometimes requires the use of force.
Segment 12, the post-war revival to the 1960s disruption.
After the war, there's a huge religious revival. The statistics are stunning. In 1957, 96% of Americans identified as either Christian or Jewish.
What were the drivers of this revival?
Mullen identifies a few. The Cold War and anti-communism was one. The move to suburbia, which Will Herberg argued, made the church or synagogue a key marker of ethnic identity, and a therapeutic peace-of-mind theology, popularized by people like Norman Vincent Peale.
And within this revival, a new movement begins to emerge from the old fundamentalist camp.
Neo-evangelicalism. The National Association of Evangelicals is formed in 1942. They wanted to be more intellectually engaged and culturally relevant. Billy Graham becomes their public face.
Then comes the 1960s. The text calls it the Second Disestablishment, a massive disruption.
It begins with the election of John F. Kennedy in 1960, a Catholic president, then Vatican II and its spirit of aggiornamento, or updating.
But this leads to a crisis within Catholicism.
Yes, the 1968 encyclical Humani Vitae, which reaffirmed the ban on artificial birth control, was widely ignored by the laity. And vocations plummeted, the number of seminarians dropped by 75%.
This crisis was even more dramatic in Quebec.
The Quiet Revolution. It was a rapid secularization of society. Mass attendance in Quebec dropped from 93% in the late 1950s to just 30% about 30 years later. A stunning collapse.
And in the U.S., the Supreme Court steps in.
Yes, with rulings that banned mandatory school prayer and Bible reading.
This is all happening alongside the massive cultural shifts of the Civil Rights Movement, Vietnam War protests, and the rise of feminism.
Right. And the result for the so-called mainline Protestant denominations, Methodists, Presbyterians, Episcopalians, was a catastrophic decline in membership, losing between 1/6 and 1/3 their members after 1965.
Segment 13. So where did this all leave the religious landscape at the end of the 20th century?
Well, there was continuity. In the U.S., 43% of the population still claimed weekly church attendance.
But the old lines of division had shifted.
Massively. The primary split was no longer Protestant versus Catholic. It was a new split between religious conservatives and religious liberals that cut across all denominations. This gives rise to the culture wars over issues like abortion and gender.
And the demographic balance of power.
The evangelical and Pentecostal churches had grown so much that they now matched the size of the declining mainline.
And the final thesis of the chapter. Read the final sentence exactly as it's written.
The unofficial establishment is dead. Churches are no longer moral policemen, but interest groups.
At some point between the late 17th century and, well, the present day, there occurred a fundamental shift in the Western European mindset regarding the Christian message. The most succinct way of expressing the contrast between the general attitude of, say, the 1690s and that of the 1990s.
Stop. Right there. You are opening with the core thesis of Mary Hyman's text. I need immediate precision. You're referencing a shift. What are the specific parameters of this shift as the book lays them out in its introduction?
Okay, right. The text posits that in the late 17th century, and it specifically uses the 1690s as a benchmark, Christianity was. It was generally presumed to be true unless there were very good reasons to doubt it.
And the inverse. The 1990s.
By the late 20th century, the 1990s, that had completely flipped. Christianity was usually presumed to be untrue unless, good reasons could be given to believe in it. The burden of proof had changed sides.
And is this presented as an authoritative, verifiable historical fact? Does Hyman claim this switch happened on, say, a specific Tuesday afternoon in 1750?
No, absolutely not. The text is very explicit about this. It states that exactly how and when this burden of proof shifted from the non-Christian to the Christian position is. Well, it's not the sort of question which can be answered precisely.
Let alone authoritatively.
Right, let alone authoritatively by any historian. But, and this is the key point, she argues it is probably the central question to understanding the entire post-Enlightenment period in the West.
All right, let's move on to methodology. The text mentions a climate of opinion. Is that Hyman's own term, or is she citing someone?
No, she notes that one historian, though she doesn't name him in the main text, aptly termed the prejudices and the unverified assumptions of a given period the climate of opinion.
And she acknowledges her own potential bias in this.
Yes, she does. She states that any account offered of the past is bound to be partial and, quote, betray modern concerns.
Good. Now, the scope of this study. What is she deliberately excluding from her narrative to maintain focus?
She is very clear about this. She excludes political, institutional, and sociological aspects as the primary lens.
Meaning what, exactly?
Meaning, if you're looking for an analysis of the relationship between religion and social class, or, say, the political behavior of the institutional churches, you're directed to look elsewhere. The aim here is to place religious beliefs, what we would call intellectual history, right at the center of the discussion.
Very well. Let us then audit the landscape she presents. The geographical and religious map of the early 18th century. Do not generalize.
Right.
I want the specific audit of Catholic versus Protestant territories around the year 1700, as described in the text.
Okay, so at the end of the 17th and the very beginning of the 18th century, the map looked roughly like this. The Catholic majority territories were France, Poland, Spain, Portugal, and the areas we now call Belgium, Italy, Austria, and Hungary.
That's the Catholic bloc. Now the Protestant bloc.
The Protestant bloc was Britain, the Scandinavian countries, and a large part of Switzerland.
You're omitting the mixed territories. Be specific. Where were the lines blurred?
The German states, they were, as the text puts it, roughly divided between a Protestant north and a Catholic south, and also the Dutch Republic. It was officially Protestant, but it was similarly split between the confessions and practice.
Now, you brought up the idea of Christendom. The text argues this concept was still alive, that it lingered even after the brutal wars of religion. What evidence is provided to support the claim that Christendom was still a viable political or, geographic descriptor at this point?
There are two key pieces of evidence cited. The first is the Treaty of Utrecht of 1713. It still described the geographical area that we would later just call Europe as Christendom. The term was still in official use.
And the second piece?
The Holy Roman Empire. It continued to exist, staggering on, as the book says, until it was finally abolished by Napoleon I in 1806.
So what was the general consensus, the state of play between the confessions at this point?
The text describes it as a stalemate. By the opening years of the 18th century, a kind of equilibrium had been reached. It no longer seemed tenable that Protestantism could be completely wiped out, but it also wasn't plausible that the remaining Catholic countries would suddenly reform themselves in a Protestant direction.
Let's move to the etymology of the period itself. We use this term Enlightenment constantly. The text deconstructs this word. Who coined the original German term, Aufklärung, and crucially, when?
That was Immanuel Kant. He coined the phrase Aufklärung in 1793, and he was using it to describe the European state of mind over the previous 100 years.
So he's naming it after the fact. And the text identifies a specific inherent bias in this very coinage. Unpack that bias.
Right. The term itself carries unspoken assumptions. Assumptions you might expect from a philosopher who was at once a Protestant, a Prussian, and a member of a very specific educated and cultured elite.
What does it imply?
It implies that developments in philosophy are of the utmost significance. It implies that the well-to-do, the educated, are the ones who characterize a culture. And most of all, it suggests that before this period, Europe was literally in darkness.
The text connects this to a known historiographical problem, this narrative of inevitable progress. It uses the term Whiggish. I need the citation for that concept.
Herbert Butterfield, 1931.
And the definition of Whig history.
It's the tendency of the historian to select and interpret evidence in ways that emphasize certain principles of progress in the past, all to produce a story that is essentially a ratification, a justification of the present.
Exactly. So what specific modern values does the text say are typically attributed to this era by that kind of history?
Oh, the usual list. Democracy, science, freedom of conscience. The Enlightenment is seen as the heroic origin story for all of them.
Okay, now let's turn the lens on the so-called philosophers themselves. The text describes them not as impartial observers, not as objective academics, but as what?
As crusaders, or perhaps more accurately, as propagandists. They called themselves philosophers, or Aufklärer in German, Philosophes in French, essentially the enlightened ones.
So they were self-appointed.
Yes, self-appointed intellectual elites. The text calls them self-publicists. They actively vilified their opponents as being prejudiced, irrational, superstitious, while presenting themselves as the intellectual equals of the ancient Greeks.
And in doing so, they constructed a lineage for themselves. They claimed intellectual ancestry from the great natural philosophers of the 17th century. The text identifies a curated pantheon of acceptable thinkers and a list of those who are excluded. Provide the inventory. Who is in?
The heroes they chose included Francis Bacon, primarily for the inductive method. Then there was Robert Boyle, celebrated for his laws on gases and his insistence that scientific truth was in perfect harmony with a rational Christianity.
And the most famous example?
Galileo. He was cast primarily in the role of a martyr to truth, a victim of religious obscurantism.
And Isaac Newton, of course.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Newton was, without a doubt, the most acclaimed figure in their pantheon. The text even quotes Alexander Pope's famous 1730 epitaph for him.
Cite it.
Nature and nature's laws lay hid in night. God said, "Let Newton be," and all was light.
A very telling piece of hero worship. Now, who was purged from this carefully constructed pantheon? The text is specific about who was considered unsafe or too dangerous to include.
Baruch Spinoza was definitely out. He was omitted because his denial of miracles and his questioning of the reality of evil put him completely beyond the pale for them.
Who else?
Thomas Hobbes and the French philosopher Nicolas Malebranche. They were also excluded for holding what were seen as dangerously equivocal stances on morality, or in Malebranche's case, serious errors in theology. They didn't fit the neat narrative.
Let's move to the actual mechanics of 18th century thought. How was Newton's Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, actually consumed by this new enlightened public? Did the average Parisian salon-goer sit down and read the Latin mathematics?
No, of course not. It was, as the text states, incomprehensible to anyone without serious mathematical training. It wasn't a bestseller in that sense.
So how did they access his ideas?
Would-be philosophers had to rely on second-hand accounts. And the text identifies one interpreter above all others, François-Marie Arouet, better known as Voltaire.
And the specific work?
His Lettres philosophiques, or as it was known in English, Letters on the English. It was published in 1733, and it was hugely influential. It essentially translated Newton for the public.
And what was the key theological takeaway from Voltaire's interpretation of Newton? What was the simplified message?
The message was that universal laws were the key to all knowledge. Newton's work was presented as demonstrating that this new philosophy was grounded firmly in a rational, demonstrable belief in God. It was seen to support the essentials of Christianity, not undermine them.
Connect this now to John Locke. The text cites an essay concerning human understanding, the date of publication,
1690.
and the core epistemological theory, in civil terms.
The clean slate. The tabula rasa. Locke argued that human beings are born in a state of complete ignorance. There are no innate ideas.
No innate concept of God.
Exactly. No innate concept of God, no innate moral principles. All knowledge, according to Locke, comes from only two sources: sensory experience of the outside world filtered through our own mental reflection.
And what was the application of this theory to theology? The text is explicit that Locke, like Newton's popularizers, did not use this idea to disprove God.
That's right. It's a crucial point. Locke himself claimed this very method proved the existence of God and the immaterial nature of the soul.
How?
He argued that knowledge of the supernatural was demonstrable through our experience of the world. By observing causality, by observing the intricate design in nature, you could rationally deduce the existence of a creator.
This leads us directly to the concept of rational religion. There's a standard, almost cliché historical narrative about the decline of religion being caused by the rise of science. How does Hyman's text refute this in Section 4?
It pushes back hard on that. First, she argues that the whole secularization narrative wrongly assumes that the Middle Ages was some period of universal, wholehearted, unquestioning belief, which she says is dubious at best.
But more importantly,
she argues that this new scientific way of thinking rose to prominence precisely because it appeared to offer new, irrefutable proofs for the central truths of Christianity. Science was seen as faith's greatest ally, not its enemy.
then we need to define science as it was understood in that specific context. It didn't mean what it means today.
No, not at all. Science just meant systematic knowledge. Truth was considered indivisible. A mathematical formula was assumed to have a divine origin. The discovery of ordered patterns in the cosmos was understood as a direct endorsement of the fact of creation.
The text then draws a line between two kinds of evidence for faith: natural and supernatural. Define them according to the book.
Natural evidences were those that were open to rational inquiry, applying human reason to the phenomena you could observe in the world around you. The design of a flower, the movement of the planets. Supernatural evidences were revealed knowledge,
Such as,
specifically scripture and the tradition of the church, things you couldn't figure out on your own just by looking at the world.
this brings us to deism. We must audit the definition provided in the text. It's not a monolithic belief. The book cites Samuel Clarke's classification from 1713. The work is a discourse concerning the being and attributes of God. Provide the 4 specific strands of deism that Clarke identified.
Okay, the first strand. This is the most basic. The creator exists, and the evidence for that is plain in the act of creation itself. A simple argument from design.
Strand 2.
Strand 2 is the more Newtonian view. The creator exists, but must also interfere occasionally, if only, as the text puts it, to keep the stars in their proper places. A sort of divine mechanic making adjustments.
Strand 3.
The third strand argued that the creator is good, just, and merciful, and this was deduced from his bountiful act of creation. The world is full of good things, therefore the creator must be good.
And the 4th strand. This is the crucial one that separates them from Orthodox Christians.
The fourth strand is where they really diverged. They believed that this natural religion, what you could figure out through reason, could confirm the existence of the soul and an afterlife. But, and this is the key, they explicitly rejected revelation.
So they rejected the Bible.
Yes, they rejected the Bible and the authority of the church. For them, reason alone was sufficient.
Now, contrast these deists with the figures the text calls Christian rationalists.
Yeah.
You mentioned Locke before. What other work of his is cited?
Locke's The Reasonableness of Christianity from 1695. In it, he argued that biblical miracles offered tangible proof of the divine origin of Scripture. Miracles were God's own endorsement of the Bible's truth.
And the other figure mentioned is John Tolland.
Yes, John Tolland. He wrote a book called Christianity Not Mysterious in 1696.
What was Toland's specific argument regarding Christian mysteries, like the Trinity?
He agreed with the basic premise that God's existence could be rationally deduced, but he argued that the traditional mysteries of the faith, things like the Trinity or the Incarnation, were not part of the original pure Christianity. He claimed they had been introduced later through pagan superstitions and priestly corruptions.
The text points out a deep irony related to the Boyle lecturers in England who were funded to defend Christianity using reason.
Yes, it quotes a humorist of the time who said, "No one had doubted the existence of God until the Boyle lecturers undertook to prove it."
And what was the unintended effect of their efforts?
The effect was that by trying so hard to prove God existed, using only common sense and reason, they inadvertently made the aspects of Christianity that didn't accord with common sense seem dubious. Things like, the contemplative life of monks and nuns or complicated dogma. It raised more questions than it answered for some people.
And this skepticism paved the way for anti-clerical satire. Cite the specific examples from the text, starting with the French one.
The big one is Diderot and D'Alembert's Encyclopédie, published between 1751 and 65. The text highlights a particular entry, the definition of cowl, the hood of a monk's robe.
And how do they use it to mock the church?
The entry was used to ridicule the Franciscan order by dryly describing the garment as having once been the cause of a major war between two factions of the order, a subtle but very sharp jab.
Now, the English example.
Edward Gibbon's massive work, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, which came out between 1776 and 88.
And his portrayal of early Christianity.
He portrayed it as intolerant, superstitious, and a form of barbarous fanaticism that was ultimately responsible for the collapse of classical civilization.
All right, Section 5 addresses the unenlightened. Hyman notes that conservative thinkers, the ones who pushed back, are often ignored in standard histories. We will not ignore them. Who are the Catholic apologists mentioned by name?
The text names A. de Malvin de Montazet, who was the Archbishop of Lyon.
And what was his argument?
He argued that, yes, revelation is the sole foundation of our faith, but, and this is his countermove, that revealed truth is based on facts which we consider to be as indubitable as any that history reports.
He's using the language of evidence.
And the other figure cited,
Nicolas Sylvestre Berger, a priest from Besançon.
What was their core argument against the philosophes, specifically regarding the issue of miracles?
Their central charge was that the philosophes were the ones who were truly prejudiced. Instead of examining the historical evidence for miracles objectively, the philosophers just asserted that miracles were impossible a priori.
Because they hadn't seen one themselves.
Exactly. The apologists argued that history, rather than abstract natural philosophy, offered the surest guide to truth. They were defending the reliability of testimony.
But there was also a middle way, what the text calls reasonable orthodoxy. This wasn't a rejection of reason, but using nature to validate God. Cite the texts mentioned. There was Abbé Pluchet's Spectacle de la Nature from 1732, very popular, and also two books by a German writer named Lesser, Theology of Stones from 1735 and Theology of Insects from 1738.
A theology of insects. And the text mentions a specific scientific development that these Orthodox thinkers seized upon.
Yes, microscopy. And with it, the theory that all matter existed in germ form from the very beginning of creation.
How did they use that to argue for God?
They argued that the pattern of growth you could now see under a microscope, from a simple germ to a complex organism, revealed a premeditated purpose. It was proof of intricate pre-planned design, not random chance.
Let's move to section 6, Dissenters from Reason. The text outlines three groups who rejected this rationalist consensus. First, Jansenism. Define the theological lineage and its core doctrine.
Jansenism originated in the writings of a bishop named Cornelius Jansen. It was then organized by figures like the Abbé de Saint-Sion and Antoine Arnaud. Theologically, it was a very rigorous, pessimistic, and quasi-Calvinist approach to predestination within Catholicism.
It was condemned, wasn't it?
Yes, by the papal bull Unigenitus in 1713.
The text describes a very specific and rather bizarre event at a Parisian cemetery. Give the details.
Right, the convulsions at the cemetery of Saint-Médard in Paris. This happened between 1730 and 1732. Jansenist pilgrims would gather at a particular tomb, and they would go into these ecstatic fits, writhing on the ground and prophesying doom. It got so out of hand the authorities, led by Cardinal Fleury, eventually closed the cemetery.
Why is this episode significant to the broader narrative of the Enlightenment?
Because everyone hated them. Both the Orthodox Catholic clergy and the enlightened philosophers ridiculed them as dangerous fanatics. The Jansenists, for their part, rejected any compatibility between Christianity and Enlightenment philosophy. They saw this new natural religion as just a rival pagan system.
Okay, the second group of dissenters, Methodism. Who was the leader and what were the main influences on the movement?
The leader was John Wesley, who lived from 1703 to 91, and he was heavily influenced by German pietists and Moravian Brethren.
And what was their critique of the religious establishment in England, the Anglican Church?
The Methodists argued that Anglicanism had become dry, unfeeling, and far too intellectual. They emphasized the need for a personal salvation experience, a religion of the heart, of feeling, not just of the head.
And what was the social stigma attached to both Jansenists and Methodists?
They were despised by the enlightened elites. They were dismissed as enthusiasts, which back then basically meant fanatics, irrational.
The third group, the Romantics. This represents more of an aesthetic shift, correct?
Yes, exactly. It was a rejection of the Enlightenment's love for neoclassical order, symmetry, and reason. Instead, it celebrated awe, mystery, and the power of nature.
The key text cited.
Edmund Burke's A Philosophical Inquiry into the Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful from 1756. It's all about the feeling of being overwhelmed by something vast and powerful.
Any other examples?
The text also mentions Horace Walpole's home, Strawberry Hill, which was a kind of medievalist fantasy castle, a folly, a complete rejection of classical architecture.
Now, the section concludes with a fascinating twist. The philosopher's betrayal of reason. The text cites Hume and Kant as thinkers who ultimately used reason to undermine the very rationalism the Enlightenment was built upon.
Yes. David Hume's dialogues concerning natural religion, published posthumously in 1779, used pure logic to expose the severe limitations of reason. He basically showed that you couldn't rationally prove the things the deists claimed you could. He demolished natural religion with its own tools.
And Kant.
Immanuel Kant's critique of pure reason from 1789 was even more devastating. He stressed that pure reason alone could not establish the central tenets of Christianity, like God, freedom, and immortality. He put them beyond the reach of rational proof, placing them in the realm of faith.
So reason eats itself. Section 7, Revolution and Reaction. The French Revolution of 1789. The text lists specific de-Christianization measures. I want the details about the calendar.
The Gregorian calendar was completely abolished. It was replaced by a new revolutionary calendar. Year I was dated from September 22, 1792, which was the day the Republic was proclaimed.
And the week?
The 7-day week, and the Christian Sabbath with it, was replaced by the decade. a 10-day week, with the 10th day being a day of rest.
What about other ritualistic replacements? What did they do with the churches?
There were mock religious processions, churches were redesignated as temples to reason, and there was a brief flirtation with a new state religion, the cult of the supreme being.
Huh. And what was the human cost?
Nuns and priests were executed. The text mentions martyrs. It was a violent and systematic attempt to erase Christianity from public life.
What was the final resolution of this conflict?
The Concordat of 1801, an agreement established between Napoleon and the Pope, which restored some of the church's status.
Now let's move to the political reaction that followed Napoleon's defeat in 1815, the Congress of Vienna. The text mentions a throne and altar alliance. What does that mean?
It means the restoration of the old monarchies was explicitly linked to the restoration of the established churches. The idea was that a strong monarchy and a strong state church mutually supported each other against revolution.
Specific examples.
Louis XVIII was restored to the throne in France, and Pope Pius VII was restored to power in the Papal States.
The text also mentions specific ecclesiastical actions in Prussia and Britain around this time.
In Prussia, the state forcibly merged the Reformed and Lutheran churches into a single evangelical church in 1817 to create a more unified Protestant entity.
And in Britain.
In Britain, the Catholic Emancipation Bill was finally passed in 1829.
But why was it passed? What was the motivation?
The text is clear it wasn't out of a newfound sense of liberal tolerance. It was passed primarily to avert the threat of a civil war in Ireland. It was a political necessity.
Let's turn to the theology of reaction, also called the Awakening. This was the intellectual counter-revolution. The text cites the German thinker Friedrich Schleiermacher, his work, and his core thesis.
The work is on religion. Speeches to its Cultured Despisers from 1799, a very provocative title. And he argued that religion is not about metaphysics or morals, it's about feeling, a feeling of absolute dependence on God. He called for people to turn away from the dry, enlightened religions and return to the despised, positive religions.
Chateaubriand in France.
François-René de Chateaubriand published The Genius of Christianity in 1802. It was a sweeping, romantic, aesthetic defense of Catholicism. It presented the church not as a set of dogmas, but as the beautiful safeguard of European civilization, art, and culture.
And the most hardline thinker mentioned, Joseph de Maistre.
De Maistre du Pape on the Pope from 1819. He argued for extreme ultramontanism, the idea of looking over the mountains to the Pope in Rome for absolute authority. He stated that the state could not and should not be indifferent to religion. It needed the Pope's authority to survive.
The text provides a fascinating statistic about the revival of female religious orders in France during this period.
Yes, it's quite stark. The number of nuns in France doubled between the Restoration in 1814 and the year 1830. It rose from about 12,500 to 25,000, a huge resurgence.
Section 8, 19th century movements. Let's begin with the Oxford movement in England. What was the context for its emergence?
It began in 1833, and it was fundamentally a reaction to increasing government interference in the affairs of the Church of England.
What was their goal?
Their initial goal was to defend the Church of England's unique identity and authority by re-examining its foundational documents, especially the 39 Articles of Religion.
The crisis for the movement came with John Henry Newman. Specifically, which of his publications?
Tract 90, which he published in 1841, it caused an enormous scandal.
What did Newman argue in Tract 90?
He argued that the 39 Articles, which were historically anti-Roman Catholic, were in fact patient of a Catholic interpretation. He was trying to show that the Church of England was part of the ancient Catholic tradition.
And the ultimate result of this line of thinking for Newman himself.
Newman converted to Roman Catholicism in 1845. His departure fractured the movement and left the Church of England deeply factionalized into evangelical, Anglo-Catholic, and broad church groupings that persist to this day.
Let's move to a different phenomenon, Marian apparitions. The text lists several significant ones from the 19th century. Provide the list with their dates, distinguishing between those the church validated and those it did not.
Okay, the first major one was at the Rue du Bac in Paris in 1832. This involved a nun named Catherine Labouré and resulted in the creation of the miraculous medal. That one was approved.
What's next?
La Salette in France in 1846. This one was eventually discredited, but it was hugely influential at the time. Then, of course, Lourdes in 1858. This became the most renowned apparition site in the world.
And the text lists several others in the later part of the century.
Yes, a whole wave of them.
Yeah.
Palmain in 1870, Marpingen in Germany in 1876, Pompeii in Italy that same year, Knock in Ireland in 1879, and Tilly-sur-Seine in France from 1896 to 99.
All right. Ultramontanism and the First Vatican Council. You mentioned Ultramontanism with de Maistre. In the mid-19th century, who were the opposing factions within the Catholic Church on this issue?
On one side, you had the zealous Ultramontanes, led by figures like the journalist Louis Veuillot and his newspaper The Univer. On the other side were the liberal Catholics, who were wary of papal power. Their leaders were intellectuals like Ignaz von Dollinger in Germany and Lord Acton in England.
The council was convened in 1869, and it defined the dogma of papal infallibility. Be very precise here. What are the limits of this dogma, according to the text?
This is a critical distinction. The dogma is strictly limited to when the Pope speaks ex cathedra, that is, from the chair of St. Peter on matters of faith and morals. It does not claim he is inerrant or incapable of sin in his personal life or his opinions on other matters.
And what was the political fallout from this declaration?
It was immense. In Germany, it triggered Bismarck's Kulturkampf, a culture struggle against the Catholic Church. In Britain, the Prime Minister William Gladstone read a famous pamphlet called The Vatican Decrees in 1874, questioning whether Catholics could now be loyal citizens.
Section 9. Liberalism and Biblical Criticism. What does the text identify as the political manifesto of 19th century liberalism?
John Stuart Mill's Essay on Liberty from 1859.
And the liberal slogan regarding church and state.
A free church in a free state, a phrase associated with the Italian statesman Cavour and the French Catholic liberal Montalembert.
What was the formal papal response to this rising tide of liberalism?
It was Pope Pius IX's Syllabus of Errors, issued in 1864. It was a sweeping condemnation of modern trends.
Quote, the most famous condemned proposition.
The final error condemned was the notion that the Roman pontiff can and ought to reconcile himself and come to terms with progress, liberalism, and modern civilization.
Now, to the academic front, the Tübingen School in Germany. What was their methodology?
They applied the new methods of historical criticism and Hegelian philosophy to the Bible.
And the most explosive work to come out of this school, the author and the argument.
David Friedrich Strauss and his book Leben Jesu, The Life of Jesus from 1835. He treated the miracles in the Gospels not as historical events, but as myths that express the early Christian community's ideas about Jesus. He portrayed Jesus as a purely historical human figure.
This crisis of historical criticism then moved to England and France. The book mentions essays and reviews in 1860. What was Benjamin Jowett's specific, controversial imperative in that volume?
His imperative was simple and shocking to many. Interpret the scripture like any other book. Treat it as a historical text, not a divinely protected artifact.
And in France, Ernest Renan.
Renan's Vie de Jésus from 1863 was a massive bestseller. It presented a very romantic, sentimental, and thoroughly human Jesus, stripped of his divinity.
This section also notes a moral revulsion in the 19th century against certain traditional doctrines.
Yes, specifically against doctrines like eternal hellfire and damnation. The text mentions figures like John Addington Symonds as examples of Victorians who found these ideas morally unacceptable and incompatible with a loving God.
Section 10. Science and Religion. The text frames this not as a simple conflict, but first as natural theology's last stand. Who is the key proponent of this approach in the early 19th century?
William Paley. His book Natural Theology from 1802 became a standard text.
And his famous analogy?
The watchmaker analogy. If you find a watch on the ground, you infer a watchmaker. He used the example of the human eye with all its complexity to argue for the necessity of an intelligent divine designer.
The text also mentions the Bridgewater treatises. Who is the key figure associated with them?
The geologist William Buckland. He and others were commissioned to write books showing the harmony of science and religion. Buckland argued that geology actually confirms the book of Genesis by using the day-age theory. The idea that the days of creation in Genesis were not literal 24-hour periods, but vast geological ages.
What is the text's critical analysis of this entire strategy of relying on natural theology?
It argues this was a profound strategic error. By shifting the foundation of faith from divine revelation to the latest findings of science, it made theology incredibly vulnerable. When scientific fashions changed, that foundation would crumble.
Which leads directly to Darwinism. On the Origin of Species was published in 1859. The text notes a specific intellectual inspiration for Darwin's mechanism of natural selection.
Yes, Thomas Malthus's essay on the principle of population from 1798, the idea of a struggle for existence among a growing population.
Darwin's second book, The Descent of Man from 1871, was even more troubling for believers. Why?
Because it explicitly included human beings in the evolutionary scheme. It didn't just hint at it. It questioned the uniqueness of the human soul and tried to explain the origins of conscience and morality in purely natural terms.
The text notes a curious counter-reaction to this materialism in the form of spiritualism.
Yes, spiritualism had a huge boom in the 1860s and 70s. It was a way for people, even some scientists, to push back against a purely materialist universe. The text mentions Arthur Conan Doyle and even the co-discoverer of natural selection, Alfred Russel Wallace, as prominent believers.
Now, the famous Oxford debate of 1860, the participants.
On one side, T.H. Huxley, who is known as Darwin's bulldog. On the other, Bishop Samuel Wilberforce.
The text contrasts the popular myth of this debate with the textual reality. What is the myth?
The myth is that this was a knockout blow. Brave science, represented by Huxley, decisively defeated ignorant religion, represented by Wilberforce, who supposedly asked Huxley if he was descended from an ape on his grandmother's or grandfather's side.
And the reality, according to this text.
The reality is much more complex. Wilberforce actually had significant scientific support for his arguments against Darwin's theory at the time. Many in the audience thought he had won the debate, and Huxley was widely resented for his perceived rudeness. The knockout story was a later invention.
So who constructed this myth of a perpetual war between science and religion?
The text credits writers like J.W. Draper in his book History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science from 1875. They were the ones who framed it as an epic battle.
Section 11. Pluralism and diffusion in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. What does the text identify as the new secular competitors to church attendance?
Mass leisure activities, specifically sports like football and cycling and the rise of the music hall. They offered community and ritual on weekends, directly competing with the church.
And what about new academic disciplines that challenge religion's explanatory power? Let's start with anthropology.
James Fraser's enormous work, The Golden Bough, which began publication in 1890, it collected myths from around the world and implicitly argued that Christianity was just one more evolved form of primitive magic and fertility cults.
Psychology.
Sigmund Freud. His work Totem and Taboo from 1912-13 treated religion as a collective neurosis, an illusion rooted in primitive psychological needs and fears.
And sociology.
Emile Durkheim, who saw religion primarily as a social glue, a way for society to worship itself.
Now, what about the internal challenges? The rise of modernism within the churches themselves, the key Protestant figure mentioned.
The German theologian Adolf von Harnack. His History of Dogma from 1886 was hugely influential. He argued that the simple gospel of Jesus about ethics and the fatherhood of God had been corrupted over centuries by Greek dogma and metaphysics.
And the Catholic modernists, their names, and how the Vatican responded.
The main figures were Alfred Loisy in France and George Turrell in England. Their movement was condemned in the strongest possible terms by Pope Pius X as the synthesis of all heresies.
The specific document of condemnation.
The encyclical Pascendi Dominici Gregis from 1907, it effectively crushed the modernist movement within the Catholic Church.
The text then moves to totalitarianism and war in the 20th century, the Spanish Civil War. How did it affect the churches?
It polarized European opinion. Most churches, fearing the militant atheism of communism, generally allied themselves with the political right, including Franco's nationalists.
And in Nazi Germany, what was the split within the Protestant church?
There was a split between the German Christians, the Deutschchristen, who actively tried to synthesize Christianity with Nazi ideology, and the Confessing Church, the Bekennende Kirche, which opposed them.
The Confessing Church's key theological statement.
The Barmen Declaration of 1934. It was largely inspired by the theologian Karl Barth, and it declared that the church's allegiance was to Jesus Christ alone, not to any worldly Führer.
And the famous martyr from this movement mentioned in the text.
Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a pastor and theologian involved in the resistance, who was arrested and then hanged by the Nazis in 1945, just before the end of the war.
Finally, Section 12. The conclusion, dealing with the modern era. What was the first major post-war development mentioned?
Post-war ecumenism, the desire for Christian unity after the catastrophe of 2 world wars. This led to the formation of the World Council of Churches in 1948.
And the major event in the Catholic Church.
The Second Vatican Council, or Vatican II, which ran from 1962 to 1965. It was a massive effort to modernize the church and open it up to the modern world.
The text closes with a powerful analogy from the writer C.S. Lewis. He calls it God in the dock. Explain the metaphor.
Lewis wrote that in ancient times, man approached God as an accused person approaches a judge. Man was on trial. But in the modern world, the roles are reversed. Modern man sees himself as the judge, and God is in the dark on trial.
And the verdict.
Man is willing to acquit God, to let him off perhaps if he can provide a reasonable defense for his actions and for the state of the world. The presumption of guilt lies with God.
And the final thought of Hyman's text, the concluding sentence.
She concludes that faith, although it's no longer universal or taken for granted, survives even in these unpromising conditions. She notes that despite the profound shift in the burden of proof over these centuries, the choice to believe or not to believe remains. 13. Australasia and the Pacific. David Hilliard. Let's begin. Christianity entered the Pacific Ocean in two different forms. The first was the Catholicism of imperial Spain, brought by the first European explorers in the 16th and early 17th centuries. The second was...
Hold on, stop right there. We're not reading that sentence and just moving on.
Yeah.
Imperial Spanish Catholicism. Let's unpack that specific phrase. Hilliard is choosing his words very carefully. It's not just Catholicism, it's a geopolitical project.
Okay, yes, he's identifying a specific theological and political mechanism.
Exactly. A mechanism. So, who are the agents? Who is driving this mechanism for imperial Spain? I want names.
The text specifies the Spanish navigators, Mendaña and Quiros.
Mendaña and Quiros. And they weren't alone. These weren't private ventures. Who was providing the spiritual validation for these expeditions?
They were accompanied by Franciscan friars. The text is very clear that the purpose of the voyages in the South Pacific was twofold.
Twofold. Go on.
First, to find lands to conquer for the Spanish crown. And second, and this is crucial, to find peoples to convert to Catholic Christianity.
A harvest of souls, then. Not just cartography.
Precisely. It was an explicitly missionary enterprise from the outset.
Okay, so let's look at the methodology. The text says they exchanged words with the islanders. That sounds benign. What was the specific stated goal of that linguistic exchange?
Well, the hope was that this exchange would eventually lead to the teaching of, and this is a direct quote, our holy Catholic faith.
Our holy Catholic faith. Note the possessive and the exclusivity. And what was the immediate result of this attempt? Did it work?
The text indicates it was largely symbolic. They taught some islanders how to make the sign of the cross. They also took a small number of young people with them for baptism.
Taken for baptism.
Yeah.
Removed from their home.
Yes. But Hilliard is emphatic about the long-term outcome in this specific region. In the South Pacific, these Spanish efforts initiated no permanent missionary work.
A prelude, then. Not a settlement. But we need to be careful with that generalization. No permanent missionary work. Does the text offer a geographic counterexample? An exception to that rule?
It does, yes. But you have to look to the North Pacific. The text clarifies that the first permanent Catholic missionaries in the Pacific Islands were actually Spanish Jesuits.
Jesuits, not Franciscans.
Correct. Coming from the Philippines, they established a mission in the Mariana Islands in Micronesia in 1668, so a much later date and a different geography.
So for the South Pacific, the initial Spanish legacy isn't institutional. It's what?
It's largely etymological. It's in the names.
Right. Let's drill down into that etymology, because this is a point that is so often misunderstood. We're talking about Quiros. Where was he physically, and what did he believe he had found?
He was in what we now call Vanuatu, which was then known as the New Hebrides. And Quiros was convinced he had found the great southern continent, the Terra Australis Incognita.
A delusion, but a productive one. Now, the name, I need the exact name he gave that land. This is the kind of forensic detail that matters.
He named it Australia del Espiritu Santo.
Say it again?
Australia del Espiritu Santo.
Australia, with an I. It's not a typo. It's a deliberate pun, isn't it?
Yes, the text explains it. It references the South, Austral, but it's also a direct homage to the House of Austria, the Habsburg dynasty that was ruling Spain at the time.
And Hilliard confirms this is the origin.
Yes, the text states, quote, "From this, the name Australia was later derived."
So the very name of the Australian continent is born from a Spanish Catholic navigator's geographical misinterpretation of an island in Vanuatu, combined with a sycophantic tribute to the Habsburgs.
That is what the text indicates.
The entire colonial project, then, is framed by a theological and geographical error from the very beginning. Fine. Now let's move to the second form Hilliard mentioned, English Protestantism.
Right. And here, the text shifts to the concept of Australasia as a single unit of study.
Now, how does he justify that grouping? Australia, New Zealand, the islands, they are vastly different places. What's the common thread?
He defines Australia and New Zealand as a natural unit, specifically for this historical analysis. The justification is their shared origin as British settler colonies.
British settler colonies. So we're talking about a direct transplantation of British religious institutions and conflicts.
Exactly. He argues their religious histories have common structures, unlike the island Pacific, which, as he puts it, developed according to its own rhythms.
All right, let's move to the continent itself then. Section 2, Christian beginnings in Australia. Set the scene for us. What's the initial demographic picture?
We're in the late 18th century. Hilliard makes a striking claim. The largest single concentration of baptized Christians in the entire region between South America and the Philippines was living on the east coast of Australia.
And this concentration refers specifically to
The founding of the colony of New South Wales at Sydney in 1788.
contextualize that colony. We need to be clear about what it was and what it wasn't. This wasn't a group of pilgrims seeking religious freedom.
Absolutely not. It was a penal settlement, a dumping ground for convicts from overflowing British jails. It also served a strategic purpose for the British Empire, protecting the trade route to China.
So a prison and a naval outpost, that's the foundation. And how did this footprint expand? I want the administrative timeline. Give me the dates for the new colonies.
The original settlement at Sydney soon spread to Norfolk Island in 1789. Then came Van Diemen's Land, which is now Tasmania, in 1803.
Right.
The Swan River Colony, Western Australia, was established in 1829. Then South Australia in 1836. The Port Phillip district broke away from New South Wales to become Victoria in 1851. And finally, Queensland was proclaimed as a separate colony in 1859.
A methodical, bureaucratic expansion. And in the middle of all this colonial paperwork, a massive displacement is taking place. What does the text say about the people who are already there?
It's a single, stark sentence. Aboriginal people who had first arrived in Australia more than 50,000 years earlier were pushed aside.
Pushed aside. The passive voice there is telling. It signals a complete marginalization in this early colonial religious story. Now let's talk about the religious power structure. For the first 3 decades, who ran the show?
It was an Anglican monopoly. The Church of England was the only officially sanctioned religion. Its clergy were government employees, paid as chaplains.
And they held legal power too.
Yes, they were the only people legally authorized to perform marriages until the 1820s. It was a true religious establishment.
But the text points to a deep tension within that establishment. The clergy are described as evangelicals. Unpack that term in this context. What was their theological priority, and how did it clash with the government's priority?
Well, the evangelicals were focused on personal salvation. Their message was about redemption from sin through a personal conversion experience.
A spiritual internal matter.
Exactly. But the military and civil officers running the colony saw things very differently. For them, Christianity was a tool, a means to create a, quote, discipline and moral social order. They didn't care about saving souls. They wanted to control bodies. They wanted compliant convicts.
So the state is using the church as a department of corrections. And the prisoners, the parishioners in this system, how did they react to this mandatory salvation?
With resentment. Hilliard writes that the majority of convicts came from a working-class English background where you might conform to the established church on paper, but you certainly didn't attend.
And now they were being forced to.
Yes. Compulsory Sunday worship. He says they endured the prayer book service and the long sermon as part of their punishment.
They saw the liturgy itself as an extension of their prison sentence. Incarceration by sermon.
That's a good way to put it. They resented the Anglican clergy for their formality, for their strict moralizing, and most of all, for their very obvious alliance with the government that was punishing them.
Let's do a character audit. The text singles out one figure who embodies this whole dynamic. Samuel Marsden. I need his titles, all 3 of them.
He was a chaplain, a magistrate, and a successful pastoralist.
Chaplain, magistrate, pastoralist. A perfect fusion of spiritual authority, judicial power, and economic self-interest. He preaches to you on Sunday, sentences you to the lash on Monday, and profits from the wool trade on Tuesday.
You can see why Hilliard calls him a symbolic and controversial figure.
Indeed. Now, this Anglican monopoly was fundamentally unstable because of the demographics. Let's talk about the Irish.
A huge factor. The text says about 1/3 of all convicts transported to Australia were from Ireland.
1/3. And the religious breakdown of that Irish third.
9 out of every 10 were Catholics. And for them, the Church of England wasn't just another denomination. It was alien, it was oppressive, and theologically, it was heretical.
A significant hostile minority from day one. So what was the government's response? Why were there no Catholic priests to minister to this huge population?
In a word, fear. The government was terrified that Catholic priests, especially Irish ones, would encourage sedition and rebellion among the convicts.
Geopolitical paranoia playing out in the South Pacific.
Yes. It wasn't until after the Napoleonic Wars that the British government finally softened its stance and allowed priests into the colonies as official chaplains.
So for decades, you have this massive Catholic subclass with absolutely no sanctioned spiritual leadership.
Correct. It's only in the 1820s that the Roman Catholic Church in Australia begins to exist as, in Hilliard's words, a legally free, though socially inferior religious minority.
Socially inferior, a key phrase. Let's move forward in time. The 1830s to the 1850s. The colonies are expanding. What does the data say about the church's actual footprint on the ground?
The numbers are pretty stark. In 1836, for example, in New South Wales, there were only 35 clergymen of all denominations for a population of 77,000 people.
Let me do the math on that. That's one clergyman for every 2,200 people. A staggering ratio.
It is, and the clergy constantly wrote home, lamenting what they saw as a godless and irreligious society. But then the demographics began to shift.
How so?
The transportation of convicts started to end. 1840 for New South Wales, 1853 for Tasmania, and they were replaced by free immigrants.
People who chose to be there.
Right, and these people were much more likely to be regular churchgoers. The effect was measurable. By the late 1840s, church attendance in Sydney had climbed to about 1 in 5 people.
And this change, this move from a penal society to a free settler society was marked physically on the landscape, wasn't it? We moved from timber to what?
To stone. Hilliard makes a great point about architecture. The early church buildings were temporary structures made of timber slabs, but as communities became more established, they built handsome stone churches with towers and spires.
And this was symbolic.
Very. He writes that the building as a permanent stone church was seen as a sign that civilization had arrived. It was on par with getting a railway station or opening a bank.
Civilization, defined here as a particular British model of permanence and order. But let's turn to the other side of that coin. The Aboriginal missions. Hilliard draws a very sharp contrast here.
He does. He contrasts the general missionary optimism regarding the conversion of the Maori in New Zealand with what he calls the very low view they held of the Australian Aborigines.
So a racial and cultural hierarchy was in place from the start. Let's trace the policy. It begins with Governor Macquarie in 1814. What was his specific initiative?
He founded the Native Institution near Sydney. The explicit goal was for Aboriginal children to be, quote, integrated into civilized society under the guidance of a missionary.
So assimilation through separation from their families and culture. And what happened when that project failed?
The policy shifted towards protection and segregation. Starting in the 1820s, missions were granted large tracts of land, usually on the frontiers of settlement, with the goal of persuading semi-nomadic Aboriginal groups to settle down into agricultural communities.
I want to audit the structure of these missions. Hilliard calls them closed institutions. What were the specific dependencies that this system created?
Well, they were entirely dependent on the government for land grants and for financial subsidies, and their model relied on the separation of children from their parents to break cultural transmission.
And the curriculum.
It was a triad: Christianity, the English language, and farming. That was the formula for civilizing them.
And the outcome of this formula, did it work?
No. The text is clear that most of these missions in southeastern Australia failed. Hilliard concludes that Aborigines remained on the periphery of the white Australian missionary vision.
And what about Indigenous leadership within the church? When did an Aboriginal-led church begin to emerge?
Not until the mid-20th century.
A massive delay. A century of missionary activity with almost no Indigenous leadership to show for it. Remember that timeline as we pivot. Section 4. Christianity in the Pacific Islands. We're moving 4,000 miles away. Who is the primary institutional actor here?
The London Missionary Society, the LMS.
When was it founded, and by what specific theological group?
It was founded in 1795 by a coalition of Calvinistic Methodists and evangelical dissenters in Britain.
And their first major target in the Pacific?
Tahiti. The LMS ship, the Duff, arrived there in 1797. Hilliard draws a nice contrast here. While European literary circles saw Tahiti as an island of love, a kind of noble savage paradise, The evangelicals saw only perishing heathen in need of salvation.
The initial mission was a near-total failure. It almost collapsed. What was the turning point? It wasn't a gradual cultural shift. It was a specific, high-level political event. Who converted?
It was Pomarez II who was the principal chief. In 1815, in a very public act, he changed his allegiance from the traditional god Oro to the Christian god Jehovah.
From Oro to Jehovah. That's not just a religious conversion. That's a strategic realignment. What was the immediate political consequence for him?
He won a decisive battle and gained paramountcy over Tahiti and the neighboring island of Moorea. This victory acted as a trigger. A general movement towards Christianity began. Hundreds of people enrolled for baptism, started observing the Sabbath, and formed village congregations.
Hilliard gives a specific name to the structure that emerged from this. He calls it a communal church. Unpack that definition for me.
It means it was a thorough fusion of Christianity with existing chiefly authority and island custom. The church community was essentially the same as the village community. The pastors held high social standing, and men of rank were given prominent leadership positions within the church.
So Christianity didn't replace the old social structure. It was mapped onto it. It reinforced it. Now, I want a geographical audit of the Protestant expansion. Hilliard says the map of the Pacific was carved up by mutual agreement between the different missionary societies. Break down that map for me. Who got what territory?
Okay, the breakdown is fairly clear. The LMS, having started in Tahiti, effectively held a monopoly in eastern Polynesia. They expanded from there to the Cook Islands and Samoa.
Okay, that's the LMS. Who's next?
The Church Missionary Society, the CMS, which was the evangelical wing of the Church of England, they took New Zealand as their primary field starting in 1814.
And the Methodists.
The Wesleyan Methodists went to Tonga and Fiji. The American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, who were mainly Congregationalists, took Hawaii in 1820 and later expanded into Micronesia.
What about the Presbyterians?
They arrived a bit later, coming from Nova Scotia and Scotland. They focused their efforts on the New Hebrides, which is now Vanuatu, from 1848 onwards.
And the final piece of the Protestant puzzle, the Anglicans in Melanesia.
That was the Melanesian Mission. It was started in 1849 by the formidable Bishop G.A. Selwyn of New Zealand.
Hilliard has a rather sharp critique of Selwyn's plan, calling it grandiose but unworkable. We'll leave that there for now. But this Protestant map wasn't uncontested for long. The French arrived.
Yes, after the end of the Napoleonic Wars, French Catholic missions began to enter the Pacific. The two main orders were the Picpus Fathers and the Society of Mary, better known as the Marists.
The Marists. The text notes a specific psychological and spiritual disposition in them.
It does. It says they were imbued with the lush piety of post-revolutionary France, and that they even, quote, relished the prospect of martyrdom.
Relished the prospect of martyrdom. Is that just rhetoric, or is it backed up by the casualty numbers?
The numbers seem to bear it out. Between 1841 and 1855, 6 Marist missionaries met violent deaths in the South Pacific. They established their first bases in Wallis and Futuna in 1837, and then expanded to New Zealand and New Caledonia.
So the competition was fierce. The Protestants and Catholics were rivals. But let's get to the core question. Why did the islanders convert in the first place? Hilliard singles out a specific quote from a Samoan chief that we have to analyze. It connects theology directly to technology. Read the quote.
All right, the chief is speaking to his people, he says. Only look at the English people. They have noble ships while we have only canoes. They have strong, beautiful clothes of various colors while we have only tie leaves. They have iron axes while we use stones. They have scissors while we use the shark's teeth. What beautiful beads they have, looking glasses, and all that is valuable.
A detailed inventory of superior material culture. And what is the theological conclusion he draws from this inventory?
He concludes, I therefore think that the God who gave them all things must be good, and that his religion must be superior to ours. If we receive this God and worship him, he will in time give us these things as well as them.
There it is. Material wealth as direct proof of divine superiority. It's a cargo cult logic before the term even existed. The European God is better because he provides better goods. It's transactional.
And it wasn't just axes and beads. The text also highlights the immense prestige associated with literacy. Christianity was the religion of the book, and the ability to read and write was seen as a source of immense power.
Which leads directly into the political implications. The missionaries didn't just teach the Bible. They advised chiefs on law codes.
Yes, they advised them to ban what they considered heathen behavior, polygamy, warfare, things of that nature.
And the most extreme example of this fusion of missionary advice and state law, is the Tonga Constitution of 1875. Who were the key figures behind it?
It was drafted by a Methodist missionary, Shirley Baker, for King George Stupaufer first.
And I want the specific wording of the Sabbatarian clause. The text quotes it.
Yes. It reads, "The Sabbath day shall be sacred in Tonga forever, and it shall not be lawful to work, or artifice, or play games, or trade on the Sabbath."
Forever. Absolute and strict. Now, Hilliard makes a crucial point about native teachers that corrects the simplistic narrative of white missionaries converting brown people. Who did the real advance work?
It was Pacific Islanders themselves. They were the groundbreakers. Tahitians were the first missionaries to Fiji and Samoa. Tongans played a huge role in evangelizing Fiji.
And we have a primary source from one of these teachers, a man named Taonga from Rarotonga. What was the specific theological content of his preaching in New Caledonia?
He preached a straightforward evangelical message: the creation of the first man, the sin of that man, the resulting death of all mankind, and God's love in giving his son to provide absolution for that sin.
So, standard Protestant atonement theology.
Yeah.
But delivered by a Polynesian in, as the text says, the familiar idiom of the islands. The text also notes a specific linguistic contribution they made, the Polynesian word lotu.
Yes, Lutu, which originally meant gospel or worship, was carried by these Polynesian teachers into Melanesia and became the standard word for Christianity there.
Interesting. New Guinea is treated as a separate case in the text. Why the distinction?
The timing is completely different. The LMS didn't even start work in Papua until 1872. The real mission rush into the highlands of New Guinea didn't happen until after the Second World War. It's a much more recent story.
Let's quickly touch on the heroes and martyrs. Hilliard lists the famous British missionary martyrs. Name them, with dates and locations.
John Williams of the LMS, killed in Vanuatu in 1839. Bishop J.C. Pattison of the Melanesian Mission, killed on the Solomon Islands in 1871. And James Chalmers of the LMS, killed in Papua in 1901.
Hilliard suggests that the popular biographies of these men created a romantic image that distorted the reality, contrasting idyllic coral islands with wicked traders. Standard hagiography. All right, let's move on. Section 6, New Zealand.
The text opens this section by stating that Christianity in New Zealand had a dual origin.
Define that duality. What are the two distinct strands?
The first strand was the missionary approach to the Maori people, which we've touched on. The second and parallel strand was the settler church brought by the British colonists for themselves.
The Maori conversion was famously rapid.
Incredibly so. The phrase was going mihiner, to become a missionary. By the middle of the 19th century, it's estimated that 3/4 of the Maori population were attending Christian worship.
This brings us to the foundational political document, the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840. What was the specific role of the missionaries in its signing?
A crucial one. Henry Williams of the CMS played a key role in translating the document and persuading the Maori chiefs to sign. The missionaries convinced the Maori that the treaty was a sacred covenant.
A covenant. They use a biblical term. So the Maori understood it not as a simple political treaty, but as a theological compact between their people and Queen Victoria.
That seems to be the implication, yes.
Now let's look at the other strand, the settler church. Some of the colonies were explicitly denominational projects. Give me the specific religious affiliations for the settlements at Otago and Canterbury.
Otago, founded in 1848, was a project of the Free Church of Scotland. It was a planned Presbyterian settlement. Canterbury, founded 2 years later in 1850, was established by conservative High Church Anglicans who were heavily influenced by the Oxford movement in England.
The Oxford movement in the South Pacific. That's a very specific theological transplant. But this parallel development of Maori and settler churches didn't remain peaceful for long. The New Zealand Wars.
Correct. In the 1850s, a Maori national movement arose, known as the King Movement. The text notes it was partly inspired by Old Testament stories of the kings of Israel.
A theological model for political resistance. And what was the missionary response to this? Did they side with their Maori converts against the land-hungry settlers?
Initially, some did. A CMS missionary named Octavius Hadfield published pamphlets arguing for justice for the Maori. He was viciously attacked by the colonists, called a traitor. But by the 1860s, as the wars intensified, most church leaders sided with the British troops.
They chose the empire over their flock, and the consequence of that choice.
Widespread disillusionment among the Maori, many turned away from the missionary churches and towards new indigenous prophetic movements. The most famous was Ringatu, founded by Te Kuti.
The text provides the transcript of Te Kuti's foundational vision from 1867. I want you to read it.
All right. The vision says, I again became unconscious when the voice again appeared to me and raised me up and spoke to me as before. I then called out, saying, Speak, Lord. And he said to me, Fear not, because thy cry hath reached unto God, and God hath heard thy crying. Hearken, I will strengthen thee. Thou must tell my words and make them known to my people. It is only my words that thou must speak.
Speak, Lord. A claim of direct, unmediated revelation from God, bypassing the missionary gatekeepers. And later, another group gained traction, the Mormons. Why did Mormonism specifically appeal to the Maori in the 1880s?
It was due to the Lamanite theory. The Mormons taught that the Polynesians, including the Maori, were descendants of the Lamanites, a group from ancient America whose history is recorded in the Book of Mormon.
So it gave them a place within the sacred history. It connected their genealogy directly to a holy text.
Exactly. It was a powerful combination of syncretism and genealogy.
All right, Section 7, Adaptation and Innovation.
Hilliard's argument here is that while colonial Christianity in Australasia was almost entirely derived from Britain and Ireland, it was still modified by the local environment.
Modified, but still deeply dependent. They were constantly importing their leadership, weren't they?
Yes. For a long time, Catholic bishops were almost all Irish, and Anglican bishops were almost all English. But there was another significant external influence: America.
List the American religious imports mentioned in the text.
The Mormons, obviously, the Women's Christian Temperance Union, or WCTU, the Christian Endeavor Youth Movement, and a series of prominent revivalists like R.A. Torrey and J. Wilbur Chapman, who toured extensively.
And the Seventh-day Adventists.
Yes. Their prophetess, Ellen G. White, actually lived near Sydney for several years in the 1890s.
Now let's talk about the sectarianism, the deep-seated tension between Protestant and Catholic settlers. Hilliard cites a pamphlet by the fiery Presbyterian minister John Dunmore Lang. I want the full, unabridged title. It perfectly captures the paranoia of the era.
The title is The Question of Questions, or Is this colony to be transformed into a province of the popedom?
A province of the popedom. Wonderful. This tension, this paranoia eventually exploded over the issue of education.
It did. The colonial governments, one by one, moved from funding national schools that included general religious instruction to passing secular education acts in the 1870s. This meant withdrawing all state aid from denominational schools.
A huge blow to the churches. And what was the Catholic response?
They refused to accept it. They responded by building their own completely separate Catholic school system from the ground up. A pastoral letter from the bishops in 1879 denounced the new public schools as seed plots of future immorality, infidelity, and lawlessness.
Seed plots of future immorality. Strong words. But to staff this massive new school system, they needed an army of teachers. This leads to a key indigenous religious figure.
Mary MacKillop. In 1866, along with Father Julian Tennyson Woods, she founded a new religious order, the Sisters of St. Joseph of the Sacred Heart.
And their specific charism, their purpose.
Their mission was explicitly to provide education for the children of the Catholic poor, especially in remote rural areas where no one else would go.
Section 8. Women in the Church. Hilliard highlights a fundamental paradox. The leadership was exclusively male, but the laity
Was overwhelmingly female.
Yep.
Women were the majority of churchgoers, the backbone of the congregations, and the primary fundraisers for almost every church project.
And yet they were excluded from ordained ministry. When did that barrier finally begin to break? I need the timeline for the ordination of women.
The smaller, more liberal bodies went first. The Unitarians and the Salvation Army had female leaders from early on. The Congregationalists ordained the first woman in a mainline denomination, Winifred Keek, in South Australia in 1927.
1927. But for the big three Anglicans, Catholics, Presbyterians.
Not until the 1970s, a full half-century later.
Section 9, Church, Society, and War. Let's start with the Wowzer Campaign.
This was the major Protestant social and moral reform movement of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Wowzer was a derogatory term for these reformers.
And their targets.
The unholy trinity of liquor, gambling, and any kind of recreation on a Sunday. They were remarkably successful in getting prohibitive laws passed.
Let's move to the Federation of Australia in 1901. The new constitution is a secular document, but the preamble contains a religious nod. What is it?
The preamble includes the phrase, humbly relying on the blessing of Almighty God.
A tip of the hat to the divine, but no establishment of a state church. Then comes the First World War and the creation of a new sacred day, Anzac Day.
April 25th, the anniversary of the Gallipoli landing. Hilliard describes it as a unique blend of subdued Christian imagery with classical ideas of war as a heroic and ennobling ordeal, a kind of sacred secular fusion.
But the war also reignited the old sectarian flames. The 1916 Easter Rising in Dublin had massive repercussions in Australia and New Zealand. How did that play out?
It dramatically inflamed Irish-English tensions. In Melbourne, the Catholic Archbishop Daniel Mannix became a powerful and outspoken symbol of Irish nationalism, fiercely opposing conscription.
And in New Zealand.
It went even further. In Auckland, the Catholic bishop, James Liston, was actually prosecuted for sedition in 1922 because of a speech he gave supporting Irish nationhood.
Prosecuted